motion, tryna hit it, tryna quit it, but I got emotions. Now I'm running round town thinking about what you've been posting. Now I'm posted up here with my week of the song. Damn, I just hit a bit one time. Now I got cool in the new ones. Now all I really see they do shine, That's just like me and my off-white, How I drip and off-white, How I drip and off-white, Yeah, I like them thighs, the way they slide into your bread and type. She got a body, yoddy, super 40, I'm so sorry, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking bad, knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry, oh, body, yoddy, super 40, I'm so sorry, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking bad, knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry, oh.
Crom.
We didn't talk yet. I just hit a bit one time. Now I got cool in the new one. That was all I really see they do shine, That's just like me and my off-white, How I drip and off-white, How I drip and off-white, Yeah, I like them thighs, the way they slide into your bread and type. She got a body, yoddy, super 40, I'm so sorry, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking bad, knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry, oh, body, yoddy, super 40, I'm so sorry, put on with a shorty. 40 minutes later, she tell me you hella sporty. Head knocking bad, knocking, yeah, it's hella gory. Yeah, I'm so sorry, oh. We didn't tell you yet, yeah, we're ready. We didn't tell you yet. We didn't tell you yet.
Eventually, everything must fade. Eventually,
when you fake like that.
Party. I like to get wild. I like to party.
What they say, yo, send tune a road there, you road boy. Send tune a road.
I like to go out. I like to party. I like to get wild. I like to party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. I like to go out. I like to party. I like to get wild. I like to party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. Get wild. I like to party. I like to go out. I like to party. I like to get wild. I like to party.
my hand. You could treat me like a pet. I hate on every word you said. You could treat me like a pet.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. welcome to the final day of groups at Champions Paris. Today will be a battle of Americas versus Pacific for the 2 remaining playoff spot, and it's the last time we'll see either T1, G2, MIBR or RQ this year. Hello everyone, I am your host Yingsu, and I'm joined by Mimi and Kakuka. Who was that?
I want to know where they were going.
Was that Evan, you think?
That
Evan
was the
in a
real
wingman
wingman.
suit?
No, that was too short to be Evan. Evan is way taller.
Wait, the real wingman?
Yeah, he's here.
Damn, we could afford him? That's crazy.
Oh, I thought you said it was
him.
Dan. I thought you said it was Dan. I thought the real wingman was Dan. Oh.
We have fun here. But it is the last day. How's your week been?
It's been good. I mean, games have been pretty good. We've had a couple kind of wild upsets, and it's kind of wild that groups is already almost over.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of sad a little bit because yesterday I was really rooting for the last Chinese squad stand-in, and I'm sorry that I have to bring this back to you, but I was preparing a sideline report, and I was loving the comps. I was loving what I was seeing, and especially what I was hearing coming in from Viva. But
Over GX?
yes,
Ooh.
yeah. I mean, I was only listening to them, so that's it. But of course, the day started differently.
Yeah, this was a really rough start for TL. They tried the wild experiment of Nats on the Waylay, and it did not look quite as good as DRX's own Waylay comp on that map. They won there and managed to eliminate Liquid, but as we went to the second match, it was a bit better for EMEA, Bea.
Yeah, it was overall, we'll say a decent day for EMEA, especially seeing Giant X. We've praised them for such a long time during stage 2 to see them actually make it to playoffs for the first time. Having 2 Spanish orgs in playoffs is such an honor for me. Also, the way in which they did it. Ara closing out the match with a knife. That's my boy.
Can I just say, you predicted this 3 years ago.
I did.
3 years ago, you said we're
Oh
going to
my
get 2
God,
Spanish teams
yes.
at champs. It didn't happen in
How do you
22,
remember
23,
that?
or 24, but it's happened now.
Here you
Yeah.
are. That's amazing.
Yeah.
You know?
What's happening in the next 3 years?
I did say that Yampi was going to lead Ruby out to an international event. but I
Okay,
didn't
so
get
in
that.
3 years' time.
Yeah, in 3
Yeah.
years' time, Yampi will be back. That's my pitch.
I mean, it was close.
It was. But did you expect, Mimi, that 3 EMEA teams will make it and 0 VCTCN teams
No,
as well?
I thought at least one CN team was going to make it in. I think people really kind of underrated EMEA coming in. Obviously, most of the hype was around how good Pacific is right now for good reason. But I think Giant X was, thus far for me, even though they were great in EMEA, I kind of felt still in the back of my head that they were going to come to the global and fall off, but not the case. So pretty sick for EMEA.
Yeah, we've been keeping that story of maybe they're a little bit behind the meta, but they've proven that even with this things, I think that right now we're in a healthy spot where everybody can bring something that is innovative to the game and still play to their comforts, and you can succeed in many different ways. There's not just one, oh yeah, you have to play. Because 2021, it was like all Jet, then 2022 was all Chamber, then 2023 was like Viper and Sky, and I feel like really these days you can do almost anything.
I also like that today we get to watch Americas and Pacific stress a little bit.
Yes.
I think it's just been us stressing every single day.
We're good.
So
You
Mimi,
suffered today, Mimi.
yeah, we need like a cam on Mimi to see how her stress level goes as the day goes. But I want to bring back something we haven't talked about since day one, which is of course at the end of this tournament there will be an MVP. We've never had an MVP go to 2 different players on the same team before. That could still happen, you know, with T1 being here, with VaporX being here. But I wanted to early doors maybe do a cheeky little blind ranking of some of the top performers at this tournament, and you guys can tell me from 1 to 5 where you think they most likely could bring home an MVP bracelet.
And we cannot move them.
You cannot move them
Oh,
once
okay.
they are locked in.
Today we lock them.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's just start with the
Mimi, we need to
first
agree on
one.
things, okay?
Okay, from 1 to 5, this first player, where do you think he lies in terms of being able to bring home that MVP
Ostras,
bracelet?
es que,
Flashback.
seriously?
Yes.
I honestly think that if they win, he will be the MVP, 1000%.
But if they win.
That's the thing.
But that's a big
the
if. I don't think DRX is going to win. I think that they're a great team. I think they've shown an excellent new meta read that in large part has been great because Flashback's been so good. But think of every player at this tournament. I think we would be remiss to already lock our 1, 2, 3.
I think he's 3.
I think
No, that's
I
too
really
high.
think he's 3.
We will come to regret it, I think.
I think I'd rather regret it because I think he's been too good.
Agreed.
He's been too good to give him a 4. Like, I think we're a little bit fraudulent if we don't give him a 3.
No, I think you're just saying that because we don't have 4 other players on the board
So
yet.
what? It's good to fail. You know, in life you have to be wrong sometimes.
Then let's fail.
Yeah, That's how you learn.
I'm also in the ballpark of 3. I agree with you. I think he's just been too good. Especially
And next time that we disagree, I'll let you take the edge.
but also,
Okay?
especially in his role. Especially in his role. I think the fact that there's a lot of good players in his role and he's that good.
For playing
me,
a lot of Yoru too, I think it is hard to be as good as he is.
Yes. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Like
Let's see if we're gonna regret this. Okay, Mimi,
Ostras.
you take this one because we took the last one. You take this.
See, I would have put Kron 3 because I think Kron is.
What?
I would have put him 3 because I think Kron is excellent.
There's
I
no way
think-
you don't put Kron in your top 2.
I don't rate. I don't rate like
You don't rate Kron?
history. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't rate like the history as much.
That's what I
think
heard.
For his role, there's less players in his role that are as good as he is. I think he is the best player in his role at this event, in my opinion.
I might
But-
also think he's currently the best player on Fnatic.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 I would-
Form-wise, coming
Yes.
to chance?
I think it's pretty close with Alpha, in my opinion, but I do agree that, at least for the groups games,
Okay.
I don't agree.
I would put
Alpha,
in
I don't
3,
agree.
but I
think that
think we have to put
the
him
bind that I saw the other day from Alpha was like,
Mimi, it's your choice. You put him where
2.
you want. 2. Okay, Mimi's put him 2.
okay.
All right, let's see the next one. See if we can agree on one. Rien's.
this is 4 or 5. No way this is 1. You can pick where.
So the thing is,
Nope. Nope.
I hate this game. I
We
absolutely
have
hate
already
this game.
failed this
I
list.
absolutely hate
Because
this game.
of Flash.
No, I agree with you. Like, I feel like I want to leave the one open. It's so difficult because we're so good in EMEA that we have all the players in the top 5, and I want to give them all the top 1. I understand that you don't struggle with the same, but
For me, it's I saw
4.
a
I think I give
TikTok.
him a 4.
I saw a TikTok compilation of Rien's like
Is the
kills
clutches,
and,
man. Is
and
the
his
clutches.
and his play so far. And when I was looking at this TikTok, in my mind I just thought, God damn, he's good. Like he
is
might be the
so
best
good.
player in the world.
He's good.
I personally would put him 1, but I will default to
I
you
think
guys.
1 would. I would say 4.
Okay,
say
I
4.
would say
I
4.
would say 3 if we had a 3 open.
Why are you such a flashback hater?
I'm not a flashback hater. It's top 5 players at the event.
Okay, let's go next
were
one.
Is
it?
Well,
Next-
out of
well,
the
actually,
list.
it's the top 5 players like
Oh,
most
crap.
likely to win an MVP.
Oh.
So
whoa.
I think I think
So
I agree
here's
with
the
Bear.
thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Mada. that
If
is the next
NRG
one.
win, he will win the bracelet.
Exactly. If energy win, he will win.
100%.
What I've seen in these groups, insane. What I
Yeah.
saw in EWC, absolutely insane. So, but the thing is, there's no one from PaperX in this list. Can we trust that the last player is not going to?
It's going to be
Wait.
a PaperX player, and it will be number 1.
I haven't
As
got
a
to
paper
decide
girl, what's
yet.
your-
I haven't
what's
got
your-
to decide yet. I think we
Do you wanna
put
do-
Mada 1.
Okay, let me pitch something to you
Okay.
two. We put Mada number 1.
Uh-huh.
The next player that comes up is something.
Yeah.
Or Forsaken.
Yeah.
Or a Jing.
Mhm.
And you put them 5. Are you going to be happy about that?
Yes, purely because if PaperX win, any of them could be the MVP.
Sure.
God knows David, you know, Alex throwing him in there. I think if NRG win, Mada
Yes.
is gonna be
And
MVP
Mada's
if NRG
excellent.
win.
But surely if I was making a roster, I'd want one of the PaperX players as my
Yeah, but
first
you don't
choice.
even know if the 5th is going to be a PaperX.
But
you
I
know
think
what?
it's going to be.
For the sake of just like having some fun today, because it's the last day of groups and you're not
Yes.
gonna see me for a while.
Okay.
Let's just put Mada 1 and just
Alright.
live life on the
I mean,
edge.
he is amazing.
Let's
He's-
see what happens.
I think he's probably going to be Rookie of the Year.
Mada Mania is real. Mada Mania is real. So let's see. The last player is gonna
What did we do?
defact.
All right, something.
Okay,
Yep,
something.
yep.
We knew
What
that
did
this was coming.
Oh.
We knew it. We knew it, and now we have to live with it.
Again.
Honestly, I still think that any of these 5 players could win.
Yep.
If they get to, it doesn't matter like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because at the end of the day, there will only be 2 teams in that grand final, and I think that the players that are here are insanely great picks to take the brace. Do we have a bracelet? I assume, right?
Yeah.
Putting
and-
something in 5,
and-
guys.
Yes, but only
5 guys?
only
Not the
because
restaurant.
only because
Vegetarian?
if PaperX win, like I said, it could be any of them. It really could. So we'll see. Let me know at home if you guys enjoy that list and why you enjoy that list. For now, a reminder that if you're watching via Twitch, you can get involved using our new shot call integration. Take a look at this.
Something 5.
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
This man is a big player in big games.
Prove it. Put your game sense to the test with the all-new VCT real-time prediction game, Shot Call. It's a Twitch desktop extension available exclusively on official VCT broadcast channels. With Shot Call, you and your friends will be able to call your shots, score points, and earn rewards. Here's how to play. During the official champion streams on Twitch, open up the Shot Call overlay on screen to make real-time predictions by answering questions. Whether it's predicting a Forsaken clutch or correctly calling a site rotate before it even starts, you'll score points, climb a live leaderboard, and have the chance to win prizes. Play along seamlessly with Shot Call's built-in notifications, or open the extension in full to check your progress and see how other viewers are guessing. You can call the shots during VALORANT Champions Paris starting on September 12th. Tune in, try it out, tell us what you think.
I've had a lot of fun using the Shot Call feature, so I hope you guys at home have as well. I also want to know who you voted for in our MasterCard fan poll today, and I want to know which region you think is stronger, Americas or Pacific, and tell us who you are backing with the hashtags VALORANT Champions or VCT while you're at it, so we can feature you on the broadcast. What happens if one America's team goes through and one Pacific team
Well,
goes through?
Pacific
Everybody's
is
right
still
and everybody's wrong.
better because Pacific is winning this tournament.
True,
It's
agreed.
true. They're just the best region. The American exceptionalism, Manifest Destiny, Pacific is #1, guys. Vote correctly in the poll.
I completely agree, and I think the reason that everyone's now unanimously leaning towards Pacific really started with some of the teams last year doing really well, and then T1 actually winning a trophy earlier this year.
To me, the run also the T1 had at the beginning of the year had a lot to do with resilience and what they learned during the tournament. They were not favorites at all when they came in. But seeing that final that we saw against G2 is a rematch that we're going to see today, as we're saying, when ended up going on the side of T1 because they brought something that not many people were doing back then, maybe.
When you looked at the beginning of this tournament, people thought that G2 was at least going to make the finals. A lot of people thought that they were going to win. And I think if you looked at the majority of power rankings, T1 would have been sitting towards 7th or 8th in this tournament. But instead, it was them who won in this incredible 5-map game that I think was a real low for G2 in this year. They were just a few rounds away from winning it, from lifting their first global trophy, and it slipped away. But after all that time, after T1 missing out on Toronto and another failure for G2 there, they finally have this rematch, but only one of those finalists can actually make playoffs.
Honestly, had they won that, the golden era narrative would have been so real. I don't think anybody could doubt them for that. And speaking of that grand final we saw before, Valen actually came on the show and was very candid about their evolution since their loss.
I think we've become more resilient. We got smarter after that loss. We understand how it feels to go through a stressful match and how to keep our mental, like, we kind of had a mental crumble game on that grand final, and I think we learned so much about it that now they're going to feel that pressure. And I know that they're scared watching us play and they don't want to face us, so I'm just going in full confident, and you know, whatever happens, happens, but I know we're going to win this. They made a couple months of my life miserable. You know, I thought about that grand final often, so I'm going to make it's their time to feel it.
I'm scared. I don't know about T1, but listening to that, I'm a little bit scared. But honestly, some of the trauma I think they've been through, they definitely have learned a lot from it. Do you think we've seen that on the server as well, that they have evolved?
I think we absolutely have. And I think if you look at what they were doing domestically, a lot of that is an emphasis on how G2 has changed. You know, there's a lot of talk about the Stage 2 team bringing in Baby Bay, the new kind of lightness that they played with, while still having an excellent read, still being serious in their games. And I don't think this is a team that you see get as tilted anymore. This isn't a team that you see slip out of a game after losing a couple rounds. Their last match, a great example. They go down 0-6 in a match they're the heavy favorite. After that, bounce back, easy sailing to win it 2-0.
I think that also we've seen across the globe some teams that have been forced to make some changes throughout the year. In most of the cases, it's not going to go in their favor. But G2 actually took so much from that, from having Baby Bay there. They had to overcome so many things. I think it's so important what Valen was saying and how hard it was on him to keep remembering that loss, because it's not the same as in 3-0 as actually seeing yourself like you knew you were the favorite. You got it to the final. You got to the 5th map and you couldn't do it.
Despite lifting that trophy, though, T1 is the team out of these two that have gone and had to make changes, swap up the roster a little bit. They missed out completely on making it to Masters Toronto by just one game, and then did end up coming back, qualifying to this one, and arriving at Champions, but as a team that I think has had their expectations flipped compared to a G2 that's still looking like a top squad.
They did say it themselves that when they got back from the tournament, they felt like, you know, they were on such a high, but the rest of the region had already been working and they feel like they were left behind.
And coming in today, Jen Lee caught up with Leaf as well to get a little bit more insight into this grudge match.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Leaf. Now Leaf, I feel like there's a lot of unfinished business with T1 and also with Meteor for you. So how fired up are you guys right now? You guys have a chance to knock them out and get your revenge.
I mean, I think it's always nice to have revenge, you know, like that grand final game was definitely emotionally very draining for all of us, but it's more so just like proving to ourselves that like we need to make it to the playoffs and just go match by match. So it's kind of like a fun story that it's against T1 and against Meteor, but I mean, it's just game by game.
Thank you, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Now, one player that wasn't involved in that grand final, of course, was DH. I know you guys spoke a little bit about it as well. Kukuka, what have you made about his performance at Champ so far?
I am such a big fan because this story helps us so much. Same with the case in Giant X and picking up a player from an academy and actually make him shine. Him also playing in a different role that he had been playing in the past, but actually having the versatility to suit into the needs of T1, knowing that if the meta were to evolve, he would also fit into that. And he has been not scared to take the duos. He's had so many high impact rounds that I think could be a difference maker today.
It is wild. It feels like these excellent rookie players are just growing on trees in Korea. You look at some of the standout players like Karan last year who joined Gen G, won Shanghai with them. Honestly, DH reminds me a lot of him in coming in during the middle of the season, playing majority of this controller role and looking so mechanically comfortable on a big stage, very quickly integrating into a team that already had high expectations, already had a very high level of play, and he's only lived up to that further since arriving in France.
Yeah, it's not an easy stage to play on, especially when you are a rookie in DH's position. And speaking of DH, here's his Omen player moment with some reflections on T1's learning after their loss to Team Heretics.
팀 헤리틱스와 겨뤘는데 저희가 실수를 너무 많이 해서 져서 너무 아쉽고 다음 경기에는 이기도록 하겠습니다. 사실 놀랐던 건 없고 저희가 분석한 대로 그대로 했는데 저희가 실수가 많아서 져서 너무 아쉽습니다. 저희는 원래 하이조에서부터 시작해왔기 때문에 멘탈이 나가거나 그러지 않고 오히려 더 열심히 해야겠다는 생각이 듭니다. 배우면서 성장하는 게 저희 팀의 컬러이기 때문에 지금 시작하겠습니다.
Two-time Pacific champion doubled up to try and win out this crucial round.
On the backside they go, Benji, that's the grab net. Thrown out, catches both of those players, but T1 are ready for this! And DH!
솔직히 퍼시픽이랑 별반 차이를 못 느끼겠고 관중들이 좀 더 많다, 그 차이인 것 같습니다. 아니요, 긴장되는 부분은 없는 것 같아요. 믿을 수 있는 곳이 있어서 좋은 것 같아요. 간단하게 이제 시작이다? 그런 의미인 것 같아요. 한국에서 늦은 밤까지 응원해주셔서 감사하고요. 이제 우승하도록 꼭 노력해서 열심히 해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
You often hear some of the younger players say this, right? You know, I'm happy to be on a team with teammates I can rely on. But what does that look like on the server? Because it does feel like sometimes it's his teammates relying on him more than him having to rely on his teammates.
Yeah, I think you do need both. But I think honestly, like if we're talking about being a rookie player, arriving on a big stage and who you have to rely on, it's less so about what they're doing in game and more so about the presence players are bringing. And you think about the members of this T1 roster, a guy like Meteor who has so much experience at this level, a team that has won trophies before, stacks. Like this is such a roster to join into and just be comfortable with that veteran presence on a big stage.
But I also think it's proof of character that he speaks about the loss and what he takes from that, because it is not easy, and he's comfortable being like, oh yeah, we start in the lower, like the pressure is always going to be in our backs, and I am okay with that. Like I know how to deal with that.
Yeah, and I can't believe we will get that rematch between Meteor and Leaf. Of course, one of them already has a bracelet from earlier in the year, but you can't help to feel that Leaf has been robbed a little bit. He has been one of the best for so long.
He really has, and it was a low for him in that Bangkok final. After having such a great start to the year, he didn't really show up the way his team needed him in that match, whereas Meteor has just been so consistent all year long on this Sentinel role. But I look at these two, and I absolutely see two of the best Sentinel players in the world at this tournament right now.
I completely agree. I think that there's also some evolution for the side of T1 and what Meteor is playing now and how they have learned to adapt and just put just to double the double duelist and just leave Meteor on that Sentinel, and I think that he's excelling. We also need to think about his comfort. If something were to happen, we know that he can be the surprise. Doesn't need to be from the duelist. But I agree with you, Mimi. I remember vividly saying in that final, Leaf, where are you? Seriously, where are you? You can carry G2 to victory.
But it's crazy because the time that he actually wasn't there was the lead up to this event. Only played a couple games in Americas, arrived at Champions, and he's in just as good form as ever. Didn't skip a beat.
He is indeed. Is this gonna be good enough? Is this all on Leaf today? You know, because like you said, that final maybe it was, but the context is different.
Yeah, I think that context matters a lot, and I think that maybe I'm sold because Valen came here and he was after a win and he was so expressive and so honest about everything that final entitled and their journey ever since, how they went down and learned to come back up. I do think that they're still very two different teams.
Yeah, and to get a little bit more insight, we sent Jen Lee down to catch up with Meteor earlier.
Hey guys, Jen here with Meteor. Now Meteor, Shanghai, Bangkok, you never lost to G2. Leaf even called you a G2 kryptonite. So what is it about G2 that kind of brings out the superhuman inside of you?
Just a single leap.
Oh, it's just a single leap? Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm
speechless. It is starting
It
to
should have
become...
happened in Toronto, man. Would have been perfect. Sorry.
But it's becoming autumn. The leaves are starting to fall. Maybe there's a narrative.
I am absolutely speechless that Valen comes on as like, they've haunted my nightmares, and Meteor was like, here's one more thing. You know, I've already done enough. Here's one more thing. I just hope that there's some vibes and energy on the other side that can match that. And surely, you know, we've got Meteor on the other side. Is that good enough against someone that has that dog in him?
There's a certain guy with the dog in him on G2 who honestly has not been that insane this year. He's been largely playing the Yoru. He's been more of a, you know, a role player. It's the long-time G2 narrative. But this tournament, and especially that DRG game, Bea, this is a man who's looking like he's back on EG in 2023.
I think that playing all that Yoru has led to this moment, has led to this level of comfort, has led to this insane 4K that he had on the pistol here. You just gotta love that frenzy. But yeah, Jogamo is being amazing, and in that final, in that best of 5 that we were speaking of, he did have a good showing. It wasn't enough to get him across the line, but I think that Jogamo is someone that you can rely on to have a consistent enough performance that if you lose, it's not going to be because of him.
Ja is one of the best players at staying nonchalant and relaxed, even in the biggest moments on a stage like this.
Yeah, I feel like Baby Bay's also, I mean, we keep bringing him up, but I think the way that
I think they should bring him up.
Yeah, the way, I feel like he's just the right amount of seasoning, right? He kind of brings the best out of them. And we heard it from Valen as well, like the way that they're a little bit more calmer now. They can chill a little bit more. They definitely credit him to that. But when it comes to what's been going on the server, we so often speak about the clash of styles. They're so different. Let's just talk about this and break it down. So what is the style of both G2 and T1, and what is the differences when it comes to them going up against each other today?
Who do you want to take?
I can start with G2. G2 is the team. I think that this year there was a divide when Pale Meta disappeared between teams who heavy indexed into double controller, slow control, macro focus style comps, and the teams that indexed heavy into the double duelist compositions with that Yoru or even now the Waylay. And G2's a perfect example of that control style team. They play Viper on most maps. They're almost always locking double controller. They are a very slow, macro-focused squad, and I think that's the best way to define their style. But T1, they're the opposite side of that coin.
Yeah, they're way more unpredictable, right? You're playing with a double duelist because there's so many things that can happen in a round. It never has to be at the beginning. Many people think that it's like when you're playing the double dive, everything's going to be very explosive. But actually, you get better when you are not. When you learn how to play with your opponent's mind and you actually find gaps in their plans. That is something that they need to do specifically against G2 because exactly what you mentioned, Mimi.
What's cool to me is there was also a very stylistic clash at Bangkok, but that was a G2 who was playing Breach, Teo, Yoru pretty much every map, and T1 who was also playing double duelist, more so around like the ISO, Yoru, some slightly different ideas. So after big meta changes since the beginning of this year, they're still very different, but in a kind of new way compared to that Bangkok final.
And it's very good, especially when you're T1. You have that double duelist that is going to be extremely potent. TH, there's Meteor on the other side. They do not have to spearhead. It never feels flat. It never feels one-dimensional.
Where does the clash happen? Where is it that we will see the most, the obvious points of this style clash, do you guys think?
I think if you look at what maps? I think Lotus is going to be a great example where that's like crazy T1 double duelist stuff where G2 play a lot slower there. I think the attack side is also where you're going to see the biggest difference in that style.
Bind will be a good one as well. I don't know if we're going to see the Bind. I would love to see. Maybe Sunset even. I think that there's a lot of gas that can be exploited there. And yeah,
the thing is that like it's almost every map where the difference is going to be clear because T1 just play so much double duelist.
And what I love is our teams have not been afraid to Abyss. Every single one of our teams we've seen, you know, they haven't been.
There's a lot of Abyss.
Yeah, nobody's sort of like perma-banning Abyss right now. What do you think about G2's Abyss?
I mean, I'm not surprised that they decide to bring in the Tejo. I do need to see more. I love the fact that they started on the defense. They did have a lot of resolutions for their for the retakes. So many teams have been struggling so much with this map, with how to control mid, with how to stop and retakes these sides that I think G2 were very, very surprising. I still need more showing of this.
For sure. But winning this map and looking competent with this composition is a vote of confidence in their read after what a failure their play on Corrode was the first time they showed that map. So I would expect G2 to want to be banning Corrode for most of the rest of this tournament, and they need a good Abyss to be able to do so.
That's what they did last game, right? They were like, we're not messing with the Corrode, let's just get rid of it, we don't want to go there. And is that the easiest? Yeah, that's the best approach for them.
They should, because we're speaking about a T1, like we're saying all of these things in this tournament. They played two maps. They played Lotus and they played Sunset. If you want and G2 have been banning the Sunset, I don't know if they're going to continue with that, but this would be a good moment. You have tape on them, you know that the Corrode is not the best, it will be an easy fix, you know?
And T1's not really playing the Abyss right now, at least from what we've seen. Not a lot of games, obviously.
The last time that they played Abyss was actually against G2.
Yeah, so it is a big question of like, do they have something prepped? And after watching G2 play the other day, do they want to go into that map and try and surprise G2 with something? I think that's going to be one of the biggest questions when we get to map veto.
Give me a Valen Waylay. Give it to me.
No, listen. How about we don't?
Give me a Stacks Waylay. Do it. Do it. After yesterday, like, literally after yesterday and the risks some of our teams are willing to take just to get out of groups.
That didn't happen.
Well,
that didn't happen.
Let's say
I was
the
not
team
here. I did not see that.
That
it
took
didn't happen.
the risk of the IGO Waylay may or may not have not made it out of
Hey, it was fun. We had a good day. But it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked whether you think Americas or Pacific is the best region. And looking at the results here, I can't believe 32% of the people trolled. It's like clearly Pacific.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that Pacific is having such a year. We're absolutely so blessed with all the things that they're bringing into the game, and they deserve it. And probably, maybe 4 teams in playoffs.
Call me a fraud. Call me a fraud. I am an MI believer. I am so hot on the MIBR train right now that I might think they could be argued.
I credit them as well, but I think I might be crazy for saying
them as well.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay.
Well, you're going to have a very biased desk, apparently.
No, but I don't know why, you know, I also believed in Sen, to be fair, but there's just something about MIBR that makes me believe more than any other American.
I was going to say,
and end with an S.
Level?
No, it might start with a C and end with an A. Like, I am such a big Cortezia fan, like, so much.
Okay.
I love his energy. He kind of gives me, like, Sufa BB vibes. I really think just that positivity and that approach to the game on this stage, I think he could carry them through.
I am really interested.
I echo the sentiment a lot. Like, I think when I was watching from home and everything, like, I could feel his screams. I could feel how if I was on the other side, I'd be like, damn, this this guy's gonna win against me.
If two Pacific teams get eliminated, though, I'm really interested to see how that's gonna flip the script of like the public opinion after today. I think G2 is favored in the T1 match, but honestly, the second game is a 50-50 in my mind.
Yeah, so I have, you know, Mika is currently on vacation right now, and I have to represent alongside her, only for the T1 game. The second one, I'm betraying her.
She did put the press. I think that she's gonna just...
I'm hella betraying her for the second one, but I think it's same as yesterday, right? It's so even.
Yeah, me and Josh are still tied up. One of us is gonna pull ahead the second game, I think.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm still semi in the running after all the...
Yeah, I can't believe I actually went full Americas. I think it has to be the first time in my career I go full Americas, and I do not regret it.
Well, honestly, when it comes to Americas versus Pacific, which region is really the strongest one? And with the final 2 spots at playoffs up for grabs, this debate might just be settled today. In the City of Lights, the script writers love a twist. Let's see what they've got in store for us for the final day of group stage here at Champs.
Going through a loss like this is really sad.
And so the hope of Brazil is vanquished.
I'm gonna do everything that I can to be sure that it's not gonna happen again.
This is it, the final chance to prove ourselves. We do or die trying. I wouldn't say it went really well for MIBR in Masters Toronto. I feel like they improved a lot. Very excited to play against them.
We just got murdered on that tournament. We didn't play like ourselves. Now I'm playing more like how I need to play. And the next match I'm gonna be a better Cortesia.
See you in the server, and hopefully we have a good game.
Just one of us is going to the next phase. I'm confident that's gonna be us.
At the beginning of the year, we faced T1 in the Masters Bangkok Grand Finals. I still remember that feeling, being so close to greatness. I thought about that moment often, and you even get flashbacks of like little micro details you could have done different, little clutches that could have went your way, and it didn't. You ripped that trophy away from G2. Now, it's your turn.
G2, 너넨 방콕에서 2등했지만 우리 1등. 하지만 우리 좀 더 강해졌어. 미안해. 배우면서 성장하는 게 저희 팀의 컬러이기 때문에.
Some may think that G2 doesn't want to face T1, but for me, this is a wish come true. I've been waiting for this moment, and I think we're in the best form ever to get this revenge.
G2는 이제 옛날부터 되게 강팀이라 생각했고 우승 후보라고 생각할 수 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다. G2를 만났을 땐 스팅어를 조심해야겠다 생각합니다.
Let's go, boys!
저번에는 늦게 이겼지만 이번에는 빠르게 이겨줄게.
Come let me this. G2 Sports versus T1. We be like this. Come let me this.
T1 and G2 blessed us with one of the greatest finals we have ever seen back in Bangkok. But today in Paris, they're fighting for survival, and only one of them will get the chance to compete at playoffs at Champs.
And the evolution for both of the teams throughout the years has been different, but they're both ending here on a high.
And looking at the map, Vito, G2 chooses not to ban Corrode. So they leave that one open. It's looked rough when they played it last time, debuting that raised confident. Honestly, looked quite flat in terms of the game plan on their attacking side.
I think that also it's important to give context that is missing in this graphic, and it's the fact that T1, since they're coming from the upper and they just lost, they have the higher seed. So they decide, they chose to be that team B to put G2 in the situation of, okay, what are you gonna ban? And if you don't, especially with what we're saying of T1 just playing 2 maps, if G2 wants to see one of those 2 maps, they have to pick it.
I'm not being funny, but did you think that they were gonna ban if it was anything other than Corrode, like anything?
Especially no.
Yeah, that to me is really, really surprising.
No,
I mean, giving T1, Lotus, Corrode, and Sunset, my goodness, if you'd be happy about that if you're T1.
T1 is very smart with picking the Corrode.
Yeah, this is a good map veto for them. Honestly, I just wonder what G2 is cooking with the Corrode, because I do think their Lotus is excellent. They've shown that all year. I still favor them on that map, even though T1 is quite a good Lotus team as well. But Corrode, man, are they going to show a new comp? Are they going to revamp their game plan? What
is there time? I don't know. I don't think. Definitely, when we get the interview, we have to speak a little bit more to the coaches and the team to see what's going on here. Because I agree with you, Mimi. I think that Lotus is going to be an absolute bath I think there's going to be very evened out. Corrode is the big question mark.
You did ask us what maps you felt like, we felt like the biggest difference in the style showed. We get both Lotus and Sunset. Yeah. I think those are 2 keys where it's like Pinnacle T1 double duelist against Pinnacle G2 slow control style Valorant.
I can't wait to see it. I mean, of course, we're going to go to Lotus before we get ahead to Corrode. And for me, I'm worried for G2 because if they don't win Lotus, the pressure is going to be insane for the second map.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. This first map, I'm going to really be looking at Leaf. He's so impactful on this map, on that attacking side, when he is lurking on the Viper. I'm really interested to see what ideas T1 has to deal with his lurks towards A. They have a comp that's excellent at early taking that space or doing trap play clears. So I think Leaf is going to have to be very cautious about how he's playing that space to not get caught off guard.
We don't expect any surprises, I assume, in the Aegis Select, and I think that both of the teams knew that Lotus was a very high possibility for today. So I assume and expect those kind of adaptations. And I want to see also, I think that the beginning of the map has been very favorable towards G2.
Yeah, there is going to be no surprises. So that style clash is coming, baby. It's coming.
Oh, I'm so excited. I really like Boss. I'm sorry, I'm a big fan, so I cannot wait to see him playing on the Neon here. And I really hope that he is going to be able to go over Leaf, especially.
Yeah, Izu is also really good on this Yora. I love the way that those 2 work in conjunction. I think they make such a great team on the double duelist, diving in together, finding the gaps in their opponent's setup. But it's tough to find those gaps into G2. They are excellent on this defensive side, even better than their attack generally. So this is going to be one where I think they are quite favored to start, but if T1 can win this map, it's such a statement for the rest of this series.
And what an amazing rematch we are heading into. Of course, we got to bring back the 2 casters that were here before. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, and so much on the line between both of these teams here, T1 and G2. Listen, the storylines, they write themselves. Yeah. We don't really need to go over it too much, but again, that rematch from Bangkok. G2 have been denied countless times now a chance at lifting an international trophy. It's been their white whale that they've been hunting for, and it was T1 who put them in the dust at Bangkok and lifted that trophy themselves. Valen said himself, he's out for revenge here today, but you've got to take it one game at a time, and it's all on the line. No one remembers the team that goes out 9-12.
We're opening on Lotus the same way that those Bangkok finals opened as well. That time, G2 got the victory 13-5, despite T1 looking very good with that old double duelist comp they used to pull out on Lotus at the start of this year. Both teams have evolved since then, and you see T1 taking a bit of mount control at the start. T1 have a couple of different openings. Their comp does like to fight for rubble, or likes to open slowly like this, usually with Isu actually being the player to slow take rubble control. But this time it's DH and Meteor. And it looks like they're going to work their way back into A here. Trying to keep as many G2 bodies towards C and B as they can, but the pressure's coming towards Leaf. No snake bite. No great way of holding.
No, he's the sole recipient here. Might see a few signs of life. There it is. Bodies spotted out. Going to be calling for a bit of help now as well, looking to try and retreat to a bit of safety, but he is stuck in pit. Meteor immediately drawing blood. Trent Taken out towards stairs. That horn does need to be broken. Dealt with again, reveals the position, and I believe even squaring up for a fight himself. A lot of damage done here. Buzz dropped down to 12 HP, but no kills claimed. T1. Lightning fast start for them.
G2 coming in through the flank. Not detected by Meteor's flash just yet.
Balance alone. The fight here to be taken off of Buzz's contact. A Paranoia sweeps through on either side. Might even up the fight ever so slightly. Izu is low enough as well, so could still be winnable here for G2. And now trying to make moves over towards it. A flash with the connection. Jorgamo eager to draw blood even further forward here. G2 are really trying to dissect most of this site. And the hold is just dismantled. T1 might have got themselves onto the side here, but where's the pushback? T1 just can't quite get a handle on it, and DH does his best. But the best not quite good enough here. G2 get the pistol win. I mean, despite losing 2 players early.
A 3v5 win for G2. Because I think Meteor makes a perfect play there. Going up to try to cut off Trent as he's coming on the rotate, completely isolates Leaf on site. But I've seen Jorg do the most disgusting stuff with this frenzy. And he pulls it out again there, perfectly coordinated on the retake. T1 fell to pieces. Play of the tournament, in my opinion, so far, that Jorg frenzy 4K, I think it was, on Abyss. It was actual magic to watch.
Disgusting.
He's a big game player.
Typically always going to be turning up for them. I'm making sure to deal with gate crash. No funny business. Jorgamo with an open up the door.
And T1 back it up. And now they're thinking, okay, well, was that Jorg tapping the door and TPing away? It doesn't look like there's too much pressure here, but as the door opens once more, T1 shuffling backwards. Don't want to get caught in a big scrap over here.
No, just looking to pick up the orbs if they're freely available. Build up towards the odds. You can see them prioritizing Izu. The dimensional drift going to be an important tool.
Meteor is one of those players on T1 that you've got to have your eyes on today. He is a monster player.
Spike down A.
And he's always so happy to go and take an opportunity. Look at him here again. This time, though, anticipated.
Yeah, Caesar defeats. Quick mop up as well of the available players. Leaf is just absolutely on point. Look at that. Whiff against him, he's going to capitalize. Pulls out a sidearm, teaches you a lesson. That's 4 kills for him. A flawless round for G2. Strong beginnings.
Building up towards the Yoru and the Viper ult very early on here.
Yeah.
Both excellent. You're playing on defense side Lotus, and like Mimi was saying on the desk, it is their favorite side, which is a little unusual for Lotus, because usually we see teams.
Are you guys even aiming yet or no?
More on the attack. Oh, that's
Okay, it's giving it out already.
Did you even get a chance to shoot your gun?
Yeah.
Not the documentary references coming out. Valen's out for vengeance today.
He is. Said it himself, he's been thinking about that grand finals and what went wrong for many, many months. T1 were living rent-free. Gonna get a chance on the bonus here for G2. There's still heavy weaponry, could do some damage. Don't want to scoff at them when they're holding those stingers in their hands. T1 trying to be careful as they approach around this A-Rubble fight.
Yeah, because Buzz does actually go down in one shot, and he was the player at risk there. Meteor's tucked super deep here over towards B. If he opens the door, it will force Jorgamo to take that gate crash.
There it is. Leaf's just going to be claiming a life in DH. Straight down there. Meteor shows his hand. Door opens up though, so we'll have to respect that position. Jorgamo doesn't TP back. He's disrespecting even further. This is going to be the plant down onto B here from T1. This flank reactivated. G2 looking to see if they can contain. Level of awareness that there could be someone about as well. That gun being defended by Izu.
It is really common to leave an A insert. I don't think they'll expect Jorgamo to be on the B flank.
No, G2 have just given this one up entirely here, but that Paranoia sweeps and does collect and collide onto the 2 of them as well. Trying to make sure you can take the fights cleanly. Buzz would be traded out and straight from the flank. Going to calm down the aim and the nerves, but still those shots are finding the targets here. This is G2 overwhelming on the B side. A bonus conversion for them early on.
And they're in complete control there. I was expecting T1 to be trying to open the door and take some mount control to flush Jorgamo away. And Jorg just gets to do whatever he wants here. He was actually the one who opened the door to put pressure on Meteor as the hit came through into B. Then he just walks fully out. He's on the flank.
Look at that.
No wall, no coverage, no flank information.
No.
And now Odin comes out to play very early, and Jorg can just keep this outlaw going.
dangerous thing. War Machine of G2. I know they like to opt into the outlaw picks as well. A lot of pressure coming towards Valen though. Feeling it. Stressful encounter. A lot of noise being made by T1 as well. They're not shy. They want to get involved here over towards the site. Good util going to be used as well to try and piece this together onto the site, but Valen will concede, give it up, back up. T1 want to take it a little bit further here. This is a deep fight to be taken as well. Gliding, sliding and hopping all over the place here is Buzz as well, trying to make the most of this one, but still casualties felling the T1 approach, and now the Dimensional Drift earned up. Spotting out these players. Jordan's going to be pinging us out to the rest of his team, just caught onto the corner. It's a Caesar connects onto two of them as well. The Salvas towards the back. There is nowhere to run and no safety. No respite whatsoever. Rolling back onto the side just leaves it the stacks of Meteor, but they are no more.
That is such a fantastic little counterplay there by G2. I love the idea from T1. You get posted up deep, you fight within the range of your stingers. Here, he pops the ultimate, Jorg. He sees the opponents flash into a seize. That cuts off their audio cues, so he gets a free play to just uncloak, dissipate behind them. It's even comboed up with a stun from the Tejo as well if you needed it. I mean, how often do you see seizes comboed with the Dimensional Drift? It's usually a Paranoia or something like that, but that's a sick play.
Look at Jorg. Hasn't slowed down from the previous series. 8-2. He's known to be a big game player when it comes to these events. He'll step up, he'll show his best form.
But this time they're taking a massive battle over here towards Mount. Yeah, T1 opt in.
Big group up. It's delayed by T1, looking to try and send it forwards. Now it's a deep TP alongside the Horn. Parts of it broken as well, but Jogma will be forced to respect this one a little bit further back. Izu in their faces now. Same with Buzz. Fine defensive, and Valen just overwhelmed from that presence. It's a little bit too much to overcome in that spot. T1 will get access to the site. Jorgamo in through the back, and he is swiftly dealt with. Top of it. It's all just going a bit wrong here for G2 on the hold. T1 again, very aggressive.
Both teams showcasing that they can get big value out of the Yoru ult. The Yoru ult there gave Buzz the perfect stun. And now they're pushed up deep again. This double duelist hold so far up towards spawn. Trent, very small chance of being able to crack this.
Gonna go for it though, they've got the money. At least holding for the exits for now. Time starting to tick away from them. Will mean that the round win, less likely. Trent just looking to do as much damage as possible. The game plan here, G2.
They need the guns.
They do, they definitely do. DH falling, they're getting whittled down here. Just two remaining, Izu. Shot to the back of the head, Jonah. Jumping up and around, Izu will survive. Stacks goes down to the spike, so only one player surviving with the gun.
Yeah, that is not great for T1. The round itself, really excellently put together. I love the value that they got out of the Dimensional Drift. As I said, it informed Buzz's stun perfectly, and then that push up towards the back, both of the duelists holding hands to take a ton of necessary space, but the economy is going to be in a bad spot. It's not like they should eco this one, but look at it. 3 light armors, a Bulldog, a Guardian. They're on the verge of getting ecoed again, and they're going up against an Oppen and Odin.
Not good.
And Jonah's got the Odin right here.
T1 do have some big ults though, potentially to use into this one. Fully opting into that rubble fight. Big reveal, big horn. Valen's close quarters now, rifle in hand. Holding this one against them. That Paranoia has a flash on either side into his face with that Prowler as well. Just drifting around. Trying to get a handle onto most of this one here. T1 just surging forwards. Buzzes that spear point. Not to be denied his chance to really fight and answer back. Guaranteed round win here for T1. There's not much that Leaf can do other than just trickle in, look for a couple of kills, maybe some exits again, because again, the economy does matter.
But I think T1 have recovered at that point. I mean, this was the dangerous round where their eco would have been in a bad spot, but
for sure.
Buzz is so fearless about it, man.
He just sent it.
He was blinded, nearsighted.
Yeah.
And he's just running through with full confidence that even if he dies, his teammates will be able to trade it out. The flash itself also connecting onto Valen made it very difficult. You know, bizarre situation. And it's Leaf who doesn't collect the gun. And now the pressure back on G2's economy, actually, because, you know, those Ops and Odins are pretty expensive to try to bring out for the defense side. The fast pace is working here for T1. What a silly scenario. Yeah. Valen was the one who actually got unblinded quicker, but with the Prowler in his face, got distracted for a moment, and Buzz is so clean with that ult.
A little bit of overcommittal there, perhaps, from Valen. Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Did Leafs just commit the ult in that last round too?
Yeah, it was a big investment. Big investment. He ulted over towards C, and Trent died instantly to Meteor pressuring down B as well. So there was action happening on the other parts of the map, but T1 also just cracked through A so fast that it didn't make too much difference. Now those big rubble fights, that was one of the areas there where Heretics were able to dismantle T1. And part of the reason was because the Haunts were just lighting people up. The Haunt, if it lands really high and it manages to see and pierce the gap between the Neon wall, Buzz was getting caught by those over and over and over again. And G2 haven't had bodies to be able to do one of those big team fights yet. There were 2 people in position this round, but they didn't want to take a full scrap. It's kind of interesting in this game, actually, that we've seen G2 and T1 both lose 0-2 to Heretics on exactly these maps.
Yeah.
G2 lost on the pool. Yeah, both teams lost on Lotus, and then G2 lost on Corrode, and T1 lost on Sunset.
Right.
But very close maps, all of them. Hard to tell who's in better form. I guess most people would be favoring G2, but I think the map pool makes it extremely possible for a T1 victory, and they're showing why in these last couple.
Good resilience. Big bounce back here, but that's a fight forwards that was really G2 eager to take that one, but still they will have to respect it and just go backwards from that. That's a salvo to the C's. Was able to just hold tight to the corner though. No real damage done. It's a fast-paced comp from T1, easy to disjoint a lot of these traps that G2 will try and go for.
Yeah, it's true, but because it's an eco round for G2, they're just going to be following noise and trying to take a big brawl as well. And I think Meteor looking for an opening pick.
He's not alone. TH is by his side. TH has been a real big performer.
Meteor's got an ultimate to work with, but you don't really want to use it on this round. It's a half buy, it's an eco for G2. Doesn't have as much value as if you were to use it on a rifle, but in a pinch it'll work.
40 seconds left. A lot of tiptoeing around here by T1. Not sure what direction they want to go in. I mean, they're moving the spike away here from B control is still theirs, but again, you don't have the time, really. 30 seconds.
They don't know where anyone is on A. I mean,
they've got no clearance on rubble.
There could be a player rubble. There could be a player tucked towards blue room. Could be a player tree.
This could be disastrous here. The only silver lining, there's only 2 players ready to receive, and Jonah P does have that Sheriff just trying to rattle off the shots again, but he's just missing, going wide ever so slightly. Still, he's going to get his chance to really deny it, and now onto the side. Buzz has got to try and crack this one open like a hot knife through butter. He's going to find it. Still, that spike does need to get planted, and Jorgamo is quick on the scene of the crime once more. Drops down here. Needs to be that defense. He's denied it. And that's a round win. G2 steal it right from underneath them. The time just getting the better of them.
That's a gifted round. A gifted round. I don't know what T1 were up to in terms of their macro in that round. They got scared, maybe, by the amount of players that they'd seen over towards B and C, but they hadn't left an insert. Jonah B even takes a long time there to be able to get a kill. And Jorg's the savior towards the end.
Yeah.
What a weird one. T1 put together 2 nice rounds playing quickly, and then 1 round where they play so slowly, they literally can't get the spike down in time.
Investment here from Jorgamo 2 with the operator. T1, same rubble fight. No contention really from the side of G2. Willing to give them a lot of that space. So Jorgamo even know that Buzz is inserted on the left side. Could be in danger. Could be Meteor who's the one in danger here, but a Prowler sidestepped. Not dodged enough in time here. We'll have to TP out and respect that one, and he's miles away. That leaves Valin on a bit of an island. Steel Garden will open up the site here. No one is home. Sidestepped as well from Valin, so he's still got his primary and wants to slip back in and potentially do some damage. But when the hit's coming through, and my God, damage it is! It's 3 players in a blink of an eye, drop back to the spectator seat, and they have to watch in dismay. It's up to Buzz and Meteor now, who's try and put this one together. Again, that dimensional drift just lights up all the players, all the information in the world given up to G2. Meteor wading right back in.
What a round from Valin.
That's crazy.
I mean, those are the kind of moments that he will have been fantasizing about in a rematch against T1 after he had 3 tournament points in Bangkok and couldn't capitalize. But this round he puts just the right amount of pressure to draw the ult out of Meteor and then slips back in for a 3K. Magical stuff from a guy who's been playing some of his
you guys
best
like
Valorant.
that shit? Come on, bring that shit on!
And T1 are taking attack timeout. This is now a couple of rounds. One that they've pretty horribly misplayed on an anti-eco, and then a round where they just got outplayed by G2. Reading the ult status, slipping back in, finding the gaps. I think G2 have been doing a great job at this tournament, and just more recently at finding those moments to take the risk.
Yeah.
I think earlier on this year, you thought of them as a team, certainly I did, that didn't want to take too many of those risks. They play the most disciplined style of Valorant. And maybe you'd get a bit of flair from Jorgamo, but not too much from everyone. And now I feel like they're really testing the limits sometimes. I'm seeing Leaf go for aggressive re-peaks, Valen like that, slipping back into spots where he's unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. Stuff that's not necessarily a percentage play, but it's going to take a team off guard if they're wondering, well, why the hell is Valen re-peaking that?
Oh, exactly.
He's alone on the site.
Yeah, I mean, his team are clearly playing for a full retake setup there, basically, right? With the dimensional drift, but he finds an opportunity and makes a play, and those are the kind of moments that can take you from being a very good, super consistent team to being a tournament winner. But we're a long way away from talking about tournament winners, even though we're discussing the Masters Bangkok finals. This is an elimination game.
Yeah.
One of these teams isn't even going to make playoffs.
Purely a battle for survival. No one remembers the team that exits early out of playoffs.
Except in the sense that they disappointed everyone and had a fall from grace, because I think that's undeniable for either of these teams.
Absolutely. High expectations.
One of them, unfortunately, is going to have to disappoint.
Big teleport. Cutting through.
Jorgamo might be receiving a lot of action soon. Potential of a heat check here, but that's just dodged into the side, and wow, just bites his time perfectly. It's too late down, and Valen will follow up with that 1-2 punch. Hell of a combo, and hell of a shot by Valen. Sharp shooting across the board from G2. They are hungry to make a statement.
And the swagger is there, and it's palpable from G2. Big mistake from Stax as well, not clearing this corner. He's not going to be doing that one again, is he? At least it was on an eco round.
Yeah.
At least that didn't happen on a super important eco swing moment. But there's some nasty shots coming out here. And I feel like since Baby Bay has been playing for G2, they do have a bit more of that swagger, a bit of arrogance even maybe.
Time to jump.
Much needed. Baby Bay's injected it into this squad here, and now we're seeing a fast take. T1. I've got to correct the course somehow. Easy without dimensional drift.
But
they're not
the
committing
spacing
hard,
gap is so large between Isu and the rest.
They're trailing behind by miles here. The team's not even in tree at this point. Isu's the only one in towards backside. Now, luckily, no one's home. Just Jonah P looking to contain, make sure they don't over-push here from this spot. That's a seize up and overhead, but he did spot players in the process. Doesn't want to get overzealous here. Needs to wait for the right time to strike with the rest of his team. T1.
They need aggression here, Brent, in the post-plant T1. They can't just sit here and wait to be retaken.
Might be the aim for them still with Meteor gone as well. That's going to be a pressure applied now from the flank. Meteor was supposed to be holding back that onslaught, but G2 are now starting to group up, steadily moving towards Armageddon. Rolling out that carpet. Nowhere safe to stand on top of it. It's up to DH and the rest of the squad. Can they push back from most of this? Trent spotting signs of life here, no sound cues. That blind does connect. This is G2 just rolling over them now. It's an overwhelming onslaught of force. Isu will see if he can put a stop to it. He'll have to come out clutch. He'll have to do it now. He's gone into that 1v1. The damage done. Leaf dropped. And Isu, the one to do it all. That Red Bull clutch under his belt, sorely needed, delivers another round of T1.
Like you said, absolutely needed for T1 there. They didn't have the right level of aggression in the post plan there. I don't think the game plan particularly worked either, but Itsu really sharp on it. And even the spam through the box, he catches the fact that he's hit a headshot, so he knows that Leaf is still there. Good awareness. But T1 need at least another in this half. Leaf was thinking about picking up the op again, but doesn't, and here's a big brawl. T1 back it up. They're not happy about the level of resistance that they just met.
There's a lot of util.
There's no one fast over towards
TP?
City. Yeah, DH, he's going to commit this.
He's committed. In their spawn now. Trying to flip this one around as well, but that goes both ways. Valen also going to be looking to rejoin. Reinforcements arriving quick over towards this C site. Now, grouping up now. That flash is going to be absorbed and 8 up. DH does the most that he possibly can do from that spot. Still that one way. Left to contest with Isu wants a piece of it. The flash is perfect. And even through that one way, he's set up for the 1-2 combo.
The hero that T1 have needed in these last couple of rounds. He's been playing amazingly.
Pure mechanical skill on display. Leaf handed a few as well, but Buzz will respond. Return, though, on either side. Leaf still active now, picks up the weapon. Exchange of it. A few more bullets, but creeping from behind is Meteor, an unexpected angle. That's the insurance policy for T1 here. Time ticking. That's going to be making Leaf sweat from a spot like this. It's easy as anything at all here for Meteor. 7-4, T1 with a chance to really drag this one back to a real respectable half.
It's Isu again here, Brent, that does the magic. DH, by the way, doing a decent job in that spot too, but that flash peek as he sees the drone coming towards him, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Turns his own flash, jumps into the corner, and then plays off the one-way. Brent, the way that Meteor took that fight towards the end, he's aiming at, like, Leaf's legs.
Yeah.
He's only got 3 kills. It is a bit strange seeing Meteor at the bottom of the scoreboard like this. It hasn't mattered too much. He's taking an early fight B main right now, though.
Will be offered up.
And he destroys them.
Okay.
Fair enough, I'll shut up.
Yep, narrative avoided. And Meteor, though, will be falling. Still, is going to be going into the B split. Trent, ready and available, at least with the salvos, trying to slow this one down. And Valorant straight from behind as well. The disrespect is palpable. And the kills are still flowing in. It's just unbelievable. The form goes both ways. This is two teams that don't want to give a single inch.
Valen is playing powered by spite and vengeance, I
What
think.
it's feeling like. He was already saying, listen, I mean, a couple of months living rent-free in his head, thinking about that Bangkok finals, what could have been, what should have been in G2's minds.
He said they made a couple of months of my life miserable thinking about that final, so now I'll do it to them. I mean, crazy that he's coming out and bringing this level of fire.
Woke up early to be a hater, and I respect it. He certainly made this game interesting, and if he's playing like this, my God. It's taking everything from T1. Big clutch rounds, Isu's having to go above and beyond.
Meteor just got an insane 2K to open this one up.
And immediately undone.
Yeah. Undone instantly.
One enemy remaining.
It's a treat to watch, it really is, but there's more than one player on fire in this game.
An 8-4 half for G2. Still a long series yet to be played here, but that is lightning fast at the beginning here for G2. Let's see exactly how this pans out as well after this. It's often said, really, that pressure can be that double-edged sword, but for Valin, it is creating diamonds. This guy is just lightning hot right now. I mean, he is unbelievable with the aim and the form, and I was a bit worried, honestly, with all that talk about how much this match means to him, the concept of revenge against T1, how much he's been thinking about that grand finals at Bangkok, the trophy that was denied to his team that they have been hunting for the longest time. I was worried that pressure would cause him to crumble.
Well, he even said it, actually. He described the Bangkok final itself as a mental crumble. A reminder that they had 3 tournament points across 2 maps, one of which was actually Valin in a clutch, a 1v1 at the end of Split. Had he won it, that was map 4. They would have been able to lift the trophy at the start of the year, something that G2 still haven't been able to do, and are looking towards this tournament at Champs as being their final time, the culmination of this narrative arc, but they're a long way away from it at the moment. 8-4, though, is a fantastic beginning on the half that they enjoy playing the most, but they've got to navigate a trap play here towards B main, and they're expecting a push. They're anticipating T1 getting aggressive with the double duelists.
Biding their time and holding.
It's just a stalemate at the moment.
It is.
No man's land, staring at each other. And now T1 going for the push just as G2 give up the hold.
They maneuver away either side.
Both teams having the exact same internal clock.
That's 5 players grouped up from G2. Flank rapidly approaching.
Yeah, well, the flash caught them as well. So Meteor knows that they're in mound. These flanking players know as well.
This could be a backstab to get them right back on track here for T1, but again, the timing is taken, and a big speeder. Meteor, even through that smoke, able to deliver the death blow to Jonah P, and now they reveal the hand as well. Off front of flank, Trent's going to be seeing all that presence. Valen as well, and need to be alerted towards it. That stun ricocheting right towards the back, and it's a good near side. In through it, Buzz is not done yet. A lot of damage done. The cleanup crew is there. T1 waiting in the sidelines, waiting in the wings. It leaves it down to Jorgamo to do it again, and surely not.
30 seconds left.
Frenzy in hand. We've seen filthy things, but a position like this, every avenue accounted for. There's just no way. There's just no way at all. T1 got it under lock, and a pistol around here to get them back into things.
It's an interesting pistol because so much of it comes down to that timing. Had T1 gone for the play 5 seconds earlier, they would have run into a triple face that G2 were holding. But they picked the perfect moment to go for that push out. And the flash from Meteor confirming which direction G2 were in as well.
Let's go!
Couldn't have gone better for T1. A great opportunity to get back into this game and even pistols on Lotus.
Where are they?
Going for the stinger buy here. Saving money in the bank, something that we've seen Sen do.
Time to jump.
Just in case G2 went for some kind of force, I would imagine.
For Llama on Jorgamo too. It's an interesting one. Most of his team looking to save up, but I don't know, maybe just a bit of a defense against an Outlaw and a Marshall buy.
Yeah, I think if he can tank the first shot against somebody playing aggressive on mound, there is a chance that you are then able to overwhelm them with just the classics. So there's a lot more interesting theory these days when it comes to these second round purchases.
Mind games on it. T1 as well.
Toxins going up.
It's a lighter investment in the form of the stinger, still a weapon that can do a lot of damage. Open the ground again. Slow beginnings on these attack side rounds for G2.
This smoke has started pulling people off B towards C.
Flash
just as G2 go in.
3 players over though. Storm's going to be stopping the return of the fire, and that trade Meteor stands tall, stands proud. The rest of his team going to be trying to flood all the way back in here. He will fall, but he did the damage. That's what's important here. He only won the fall.
I got 2 away from the Steel Garden, so a very large tool that could be up early on here for T1. Now, bonus round got G2 onto such fantastic footing early in the first half. T1 would love something similar. They're the kind of squad that on defense will be following the noise, looking to try to apply the pressure, and flood into sites to try to fight you as you're putting the spike in the floor. And the Stingers, the Spectres, it's good weaponry for that kind of style.
Very all in here from T1. A whole lot of util being thrown over, calling for the faster reaction. G2 immediately taking up control of this one. Flowing through as well, trying to bait out the potential of that wall, which will go up. And now the call to slow it back down again.
Fake teleport.
For T1, the idea is to try to find out where exactly things are ending.
Stack's thinking about potentially pushing there.
Well, he's got double Prowler. I'm surprised that he hasn't tried to Prowler front B, because it would tell him what direction this is going.
TP into the back door. This looks like a committal on the side of G2. Jordan wants to try and get past a lot of that util. Flash and a salvo. C's on top of it. Meteor just tucks tight to the side. He's going to avoid most of the ire of that.
And he's actually saved one of the Thorns and the Flash. So Meteor can still defend a C push here quite nicely. Time's starting to tick.
G2 feeling like they have to pressure other areas. Leaf, though, is doing it alone. Snake bite. Lay it down. Bit of pushback here. T1 still Three players going to be locked over towards that A fight, while G2 now looking to capitalize. The clone that takes most of that, flash into your face on either side. This really blinds it up. Meteor just trying to go ring around a Rosies, but he can't escape that one. Still, done a lot of damage alongside Izu, and this is T1 looking to flood all the way in. There's a siege over towards that top as well. Weaker weaponry does not matter for them. Jonah P, even a stinger of his own, but that is being managed, handled over the shoulder. Needs to be that defense, and Leaf just baits them out into the open. A quick tap of time running this low, leaves it down to DH. 1v2. Rifle still there, but not expecting that timing. Jonah P strikes from behind.
Still a tough round for G2 to navigate. I think T1 still had a pretty nice idea of what was going on there. Leaf's pressure over towards A actually pulled 3 defenders to that side of the map, so there's only Meteor and Itsu here to try to hold things off, and they did a valiant job. But G2 in the end persevere and put that nasty tongue back in your mouth, Jorgamo. What the hell?
Crazy on the stage, okay.
Hold on.
Close window. Does break the economy ever so slightly here for G2. They're not working with too much T1. Still laughing about that?
Yeah. Jog's got me.
Insane stuff.
What is he up to? The weaponry is really poor for G2 here. That bonus was massive. And Meteor's ultimate online as well, so T1 with a fantastic opportunity here to keep things going.
They're in a good spot. Even though they're 3 rounds down for now. Operator. Held and ready. Izu's got plenty of time on that gate crash, but he hears that drone, you will have to respect it. If he was suppressed, he's a dead man walking. Still posted up onto the corner here. And that flash combined with the first shot accuracy. Izu's right there. Salvas at his feet though, that is hot. Nowhere really safe to stand. Valen will at least punish that. Coming through, but it's bought time for Meteor to try and stand up to it. But G2 with stingers. Different breed entirely.
Not a big fan of that decision from Meteor. His teammates were pretty far away, and now it's a 3v3 with weapons given over. And no ult as well.
Dropping back down, Jonah P looking to try and press the advantage as well. It's only Stax holding this one alone. It will be a 1v1. There's no real help from the rest of the team. Paranoia forwards. He's trying to hold it down.
What a swing.
Very much alone as Staxier does win that one out. Beautiful stuff. Sees avoided for now. TP forwards as well. And that's DH just sticking this one all the way through. Dominating the smoke. These angles, it comes down to the random spam, but it looks like G2 don't even want to opt into it. T1 dragging it back. Valen trying to survive. He does carry the rifle into the next, but this is getting close now. T1 finding it one step, one round at a time.
It was only a half buy. I'm surprised at the way that G2 played this towards the end. 2 players still alive and nobody contests the smoke. I mean, you can dip your face into that from the bottom and jump peek, and you might even be able to get confirmation, but they were pretty confident that DH was just going for the tap instead of the stick. Here's a big rifle round, though. This one's going to determine whether or not T1 are truly back in this game.
G2 are all in. See a TP across as well. A lot of util being thrown out here. Buzz pulled back. Valen, he's eager to take these fights. Izu, though, removes it, evens it out with the trade.
Who's next?
TP's back over towards the A side. Dimensional Drift is going to be the next layer of things here for G2. We're trying to spot this one out. Good flash in the peek onto it, and we're going to see the fight taken here. Buzz trying to really square up. Dimensional Drift to get Izu out of dodge. Spotting out where the remaining of these players are. Even in exchange and picks up the rifle for it, but that is a crazy fight to take. DH wins it. Tree control dominated. T1 are putting the squeeze now. It's a fight script applied to G2. When they were least expecting it, it leaves it down to Trent now. 1v3 making a 1v2, and Meteor from behind does not want to let it get out of control.
There's a couple of fights here in these last few rounds that have been absolutely pivotal to T1 getting their feet under them and getting back into this game. I'm thinking about Stax' swing in the previous round over towards Waterfall. And here, DH just swinging out over Heaven here. This should have been Jorgamo getting the punish on it. And instead...
It's great movement.
Yeah, it's a wide swing all the way out. I don't think that DH knew he was there, but reacts to it in the moment and wins a critical fight to get his team back into things. His paranoia also being able to put the punish on Jonah P. And T1 genuinely back in the fight. Looking pretty difficult to crack through here.
And his rounds have been rapid fire.
Well, this one should also be fairly pacey because Stingers in hand, headed towards B.
Big group up. Cover going out. TP and a drone to lead the charge. Jorgano's going to be able to entry into this one. He's already gained a lot of ground. Nightfall's going to be committed nice and early here. T1 trying to take this one forward. Again, Meteor survives, lays claim to the site, and the help of his team as well as complete domination. Contain the intrusion. G2 left to just sit tucked tight, wondering what the hell do we do now?
There's a large investment of ultimates there. Stax and Meteor both using ults to try to fend off the B hit. So G2, there's a small silver lining, but this almost inevitably is going to be T1 tying things back up. A great beginning to this half for them.
Very good read from T1 in this round too. Adjustment of the setup over towards B as well, anticipating that they would see G2 try and go for the B pop.
But they also faked the A rubble fight, right? So they go...
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
A lot of layers on that.
Yeah, push G2 back if they were contesting rubble and then insta-pivot into a B exec so that they're faster. I think a lot of credit should be given to Meteor on how he's playing these defensive setups though too, because it's taken so much time off the clock for G2 when they want to do something to get into a site.
Silver lining here for Trent. He did get the orb, so we will have his ult for the next one. But this is T1 back into it. It's 9-9. They haven't stopped ever since they've hit the defensive half of this map on Lotus. Poetic as well that we see Lotus as the opener. Has forced that timeout out of G2 now. We're going to be seeing them having a bit of a word. Really struggling to deal with Izu's op. He's been getting consistent value.
I think I'm right in saying that Meteor ended the first half with only about 5 kills, and now he's got 13. So he's been frying here now that he's on the defense side. G2 are really struggling. The only round that they won was their anti-bonus. They'll have rifles back up again, but no real initiation ultimate, right? Normally you're looking towards the dimensional drift, maybe even the nightfall or something to be able to get G2 into a spot. But all of that swagger seems to have calmed down a little on the side of the stage.
Definitely deflated.
A little, yeah. Because it looked like they might run away with it at the half.
Felt like it.
If they had been able to pick up a pistol, I think momentum and confidence was absolutely on their side, but T1 have got a strong mental themselves.
Showcasing neither of these teams wants to go down early. Neither of these teams want to exit out of groups.
I think this is a must-win map, really, for G2. I'm so surprised that they banned Bind. I echo the feelings of the desk. When I looked at that map, Vito, I couldn't really understand what was going on.
It's a weird one.
And the fact that we've got Corrode coming up next, T1 would be feeling delighted if they were to win here on Lotus. And so rounds like this, all important for G2. They had an 8-4 lead, and it could slip away right here.
Orders to play with a drone to take it again. Izu forced to respect it.
Only just got out.
Doesn't want to be caught out in the open there with a suppression.
Look at both of these gate crashes, deep on C.
All already triggered as well. Seeing it, Thorns, Armageddon, layered down towards the back. Izu trying to find that pocket to play in, but there is really no safety here. Salvas and a Haunt will have to take that TP back out. It's alive for now. Open sight now for G2.
I like that ult combo. Valen TPing into the corner, taking all of the space up.
Flashes
the plant,
forwards.
though, not committed.
No, they're making it feel really awkward.
And tapping the door, opening it up. This has got to be Leaf defending the flank.
Yeah, T turns up on multiple avenues now with that stun ricocheting. G2, they managed to hold it all the way back. Door slammed, shut in their face. Meteor and Izu forced to do the rest. From a spot like this, quick reactions with the dodge. He just still wants to make a play for it. 2v4 for them. Hoping for freebie, hoping for the opening, but Jorgamo does deliver that. Shots to the head, Meteor's dropped. Izu going to be drifting away from this one, wants to save onto the big gun. So G2, don't let T1 just walk all over them on this half. They get another round on the board and now taking that lead back.
They had to play a post plant there under a huge amount of pressure.
From everywhere.
I was calling Leaf being the playmaker because he was tucked super deep in mount. Leaf was actually, he missed the timing completely.
Right.
T1 was so fast to flood back in there that actually the work was done by the players on site. And that's tough because they've got util flying at them all over the place. Quite an impressive fight to win from G2 in that spot. And managing to dodge the stun and the C's and play out slightly more aggressive positions. G2 get a lifeline there because that almost certainly would have been T1 running away with the game. You look at the economy and T1 have still got a bit of a cushion to work with.
Did take a lot as well from G2. Trent. Ultimate had to be expended for them to take control of that C site.
Yeah, and this one's quite a dry round when you look at the ults. Unless Leaf can get into position on site. And then G2 will have a massive advantage in post.
G2 haven't really been going for any A-Rubble reclears, but might choose to do so now. Very slow and spread across the map. Clone was sent forward as well, just in case the wall was front B.
Quite difficult to do one of these A-Rubble reclears, actually, because DH has got the paranoia, and then there's a stun that comes through afterwards.
Yeah. Both sent out for now, though.
Yeah, actually, layering two of them on top of each other is going to give G2 a decent chance of getting back in now. Probably should have been one or the other from T1.
Yeah, nice and delayed here. Throne trying to take a bit of space, and we're going to see it. It's going to clear most of the way. Faking like they're taking the A-Rubble control. Stax is hyper-inserted. Front B breaking the Prowler, making it really uncertain for G2 to try and play. 38 seconds left.
And they're grouping up over towards C, but they haven't done any defaulting in terms of getting rid of the Vice util.
No, this is potentially disastrous right now for G2.
We saw T1 lose one of these rounds to the clock.
Yeah, smoke in your faces. It's a fake pressure to try and pull these players again, but as we were saying, they're going to pull back this util, and Izu happy to disrespect once more. Still, stunned up, slowed down. Players trying to get themselves in. Again, that plant needs to go down with only barely any time to work with. It's up to Jorgamo. It's all up to Jorgamo. One-man army. He had to hold them off. It's a relentless piece of aggression here from T1 as well. Going to be slowed down with Jorgamo dropping, but that plant is down. That's the important part of it. Stax still eager to take the fight. Forwards here alongside DH.
I'll find you.
G2 do have that player advantage though, but still that horn reveals Valen beam down for across the wall. Players repositioning. And a tap to try and pull them out wide into the open. DH with that instant return of the fire, but he doesn't expect this. Leaf, bit of whiffage onto the side of it, bullets through it, and final bullet, the reload has to be committed. DH in a tricky spot indeed. It needs to be precise, it needs to be sharp. Surgical, and the pressure is all on him. Leaf is just toying with him. Time denied against him, and G2 get to 11.
He's such a smart player, man. In that spot, it's so easy to get in your head and offer up a kill. And he just messes with DH completely. Jorg is such a hero, though, in this round. Because I think they messed up the macro a little bit here. Going back into C against Vice utility and two players on site.
You like that shit? Let's go, boys.
Jorg and Leaf playing that round immaculately, though. And now T1 forced to take a timeout because these last two rounds have changed the course of this game. They've got G2 on much firmer footing. 2 rounds away now from locking up Lotus, when it looked like T1 were doing everything right on their defense side. Even in that round, I think it's just a matter of taking the gunfights.
Sure.
I think it's more to do with, like, Isu probably should have been trying to pull attention and then let Meteor through the smoke, rather than Meteor running through the smoke.
Isu trying to follow up.
And Isu trying to follow up. Yeah, you don't really want your opper to be the one trying to get the trade. So, some coordination issues there. But again, Jorg had to, you know...
Had to step up, and he did.
Had to step up and win some important fights, otherwise the round was cooked.
It's been so back and forth between these two teams so far. T1 looking to, again, correct it. As we already mentioned, on their way back in, but now it looks like G2 have got the right read. Even if it was, the macro was a little bit wonky. Finishing over towards C without too much time, without clearing up the Vice setup.
They spent a lot of time going for their A-Rubble reclear, but they, you know, it was successful. Once they baked it out, the paranoia and the stun there, we're actually able to get back in. So it's a chance. This is probably one of the rounds where you want Leaf to be playing with the team a little more to play for that ultimate in the post plan too. So he's just going to throw down the orb on A, give the info to his team.
Well, has to be broken here. DH, you're hard committing into this fight. Does have the team to try and back away. Looks like really was trying to draw some of that blood out.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Nearly got punished in that spot, but manages to back up, save the paranoia. Jorg trying to duck away, making sure his head's as hidden as possible against that spam.
Time to jump.
The wall is on B.
Drone forwards, pulls out the thorns. A lot of util being layered down here with a vulnerability. DH trying to find a pocket to play in, but the angles are known well still. Meteor! Just collected itself too, and Stax is right round towards the side there. It is returned and traded out in time, but it's left it in a 2v2. Needs to be that defense. Valen trying to hold it down from that tight cut-up angle, and Izu is miles away.
Spike planted.
Now left in the 1v2. He's going to hope for some misplays on G2's part, but currently they're the ones holding the cards.
Closed.
Got to be able to get a free kill here on Trent.
It's been
have
held
any chance.
Forward by Trent. Out into the open. It's a headshot straight through the wall. Izu damaged, limping into this fight. He's got to be worried about it though, and now respected. The position is known. VALORANT can just play close to the corner. Trent can swing off him.
He's going to
unlosable. Yeah.
I'm really impressed with the way that G2 are anticipating these swings in. T1's style is very unusual. They play to deny the plant more than any team that we've got at this tournament. 45% of the time, if you look across stage 2, they didn't allow their opponents to even get the spike planted in the floor.
I mean, look at their comp. I mean, you're running Euro Neon.
Yeah.
Trying to follow the sound and trying to fight them.
And look at the way that they're flooding through Waterfall. It feels a bit trickly, and it is because G2 are very ready for it too. I don't think they're as coordinated as a team like PaperX, for example, with the way they pull it off, but look how ready the G2 players are for this fight to come through. I mean, this 2K from Meteor, very, very nice. But here, VALORANT just posts up, deals with stacks, and he's ready for another player afterwards as well to be walking through on a weird timing. And that is a 1v1. I mean, Trent is committed to getting the spike in the floor, so if VALORANT goes down, very different complexion to the round, but he's super aware. And now they're up to map point. All ults starting to come online for both teams.
Stacking up, could be explosive. Again, Izu constantly being forced to play a bit further back here. Respect the drone, TP away, but he's still been finding that good value. The operator in his hand has been consistent. Slow and steady by G2 though, not looking to open themselves up with any mistakes. Potentially going for that A-Rebel reclear again, grouping up.
I'd like to see DH and Buzz talk about who's using the paranoia or the stun.
Dimensional drift. Smoke in his hands here. I mean, listen, already passed most of this. Again, that paranoia and the horns. That's going to be a big reveal onto DH. Lit up, VALORANT will claim his life. Adversary down, and the slightest of angles to work with. Jorg already expecting for that repeat. Stacks finished. It's a 3v5. G2 in the driving seat. And it needs to be heroics from Buzz. It needs to be here and now. Stuns, ricocheting, overdrive, off! And a multitude of targets to deal with, but too much to overcome. In a spot like this, still that ult held, but Meteor is back to everyone. And Jorgamo's going for the death blow. He's trying to finish this up and wrap up map number 1 in style.
He's a big game player, and he's come to play today. A great round from Jorg towards the end. And just like in that Masters Bangkok Finals, G2 get a big opening win on Lotus. This time, though, a little tighter, a little more push to the brink, and completely unknown maps coming up.
Absolutely, that drifting into the unknown variables of Corrode as our next map. It's bound to be exciting. We'll see what T1 have got up their sleeves.
What's going on? Yeah, put your hands in your face, bro.
Happy birthday!
Nice try! Sit down!
Yeah, DH looking over here. You scared. You scared. Come on.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
Alpha Hill behind one. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way!
Finally, we won. Finally.
Autour de moi, les chances s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens, je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les
Here with Josh RT of G2. Now, congratulations, Josh. You guys now have a chance to close this out 2-0 and knock T1 out of Champions Paris. Next up is Corrode, and it's been kind of a pain in the butt for you guys. 4 different comps. Last time it was the race comp, which quite didn't look like the perfect solution you guys were looking for. So why let it through? And should we be expecting another surprise?
There's going to be another surprise. We felt like we could mess with T1 a little bit, give an unorthodox veto, and it was definitely a risk that we were just happy to take. And if they want to call that and pick Corrode, which is not something that they're very known for, be my guest. I think it'll be a banger map 2. Who knows? I'm glad we got map 1, and even if we lose, we're happy with map 3.
You just keep telling me, there's a surprise, but you don't give me anything. So this time, why not just give me a little bit of spoiler?
Maybe the tail merchants are back.
Oh, okay. We'll be looking forward to that, and thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Josh RT out here. I love this new side to him. But G2, of course, they take map 1. And if we take a look at the HyperX reflex, Valen was talking about he wanted his revenge, and I think we saw how much he wanted it.
Dude, Valen was playing so well this match. He was hitting, this round in particular was lovely from him, just charging through the Viper wall, adjusts onto 3, and closes out the round as well. That game got quite close. T1 started coming back in the second half, even towards the end of that first half, but it was some big plays from guys like Valen and that clutch by Leaf, I think, that really shored up their victory on this very important map.
And the constant attitude that we're seeing on the stage, like the G2 boys are giving 100%. We're seeing also how they're reacting to T1, and we saw so many mistakes. That anti-eco round that should have never happened. Yes, they were getting back at the end of that first half, and definitely for the majority of the second one. But G2, every single time there's that timeout, there's that change, there's that adaptation, changing tempo, close them up.
I do want to give credit to T1 for almost getting back in, though, especially that first half, because I thought G2 had such a great read of how to play into this double duelist comp to begin. They did a great job of punishing T1 when they went for their post-plan aggression that they're known for. But T1 really changed things up. Izu in particular, who's the top of their scoreboard, was in a lot of ways, I think, that catalyst of actually still finding success with that aggression into G2.
In fact, it was Izu practically from the defense with the operator creating so much chaos, and probably one of the reasons why this match ended up being so close.
Yeah, it's probably one of the rare times I also saw DH panicking a little bit in certain situations. Maybe
that 1v1 versus Leaf.
The decision-making is a little bit less clean.
The thing is, though, that this was like the map where G2 was favored, where they kind of had to win because they go into Corrode. So T1 keeping it really competitive, I think, is still a good sign.
Well, let's see what Coach Autumn had to say ahead of map 2.
Hi guys, Jen here with Coach Autumn of T1. Tough loss Autumn on that first map. Lotus did look a bit shaky against Team Heretics, but when it comes to facing G2 on Lotus, we all know that they've been running the Taeho comp for a while. So what do you think made it kind of tricky for you facing G2 on this map? And what do you think you need to look out for when it comes to map 2? 감독님, 아무래도 팀 헤레틱스 전에 그 로터스가 살짝 불안해 보이기는 했었는데요. G2 같은 경우에는 로터스에서 태호 조합을 꽤 오랫동안 기용해왔잖아요. 이번 로터스가 좀 어떤 점이 많이 까다로웠고, 그리고 이제 두 번째 세트 어떤 부분이 중요하다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
사실 G2가 이미 많이 보여준 조합이기 때문에 그 조합을 이제 어떻게 굴리는지는 당연히 예상은 돼 있었는데, 사실 이제 그 문제보다는 이번 챔피언스 들어서 DRG 경기랑 헤레틱 경기랑 방금 했던 맵도 그렇고, 전체적으로 선수들이 이제 좀 원래 하던 레벨에 비해서 좀 더 생각이 굳어있는 그런 걸 많이 느끼는데, 커뮤니케이션적으로도 그 부분을 해결하기 위해서 노력을 많이 하고 있고, 만약 그게 해결이 된다면은 다음 맵이나 앞으로 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, yeah, we knew there was a lot of tapes on them running the Taeho comp, and we came in prepared strat-wise, but I think the biggest problem for us in Champions Paris, all through the Dragon Rangers game and Team Heretics games, and even what happened on Lotus, the comps weren't really flowing and were very rigid, so we're trying to ease the energy up a bit and make sure that the comps flow and we're able to perform up to the standard and up to the form that we know we can potentially have. So that will be something that we'll be working on heading into map 2. Thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
I don't know
if that's a good thing or a bad thing that we know something like that specific about what's going on, because it doesn't sound like an easy thing to fix between maps.
No, absolutely. Your tournament life and your entire year is on the line. We're seeing that we're hearing that they're rigid, that they're not having fun, that they're not enjoying. And on the other side of the stage is the complete opposite.
Yeah, G2 looks so much more lax in the way that they're playing, not in their discipline, but just in terms of their mentality of not letting the mistakes get the better of them. And I do feel like that's the biggest difference of G2 in September of 2025 versus the G2 who played at Bangkok, who was that team that was so tense, whose comms are messing up, who, quite honestly, let that final slip against T1 last time they played.
And it's got to be on Corrode here. I mean, you heard it from Josh RT. If they want to pick it, he's like, what, they could fall into a trap. And I mean, I think there's some truth in that. We have seen in the past where when maps get left open on purpose, it does end up being a trap. But I don't know how likely this is given G2's win rate.
We're getting a little spoiler. My question is, who is it a trap for? Because there's a comp change for T1 as well. They're taking a leaf out of fellow Korean team DRX. They're running their own Waylay Neon. But looking at G2, they've switched things up. They're back to the Yoru, and now they're adding the tail into the mix, like he alluded to.
Yeah, exactly. Going back to that Viper, somewhere that they're comfortable. This is the first time that he's going to be playing the Waylay. He's going to be doing an all for nothing here in Corrode. So definitely it adds even more speed onto this double duelist. You're going to be dealing with a lot of very fast aggression, and I think that the person that I expect to lift up the team is Stax.
I'm interested to see how G2 approach mid-control on their attacking side. They're going to get beat out in those fights by the Neon if they go hard. So super interested to see how much they turn this map around with limited time.
For G2, they're one map away from getting their revenge. Let's see Bren and Sideshow what T1 are made of here.
Hopefully sterner stuff here for T1, and honestly with the composition change, should be back in their wheelhouse. Izu and Buzz, double duelist, very exec heavy, very teamfight heavy as well. You can really go for it on this map, and even G2 as well, making a couple of changes obviously from their last composition. Double Sentinel,
yeah, both
toss them out the window.
Yeah, going from double Sentinel to double Initiator, zero Sentinel, so it does make a huge difference to the comps. We haven't seen either of these teams on exactly these comps. No idea what to expect.
Meteor peeking early on, but he might have just missed that timing. Drone, though, is going to be spoiling most of that. Tries to pre-aim it. Meteor will take it out. The wall in his face, though. Setting this one up. Prowler going to be broken nice and early. Stray shots from Stax, praying, hoping for a connection, even getting a lot of damage chipped down into him. Wall triggered out, slowing down the fight once more. Shots in the dark on either side.
Buzz picking up a bit of info over towards mid. This Viper Wall very committed to an A finish. So even if you go back and re-explore, they're just looking to push people back and still end in an A split, I've got to imagine. I mean, T1 are not going to want to move their defenders away too much.
Leaf is deep inserted. Might be choosing to take a timing against Meteor as well. Fight to be had. He is hard tucked into the corner into A main currently, while this little bit of a sprint and pivot occurs over towards the other side of things.
It looks like they were thinking about running a B fake, and now Spike in this direction. Maybe Valen deciding to just end on B.
Yeah, maybe a bit of hard committal. You've seen that double dash over. Izu, hello. You've seen plenty of bodies, and he's out in the open. They've jumped on him.
All right.
And we're seeing it flood in here, an attempt by T1. At least the salvos make it so that there's only one pocket to stay in and stand in and try and stand your ground. Still Valen's overwhelmed by that presence, but the bodies, they flood in afterwards. And after the fact here, G2 do have control of this, but it's still a 2v3 on pistol rounds. Anything's doable, anything's possible. Comes down to these fights that are taken. Stax wins his out, but he's the last one left now into that 1v2. A lot of damage done to Leaf prior. One bullet will do him in. Doesn't matter where it lands, and he is hard clearing all of these positions. Found his mark, leaves it into the 1v1. Damage done though, 44 HP. Trent playing off here in a position that is planted in. It's not really ideal from him up towards top heaven. Trent taking up Pete, jump spot, Stax half onto the defuse already. He's earned himself a bit of a spot to win in here. Time pressure eased off, but Trent still lands those shots. And a pistol round here for G2.
Big reaction there from Stax as well. Both hands on his head. Refocus now for the next round, but you could tell that he's pretty devastated that he lost that. And that was the exact moment where E2 realized that he messed up. Yeah. He double dashed in with his fracked out in the open to try to get some information. And they're way closer than he realizes. Yeah, there's the reaction I'm talking about. Stax not happy with just where his bullets went there towards the end. That was very winnable. He was in a nice position. But it's Isu's mistake that opens things. We're not sure how good either of these teams are going to be with this comp, or these comps. T1 could have been practicing it for weeks.
Drone, hello, TP, but you're still hard committed into the corner of the fight. They haven't cleared him. Jugstow's here. Surely there would be that return of the fire. It is there. You're right about the practice levels of these teams on these compositions, especially for T1. We haven't seen them since week 3 of Pacific.
Yeah.
On Corrode, so...
We at least know that G2, this is a last-minute pivot. You don't know for T1 how long they've been playing this.
Player standing.
Leaf, checking the flank. You've got to be doing that pretty religiously because no Sentinel in your comp giving you that flank watch. But the no Sentinel comps are really powerful here on Corrode. On attack and even on defense. They could be very, very good. So I actually like the comps that both teams are playing. They go in different directions, but I have no qualms with them. A lot better than the Cypher Sage stuff anyway that somebody cooked up in the G2 camp. That one needed adjustments. 3 Stingers coming into the next round. As G2 look to try to win a bonus. This A wall has been the main thing that Leaf is running with.
Yeah, pulled out as the default wall rather than the one through mid.
It's a little bit strange because normally you want the Viper to help you take some mid control. And you normally see teams with the double duelist relying more on the site execs. Double initiator, not as much.
B pressure early on here by G2, looking to take the orb up. TP committed to as well, so now they're starting to pile bodies over towards the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Valen's definitely messed with T1's defensive setup at the moment, but there's still a Vice to get through over here. A wall, and when the wall gets contact, a flash.
Yeah, Meteor is able to swing off of that one.
And Meteor can just jump peek this the whole time because Leaf hasn't committed this orb in the direction. Normally there's an orb that lands on top of bricks right here. And Meteor wouldn't be able to jump peek it.
Still going to hold it down. G2 was looking for the reaction, perhaps, reclearance.
That seems to suggest they don't realize the Vice is here.
Yeah.
Because if the Vice wall is in A main, they're not going to be clearing that deep.
The wall cuts it up, Haunt spots and reveals Isu's position. The dash backing away here, but Meteor does find himself stray Jorgamo. Leaf is also forwards past that wall, but he's very much alone with that timing that he's caught. He's off to the side here. Nightfall now can get a bit of a move on him. To drop down and lay it down at his feet. Isu needs that defense and needs that response. T1 trying to at least approach rapidly to the scene. They're trying to help that fight happen and occur, but the backstab picked apart from the seams. G2 still not ready for this fight to be taken. T1 are so damn fast here, and time ran short. Jonah P can't quite land that shot. One bullet would have helped. With how low Buzz is, T1 still hold on. 2 players surviving against the bonus.
They look dangerous for a moment there. Jorg giving away his life a little easily, and Leaf caught by the Saturate. But the Fate Ultimate offered them an opportunity, and as you say, Valen just had, I mean, look at that. He has no clue that there's a player already that deep on the corner.
Let's go, guys!
So danger averted, but also look at the buy here for G2. It's not like it's amazing. There's an Outlaw. It's got 3 targets that it could pluck.
Yeah, it could do some work.
Yeah, so Leaf very deliberately going over to that. And again, the Vice set up over towards A. The wall as well in that direction.
On a flash.
My ult's ready.
DH will have to respect that. Dimensional Drift has been earned up. Prior work put in.
Same kind of call here from Valen.
Contact reclearing. Trent needs to try and hold that down. It's good. Quick with the reaction, so Isu's going to be dropped. Meteor is right there behind him. If he goes down, the setup on A does too.
To be honest, the setup on A is already going to be under serious threat because Jorgamo's ultimate. He's going to find out exactly what's going on. The clone already triggered the wall as well.
Not broken.
I mean, A is very weak currently.
Dimensional Drift sets the tone for the rest of this round now. Smoke's propped up. Util being used as well for due diligence. Meteor to salvo at his feet. He's forced forwards into the fight here. There's a lot of information gathered up by Jorgamo off and around. That's a re-clear. Chord 4 sees down at the feet to try and defend. A lot of damage done, but they've still grabbing his one. There's a fight on those multiple fronts. The A side, though, is given up. Forced to by T1. They lose enough players in the process. Leaves it down to that 2v4.
If you can't find an easy kill here, you might want to go for a save. DH is poking.
Yeah, Leaf still watching it.
I think you've got to save at this point. But Jorg, I was going to say Jorg is coming around behind, but it's Leaf with a headshot. Takes down DH from long distance. That outlaw got so much value. But also, the calling here from Valen is ruining T1. He's B defaulting at the start of the round and then just going back into the Viper setup. The clone is breaking the wall. There was only one player on the site the whole time as well. There's no chance for T1 when their defensive rotate to put 3 players on the opposite site. Valen's finding the weak site and ending A almost every time. Again, Viper wall goes towards A. T1 not really abusing it by dominating mid. Not getting info on B quickly enough to re-clear. I mean, at the moment, why would you change anything?
No, same stuff, same setup.
It's T1 that need the adjustment quickly. I'd be tempted if I was Autumn to try to call attack timeout here, actually. Might see it before the next rifle round.
Adjustments needed. Oh, shots. Buzz barely puts his body away from it here. Still alive, though, for now. Time can be your biggest enemy when you're up against an eco, though. It's definitely being played by G2.
Yeah, nobody over towards A main, so I don't think this is going to be the same from Valen. This might be the round where they put a bit of pressure B and actually end in that direction.
Drawing for the clearance. Hearing a lot of that util. Thorns are going to be deaded nice and early.
He's hitting the heavy side this time.
Yeah. Pre-aiming in multiple directions, looking for the horn, looking for signs of life all over. Leaf is very much out, and he opened down towards mid, but here it is. Util's going to be exchanged. Handshake there with a stun and a paranoia. There's 30 seconds left. Jorgamo does get his pick, but where the hell are you going? Straight into Izu. Holding close, though. That hindered to try and slow them down once more. But oh my god, it doesn't stop Leaf, does it? Right around the corner, right click in your face. No denying that. Trying to push back. And time was short, but it's played down to the tiniest of details, and with 11 seconds left, they will be able to get that plant down.
Spike planted.
No way for Meteor to contest in this spot. And what could have been a very dangerous round just ends up with G2 testing that pressure on B, realizing that it was a bit too much and backing out. That's the advantage of the Yoru, I suppose. Because Jorg was able to get in, have a feel, escape, and then even found a kill, I think, through a smoke towards the end as well.
Yeah. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, there it is. Onto DH. And here comes this timeout from T1. I'm more a fan of taking these before the ecos, but I think it's fine either way here. Autumn's got to come up with an adjustment, though. Because right now, G2 are doing some pretty simple stuff. They're never really in control of mid unless it's the late round, and they still have double drone to be able to go late round through mid, so it's not too much of a problem for them. But they're pushing the defenders back over towards B. They're forcing T1 to stack the B site a bit more, and then they just go back into A with Leaf's setup. And that, I think, is a big problem. Now, do you want a trap play over towards B, perhaps, that you then dissolve? Do you want, in the mid-round, to be pushing down mid so that you have a flank retake going against the no sentinel comp?
You can get active with the comp that they're running.
Sure. Do you want maybe to try to put pressure on Leaf at the start of the round? You know, if you see Leaf throw an orb lineup at the very beginning on A, you can try to punish him by going for the waylay, saturate, paranoia trap play that we saw Aspas run. Yeah, there are many different options. I think part of the question is going to be how much practice have T1 actually had? Do they have all of these things in their strat book to be able to work around? Yeah. And also, if I'm Josh, I'm calling something very different for this round coming up. Because you know that Autumn's made an adjustment based on your default game plan, so...
You want to subvert expectations.
Exactly.
Same setup, though, for T1 in terms of device util over towards A.
There is no fight left in them now.
But completely swapping up where G2 are playing. So the defaulting happening towards A while Leaf controls B. And I think this is because they're anticipating a trap play on B.
Yeah, look at that. Holding their ground. Ready for it. Just in case, T1's comp does have that potential for explosive power. Be able to take a fight rapidly on their own terms. Deep down mid.
T1 controlling mid at the start of this round, and the op posted on this line.
Big spots it. Crazy peek as well. It's just spamming with a couple of bullets, but doesn't really want to contest with the rest of that.
It's good information as well. It tells you a lot about the defensive setup. You know that A is going to be stacked. You know that T1 have mid. Question is now, how do G2 deal with that? Bold from E2 as well.
Yeah.
Good info for his team, but how far do you want to get onto this line?
It's a lot of angles to clear there. It's very brave. It's deep though. T1 to be able to stack this one over. Bit of spam and stray shots, that's straight into the smoke. So Jogamo gone. He's the initiator factor really. The only duelist that can play off of most of this. Off of that drone, 30 seconds left roughly here. Nightfall's going to be hard committed. T1 just trying to stun this one. DH getting a bit of a move on. Running down here, the horn has to be broken, and Izu, he's way out open. It's 20 seconds left roughly. He's trying to get the backstab going for them because G2 are none the wiser. They have to clear all sorts of sections here. This is chaos. In a few final moments here, trying to go all the way up and already returning T1. They collapse from every single side. Calling a G2 for as much as we're praising it. Got away from him there.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great adjustment called by Autumn, too. Great usage of attack timeout to completely give your team a different defensive setup that worked wonders. The fact that E2 wasn't pushed off that B line allowed everybody else on T1 to be stacking over towards mid and A. Makes an A exec almost impossible. And then you saw that scramble at mid. So, really nice idea from T1. See if they run something similar again here. And Meteor can also hold on to a site a bit more easily himself because now he has a steel garden.
Decoy.
Phone going to be broken this time. Hinder on the other side of things as well will force that TP back out, so the wall remains up for T1.
It's a similar idea, but it's DH jiggle peeking instead of an op in this direction. And G2 realize they need to push this B player off the line, and that'll pull more defenders back to B. So now you can go back and reclear through mid. So Valen already adjusting to this new defensive idea from T1.
Interesting smoke. As well, what a wide face, Meteor! Dyson with death here, buddy. Deep TP as well is committed for, and Jogamo happy to take that fight. He was set up with that util.
Well, now he can split B.
And now going to be applying that. That's heat turned up, that one to these T1 players. They make a snap call, trying to take that fight over towards B main. Maintain control of it, flip the side away, but G2 are not the ones going into this. It's Trent left to contain, and he's just absolutely ruined them.
That's
ruined their day.
That's an unbelievable play from Trent in that spot.
It's all gone wrong on every single area.
Spike planted.
I mean, I love the on-the-fly adjustment from T1 to decide to fight over B main there. They got the jump immediately onto Leaf, but Trent, playing like he was at the start of the year, best player in the world kind of formed there to pick up both of them. Yeah, he has cooled down over the course of the year, but you still get glimpses of it like that.
Ulting Neon in your face and landing that shot.
Yeah, just a clean one-tap with the Vandal. And you see the call too. G2 were thinking about going for a B split, and then once Trent got pressured, they were like, well, now we're going to have to go into a weird A split through spawn. And Trent's like, nah, don't worry, boys. I just cleaned up both of them, and the spike goes back in their direction.
He's just backing away playing his life, and Izu doesn't even get to keep that operator. A consolation prize into the next tier, now 5-2 for G2.
Valen's done a good job in that round of recognizing the problem. Going to push the B player off the line.
G2 very good at making those snap calls as well to pivot.
Yeah, the double initiator gives you a good way of being able to contest mid in the mid round. Especially when the defenders are not running a Viper wall too. I mean, if you were running a Viper wall that went through mid, maybe it'd be a bit more difficult, but you wait out DH's smoke and you don't have too much to worry about. Oh, here's the Aspas play.
Yep, here it is, trying to make a play towards it. Let's see if they're even ready for it. Yes, they are. Players in spawn ready to defend. Jonah P, a couple of stray bullets with the help of the rest of his team.
It's incredible how quickly the pros adjust.
Yeah, already ready for it. And Leaf, of course, always tracking the money in the economy. Knows that he's up against no armor, half armor, whatever it might be.
Give it a couple of weeks and you won't even be able to get away with that playing ranked. Everyone's going to be holding for it.
But close there, Buzz. Not able to play. Cheeky little angle and corner. This is G2 systematically ripping apart the map.
And the ults that they're getting online are monstrous too.
Yeah, it's a dangerous comp. You don't really want to get it going, but they don't really have an option at this point. T1.
I mean, in the next round, you can combo together
Spike planted.
the Nightfall with Jorg or Valen getting into a deep position.
Yep.
You know, a teleport from Jorg or even the Omen ultimate, right? And then any space that you get on site, you have a pick going down. It's going to become extremely difficult for T1 on a map that I think even with these comps probably should still be a bit defense-sided. But it's tough to say when we've got double duelist on one side, double initiator with no Senti on the other. But you know, at the very least it should be even, and G2 look like they're running away with it on a map that has been their worst.
What fast adjustments G2 have had to make as well. They've had real, no time, I can imagine. Not really much practice in terms of completely alternating the composition you want to play. Because it is a big change. You're going from a double initiator from the double senti.
Yeah, they're still playing their so slow style. But yeah, a lot of the details do shift up. Huge credit to them. What?
Hello?
I tell you.
Is he okay?
He's got a problem with someone.
Yeah, lead paint stare, I think. I don't know. He's been doing that often. That's a flash, though. Unable to really break the horn. So DH is out in the open. Jorgamo pounces on the chance. That's a deep hit to try and get him into the B side. This is offloaded nice and early. Unorthodox almost, but Buzz is given a bit of space as well to try and play his way in. Does at least delete that, so the ult's not going to be getting too much value with the TP, but Jorgamo happy to clean up the rest.
Flashing off the info that the Omen ult gives you is diabolical. G2 are in position, 5v3, utilizing those ults like I was talking about to be able to get themselves into a great spot, and even doing a hard punish there, right off the round rip onto DH. They know that someone is going to be trying to play aggressive on B because that's what Autumn told them to do coming out of the tag timeout. And G2 are like, well, since we know you're going to be there, I guess we'll just punish you with a flash haunt setup and run you down.
That's filthy stuff here from G2.
Even if that had been Itsu with the AWP, he would have been pressed to get out of there, I think, quickly with the light speed.
Come on! Get out of here, man!
God, it's 7-2 already, Valin. Let them keep their guns. Give them a hope.
Just disgusting stuff. Stacks praying here that he can keep hold of the weaponry, but look at that movement, man. There's just no way. And this is G2 to making a mockery of T1 right now.
For the love of God, have some mercy.
They've been dreaming of this match for months. They are turning up big time here. T1, they're the ones being left to adjust, and they're the ones that are using their second timeout.
This is the first comp where I've seen G2 play it, and I think it has serious legs on Corrode as well. Because considering that they've only just started.
Yo, Meteor, can you even shoot back or no?
He's been in the shower reciting those lines, I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
He's been thinking about it.
As soon as he watched the T1 documentary, he was just thinking, thinking to himself the kind of things he's going to be shouting across. Oh, bro. Yeah, G2 have come into this one viewing themselves as the protagonists, haven't they?
And listen, we'll reset the stakes as well. I mean, this is elimination. If you go out here, it's 9-12 in terms of your position, and no one remembers those teams. Like you said earlier, they only remember if you're expected to do more.
And I think, you know, it's arguable, it's debatable whether T1 are expected to do more. I think you'd expect them maybe to have a chance of making playoffs, but this is a tough group.
Yeah,
you got
very
G2
tough.
and Heretics in here. T1 didn't set themselves up for success with their seed in Pacific, but they look like they could have and still might be able to make a bit of a run here. What is that?
I don't know. Looking down the avenues, man. Little alleyways and all sorts here. But it needs to be the adjustment from T1. There needs to be a turnaround because this is it. Could be the last game you play this year.
Going from winning the first Masters in Bangkok. An incredible run. Cinderella, unbelievable miracle run, I think. To not even making playoffs or champions would be a bitter disappointment for T1, for these players that have been at so many champs events.
Jorgamo didn't even need that orb. Just took it for the sake of it, denying it from the opposition.
I mean, that is just cruelty.
Yeah. Keep smoke prop down now with a drone to set the pace now potentially being brought towards it. But again, it is just slow and steady and always has been on this attack side for G2.
It's quite a nice haunt from Stax. He threw a haunt over towards B main and cleared out that space. Now, it didn't clear everything, but it has meant that they're not calling for reinforcements, and they've still got a spread defensive setup where they might be able to flood and defend and help Meteor, but it's going to come down to the sheriff shots. The weaponry is just so light for T1.
Dimensional drift here. It's going to be pointing out all the usual suspects. Players' positions noted. Meteor does have a big ult for this one, but the Armageddon's going to be committed anyway. There's a sheriff shot for you. Jorgamo almost going down to a bit of friendly fire. Meteor really delivering in a spot like this here. Convergent power was considered. Sidestep Buzz is rapid. Right to the side. Firing off on every single cylinder. T1 say, we are not done yet. Going to try and take the fight straight to them. They burn them right back.
Where has that round come from? T1 coming out with a MasterCard Thrifty, but G2 committing every ultimate.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Meteor's ult. Steel Garden could have been perfect against a big buy like this when you're on the weaker guns, but he just takes the fight anyway.
He doesn't go for it. And then also, you do the same thing I've seen G2 do before, where Giacomo mistimes himself playing around Trent's ult, takes a bunch of damage from it. I mean, that is a weird one. That is a strange round for T1 to be able to pick up.
Yeah.
But that's wiped out a lot of the ults on the side of G2. Ooh. Early spam battle, buzz down to 15 health.
Lucky to be alive in that spot here. DH is, there's no way you're disrespecting this, man. You're trying to get ahead of this. There's a horn in your face. Where you going? Nowhere to survive that spot.
This game is getting mad.
Yeah, mistakes being opened up, perhaps from the pressure. The understanding that this could be your last time to perform on the stage. Especially for T1. And already from behind. I mean, where's Valen come from? How's he got here? Straight up through mid, no consideration for it, even spotting signs of life for Meteor. We'll have to respect that though with a snakebite drop down at your feet. So as quickly as T1 win a round, looks like it's going to be answered back.
A collapse for T1 in this. And even that opening pick onto DH, he's having a rough game today.
He's having a hard time.
He's been asked to do quite a lot. They really want that aggressive B line because it helps out their information game so much, but he's just getting punished time and again. Yeah. The flash haunt combos are too much for him to be able to stand up against.
Needs some help, really, doesn't he?
It puts Meteor in a weird spot too, because when you're in a 4v5 like that, you don't know whether you really want to run in and help and try to burn your ultimate.
Last player standing.
And then, oh yeah, Leaf's behind,
yeah,
just like Valen was earlier on.
I guess, okay. And easy with the operator, hoping that he can save it here in a spot like this. Does adjust the aim in time. Leaf's gone down, and it's a big map, so he might be able to save it.
But T1 need the last round.
They did.
Last round of the half here, and it's desperation already, and they've lost the ult. They've lost the ult.
Oh, well, there's no way they're going to get to him in time. You're right, though. They need this last round. They need it now. It's just overwhelming. Just the opening B setup, just a flash and a horn. It's very simple. But T1 have not found an answer towards, and you can feel that pressure. Look at it on his face.
Yeah.
He's really starting to stack up now.
He really knows he's let his team down there with how he's played that. Devastating when you've got a rookie as well, especially under such a high pressure, you know, team culture.
After that T1 documentary, not too much faith they're going to be bringing up the spirits, but we'll see. Clone dealt with early here. Izu very much alone, but he does have a little bit of help there from the side avenues. A-link position, double face through the smoke. Overwhelms Buzz. Really hard timing to take. Salvo's at your feet, DH. Sound cues cut away. Feeling that heat that's been turned up, and even expecting that re-peek. Izu does land the shot. Jonah P gone. Players making sure to reinforce his A side. They're in position to really push back. G2 is still squaring up to try and take it. This isn't posturing. No more players across the board here, but a spam into the box alongside it. But again, anyone is Izu's target. Double dash now to get back to safety here. One bullet left. We'll commit to that reload, and his team does have pretty good defense here. Stalwart is the nature of it, and Izu's still covering for it. The fourth round is earned for T1. The lifeline that they were looking for.
Buzz had to watch from the sidelines after dropping early in that round, and I thought that they crumbled, the pressure getting to them, but Izu steps up, gets 3 big kills at DH. Redemption for him after a couple of rounds where he fell early on. He's been so good since being added to this team. It's rough to see him not quite perform out there, but 2 big ones towards the end, and maybe that'll reset his mental for the next and most critical half.
Definitely potential for it. Maybe it's salvageable here for T1, but for now we're going to send it down to the stage for a nice and quick interview.
Et Samy est là lundi pour donner de la voix pour T1. I'm pleased to welcome Samso, a French streamer and T1 enjoyer here with me in Paris. So Samy, first of all, if you had to give me 3 reasons to become a T1 enjoyer, what would they be? Donc Samy, si tu devais me donner 3 raisons pour devenir fan de T1, ça serait lesquelles?
Tout d'abord, c'est l'aura des joueurs, de toute façon. Leur merch qui est incroyable et le fait que, quoi qu'il arrive, ils sont toujours dangereux en game.
Ok, une belle triade effectivement. So yeah, first of all, I think the competitiveness of the players. Like even if they're going down, they're gonna battle for the victory. Second one is the merge, and lastly the aura. And I think it goes for both games for T1, of course. And second question, we are used to seeing you getting a bit mad in ranked and stuff, but we see you here enjoying yourself, having a good time. So what makes Valorant the best game in the world according to you, Samy? Qu'est-ce qui fait de Valo le meilleur jeu du monde? Parce qu'on le sait, t'es un peu aigri en ranked, mais ici t'as l'air de passer un très bon moment.
Bah, je pense que tout le monde rage en ranked, ça c'est pas une exception. Mais en tout cas, quand je regarde un match de Valo, moi je prends toujours du plaisir. Même les petites équipes peuvent gagner contre les grandes, etc. Et c'est ce qui fait que ce jeu, en tout cas, il est toujours plaisant à se regarder et tout, etc. Donc voilà.
So yeah, what I like about Valorant esports is that any team can beat any team, right? The underdog story, we have many of those, and even though everyone is getting a bit crazy in rank, that's also part of the game, and I think you are right on this. And let's see if the Samy buff will be enough for T1 to come back on Corrode.
They need every bit of help they can possibly get here, because T1, down in the doldrums, down by 4 rounds, a pistol round, goes without saying, they need it.
We don't know really how good they're going to be on the attack side. Take a look at Leaf. He's going to be one of the players that has to fend off the double duelist on the other side of things. And he has had Meteor's number, hasn't he? 740 damage dealt. Meteor, double Masters winner, double MVP. He'll be bitterly disappointed if this champs run ends this early on, because he's competing with people like Leaf, for
Exactly,
example,
man. I mean,
you know, the big races, the big picture kind of stuff of best players in the world and potential greatest of all time, actually, when it comes to Meteor, even though his career only started a couple of years ago.
T1 have had that highest of highs. Now looking at potentially the lowest of lows. To make it all the way here, to have this be your final game. They can't stand it, and they've got to step up. They don't want that to be the case. They don't want that to be carved into stone as their legacy for 2025.
I like the idea of G2 putting 3 players on B, because this composition loves B popping. Neon Wele, very powerful at that, but T1 subverting expectations and just silently contact walking up to the smoke in mid. Prowler through it, but they are going into the stacked side.
Paranoia does connect. Well, it's going to be slowed down here. These players just trying to hard anchor into their spot. Jorgamo is also hard committed. Frenzy in hand will commit. That TP now gets the hell out of there. T1 being hounded and pestered from every single direction here. They can't win a fight. Plant is down for them. That's the only thing they got. Izu and Meteor are going to have to really step up. But the way the G2 are playing the discipline, it's in their blood. It runs deep here, and there's going to be that instant response with the swing, leaping into the fight like a salmon upstream. Trent delivering death blow after death blow here. It's a pistol round now, up to 9 rounds for G2. And T1, they're in a dire, dire spot.
Kind of situation where you might even think about going for a force buy, actually. Not that they got very many kills, only 2 people fell, but at least you got the plan down. But I mean, you really are in a rough position now. G2 running away with things. And this is a reminder for anyone who hasn't been keeping up.
4 kills on pistol and 7 in total.
Yeah, that's the life of an initiator sometimes.
Perfect call. Perfect call.
Yeah, that B stack, like I was saying, was a really good anticipation of what T1 were going to do, and they don't go for the force T1 here. Going to allow G2 to get up to double digits.
This would get very bloody if T1 just decide to go all in here. Leaf holding down towards elbow. He's got that judge in hand. High ground has to be smoked off. A lot of presence, a lot of push back here, but T1 not looking to commit.
Meteor maybe trying to take a fight against Valen in mid.
He's got a sheriff.
Slip past.
He's got a sheriff. Spotted a player. Should be set up for it as well. No way, man.
Valen's stinger is unbelievable. How does it hit like that?
Yeah.
Perfect first bullet accuracy. Aim punches Meteor immediately. No response. No chance. When you look at the stats, G2 are, across stage 2, the best team in the world when it comes to defense. Some people talking about them just farming an easy region in Americas, but they're out here doing it against some other teams too.
Now that judge trying to make good work with it as well. Umming about pulling out the util, but it leaves him just down to Izu. He does pick it back up, but again, not long for the world in a spot like that. Almost flawless, 1 short of it. But G2 didn't come here to play, they came here to make a statement.
face of the court.
When they were talking about revenge, I think they weren't really just motivated to win this game. They were motivated to crush this game. I think it's indicated by the words that Valen was using where he was talking about making their lives miserable, knocking them out in groups here.
4 players of G2 stacked up, looking to make it bloody. Skirmish has opted into here with a blind and a flash around their face, but there is no response with a hinder. Slowly gliding back down to the ground, still overextending. Jorgamo's there, lying in wait, outlaw in hand.
There's no way they anticipated 4 players being over here.
Crazy.
And Jorg's already out.
Dips himself back, looking for the potential reaction of T1, but they're left reeling, wondering.
So much faster around the map for G2.
BTS, instant traded. Trent is there, hot on the heels.
Locating target.
He's out in the open when he's drunk, this, no? Guy does not care. Right from mid. DH should be able to get a free kill. Only the box covering. Yeah, there it is. So, punish in sight. 2v2 now. T1 have themselves an in.
Slowly moving around the map. Stacks and DH. They might hear that footstep over towards A. It's only the clone. And Jorg's got an outlaw, so both of these players with full armor don't have too much to worry about. They should be able to get a spike plant down, but Jorg can be nasty in these kind of spots, and any damage is going to be tough for T1 to recover from. They need 6 rounds just to get the gap back.
Yeah. Plant down now. If you're T1, you've got to be thinking 1 round at a time is how you take it. Guns picked up and reclaimed. Bit of a recycling operation here, but it's all watched for and managed by DH with Leaf and Jorgamo put to dust. So T1, they survive. 2 players intact, 2 guns going into the next tier. You do have to take it, thinking about it 1 round at a time, 1 step at a time.
G2 had so many things going on in this round. The fight over towards A, the stack, going back, re-clearing down mid. T1 a lot slower to respond. Still came out the better of it towards the end, but not inspiring too much confidence. Meteor's 1 away from an ultimate, though, that could be extremely important in a round like this.
Find you.
Over the top of the horn, there's no real posturing here from G2 over towards B main, so they have the opportunity. A lot of Utah being sent in for the wide exit, but no coverage here. Jorgamo, he can just tuck himself into the shed. Picks out DH like it's nothing, and that's no more smokes available now for T1. Play disadvantage, get themselves onto the site. Not giving a plan to Meteor, he's not going to have his ult for the next.
I don't know why Meteor doesn't play for ults more often, but never mind.
Yeah, we're going to see a fight taken anyway out towards Link. That's a stun connecting. Slowing him down, they really want to take this fight towards him. Trent is in a bit of damage. No way, man! He's applying a hurt! And that's salt in the wounds at this point. 3 kills. He was complaining about all of them coming from the pistol rounds. After this, I don't think that's going to be the case. Salvos drop down. Circles of death here and denying any chance of retaking, coming back into that round. 11 now for G2.
Stacks can feel it slipping away, can't he? Individually not having the world's greatest game, but also these execs not looking quite as drilled as DRX, for example. Domestic rivals of T1. Former home of some of these T1 players as well. They have the Yoru, the flashes coming through. Plus this Neon not throwing the wall there for DH to be able to get a clean TP into the corner. T1 not looking quite as drilled. And I don't know why Meteor didn't just pick up the orb and go for a free ult into the B side to open.
Little details going to miss.
Very far a miss, because now onto an eco round and you essentially have to give G2 match point. They'll be begging to get some stinger value here.
Trying to really just send it flying forwards. That Seas connects though. Like a bungee cord, going to be springing these players right back, but Meteor might be able to get it done. That's a Sheriff. Makes it sing up towards mid, and that's a wide face as well, setting them up for success with these fights. T1 have access to the site.
Yeah, the Thrifties are working for them, aren't they?
Maybe that's part of the key as well, just trying to send it a little more, taking those risks. Meteor making sure to cover those angles, and he's even got a bit of backup. TH going to be joining him. Jonah P sidestepping, but doesn't really want to overcommit into this. Hold on, that gun picked up. There's a good punish in sight. 1v4 for Jonah. Spot like this. Back is open though to Izu. He'll deliver it. It's execution style here. Massacre Thrifty for T1.
It's the second one that I remember on this map. So That's at least a third of the rounds for T1 coming off the back of winning Thrifties. And maybe it's to do with the pace like you're talking about, Brent. Maybe they just need to be playing with a little, I don't know, more...
less respect.
Yeah, more whimsy.
Yeah. Sending it. The back of that round loss, you're seeing an immediate adjustment. It's a timeout taken by G2. It does give T1 an in, so they can actually communicate because they used 2 of their timeouts prior.
Yeah, so an opportunity here for Autumn to actually have some input on their attack side. Maybe fix up something that was going wrong with their B exec.
Yeah.
Maybe seeing if they can get Meteor in a good position to actually utilize his Steel Garden, because this is the round to do it. You want to be using attack side ults right here to stop G2 getting up to 12. To throw off any adjustments that Josh is going for, and to break their economy again. This next round is a must-win if T1 wants to come back and keep their playoff dreams alive here at Champs.
G2 pulling out all the stops to ensure that that does not happen. Want to slam shut that door in the face of T1, ensure that that distant memory of lifting the trophy at Bangkok will remain just that. More chances for them to do it further into the tournament. It's G2's time. This entire year has been building up to them lifting trophies. They've done it regionally, but never been proven on the international stage.
Lots of input there coming from the T1 assistant coach. And it looks like everybody heading over towards A apart from Meteor. Now, Itsu one away from an ultimate, so it might just be a play for this ult orb. See what the opener looks like.
Doing a thing.
Spot Jonah P. So Hinden's going to be laid down to his feet, but he does just escape and dodge the eye, but not the shots. Izu.
What an entry.
Yeah, like a lightning bolt. He's all the way in. Valen just trying to tuck to the side in that. Dodge and juke to the side. It's an instant trade by Stax. It needed to be so. Has to be clean from this point on by T1. On their way back in. Maybe they've hit onto the mark of what they needed to do. That was fast, pacey stuff by T1.
Face your fear!
The comp allows, and even a Nightfall committed. Feel how tenuous this is. They want to hold on to any lead they possibly have. Give no possibility for G2 to get back in with Jorgamo done. Drop back to that spectator seat. Bit of spam and a salvos though into the appropriate corner again, but it is that 2v3. Looks like G2 don't want to play for it though.
Both players caught by the Fade ultimate, locked out by a smoke.
Backs are turned. Hold on, T1 are just hunting these players down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, technically a 1v1, but actually just Leaf trying to get out of here with
trying to
the
survive.
weapon in his hand. This was a must-win round for T1. And it's that fast pace again.
Yeah. That might be the ticket.
And they weren't shy about using ultimates as well. I mean, they weren't playing for the ult at the start. They were playing to trying to punish the player who was denying the ult orb.
God.
Really big catch there at the very start of the round on the Jonah P. G2, their economy, left reeling. And this is where the doubts might start to trickle in just a little. You've lost 2 rounds in a row, now your economy's pushed down again. Certainly if they lose another big rifle round, G2, we're going to be talking about mental resilience.
Bring them down.
G2 are trying to gamble on the Thrifty here. They had 4 bodies heading over towards B. Now that Prowler and Paranoia are coming through, these defenders are going to start running towards Jonah P's side.
Jonah P is posturing, pretending like there's more players backing him up here. Firing out the util, Smoke's going to be able to help him out, potentially slow down, but T1, they don't respect it. They're going to be sending it flying forwards here. Jonah P could be in a bit of a difficult spot. Stun connection as well. Oh, there's connections as well, though. From the Sheriff in the hands of Jorgamo, convergent paths has to be committed. It's getting dangerous now. T1, they don't want to lose grip of it. When you have the advantage, you send it. You know how good G2 can be with that weaker weaponry.
But they're all retaking from the same position. It normally doesn't work on Corrode.
Dimensional Drift even being committed. He's going to be able to get them all the way in here. This is ult's committed from G2's side of things, even if they don't have the weapons. A salvo into the corner, spotting out Izu. That's disconnected him from the rest of the pack. T1, you're going to have to step up now and really put the shut down onto these G2 players. Their weaponry has to be an advantage you play into, but with the rifles in hand, it's not doing too much at all. Smoke's in the face, angle being held. Stax has got this one surely on lock, but it's left to just him. In a spot like this, in a 1v2, time taken away. He needs to find it, needs to find it now. He will. T1, stay alive.
Enormous medal reserves there from Stax. He's popping off in the comms afterwards as well. He had to stand firm, had to be the pillar for his team to rely on. Was fragging earlier on in this game, adding towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but there does exactly what's required of him. What a chaotic moment. There were definitely chances for G2 to win. And now they've got rifles up. Another round where Meteor could get big value out of his ultimate. You've got to have a set game plan around this one.
Hooked up again. B-Man with a pit, drop down, lay it out. It's going to billow through. So Leaf has control, but that is not where T1 are setting their sights. A has been working.
It has.
They don't want to change it up.
If you try to jump spot, you get punished by the waylay.
Almost one of the angles here. Slaying through. Now here it is. Steel Garden sweeping past. Players going to be committed and weapons torn away from G2's grasp, so they can't contest this one. Free real estate for T1. The Nightfall is going to be answering straight back here. G2 are saving these ults for the rainy day. It happens to be now. It's pouring for them. They're going to try and billow out into the back of the side here. Finding some targets. Izu again, Harkabit into the corner. SamQ's going to be cut away from him here. All comes down to the trades and the shots. G2, the ones on top. Finding it. Flash. Dodged and avoided. Stacks really stepping up, and now he's the last one left. It's a Nightfall committed. Hard forwards and right from the side, the flank. That's a bitter one, and it's going to hurt for T1. In that spot, really feeling strained, forced, and pulling the util. The ultimate's out of them. They had to use everything, but it is G2 now up to 12.
You can't ask that much of Stacks 2 rounds in a row. This time as well with a player behind him. Incredible patience here from Lee. He was the only player coming from a different angle, and he waited, baited his team, but perfectly done.
Nice!
Comes around the back, grabs 2. Pressure on T1, but the economy not good for G2 either. A Stinger, a Judge, and no ults to work with. Yeah. No great ults, to be honest, on either team, but Buzz might still be able to tear some people apart with this one.
And a weaker weaponry hasn't stopped G2 in the past here. There still is the impetus. Every single round counts at this point for T1. Got to give it their all, otherwise they are done, finished.
4 in a row just to get to overtime.
Yeah.
4 match points here for G2. More than they ever had in the Bangkok Grand Finals, and that was over the course of 5 maps. A banger. This one could close in 2.
High Tide, a bit of fake presence and pressure coming from T1. They're looking to see if they can pull rotates. Across the map there. Storm to try and cut off the available avenues. Open, sightline up to heaven. Needs to be watched for. A couple of shots as well going either side. No one falling casualty though. And through mid as well. Looks like this is a bit of late delayed pressure. Valorant still holding it in the game. At time, he's just spotted it. Bullet's going to be rattling there through the wall though. Buzz who shrugs off the damage. Meteor, you need to be winning that now. Valin, classic in hand. He's done more than enough damage here with the Judge into close proximity. This is really dangerous. T1 are being ripped apart, ripped to shreds. And Leaf's toying with them, playing with their food. They put them in the grave and they send them home. G2, they qualify for playoffs.
Vengeance, absolutely cold out there. They had swagger and arrogance right from the beginning, G2. They knew that they were coming in, I think, in slightly better form than T1 were. Coming off the back of 3 domestic titles in Americas and clean up. And I think to some degree, dispel those phantoms that were chasing them after not being able to get the trophy in Bangkok that was so close. It was within touching distance, but here today, doing a great job. Dismissing a rival and heading through into the more difficult games in playoffs.
On their spot, that doesn't mean we saying GG, well played to T1. An earlier exit than they hoped for. They've had the highest of highs this year. We were saying it earlier with that Bangkok trophy lift, but they were hoping to at least put up a little bit more.
Yeah, we've seen teams do that where, I mean, I'm thinking about Sentinels, for example, where they lifted the Madrid title and then came back on a big run to make top 4 in champs, despite the fact they didn't perform that well in the middle of the season, but not the same narrative for T1. Bit of a flash at the start of the year and not too much else, but here's G2, consistent as anything. Never quite making it to the very top of the mountain, still hoping that champs is going to make the difference there. Tough competition awaits them in the playoffs, but they have earned the right to fight for another trophy.
Against the best in the world. Closing up here towards the end of it. I mean, only one more team left to qualify for playoffs and one more team left to be sent home. G2 wouldn't really think of them as a team to be put into that spot. into the position where they would be getting eliminated, the high expectation they got for themselves, and we have them coming in.
I've got to be honest with you as well, Brent. Coming out the back of this game, I'm feeling better about G2, I think.
Sure.
Because they're Lotus.
Yo!
The form looks
Bro,
really
you got
nice.
the bracelet and you were comfortable, eh?
But it's the improvement on Corrode. They were talking so much smack
They've
today.
given it back, man, a lot.
I mean, that's based on a whiff that Meteor had, I got to imagine. Talking about it getting complacent after winning the bracelet. That's nasty.
That's how much G2 wanted it. Sometimes that can be that double-edged sword, but for now we're going to send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Tournament's most favorite teams make it to playoff through the lower bracket, and I'm now joined by Leaf to talk a little bit about it. Congratulations, first of all, Leaf. It feels very good to see you guys back on the track. And the first question I wanted to ask you is about the adaptability, that you've shown. Why is it important, to adapt fast, especially at Champs? We've seen you on Corrode, the comp is not working, we change it quickly. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
I think we have an identity that is very strong. I mean, we have the Teo merchant himself, Trent, even though he hates it when I say that. But, there's a lot of good agents in the game and a lot of good adaptability, within our team. So we can play anything, and sometimes it's just easier to just change to abuse, a weakness.
Play on your strength, basically. Donc première question, pourquoi est-ce que s'adapter rapidement c'est important aux Champions? On a vu G2 qui ont changé leur compo sur Corrode parce que ça marchait pas. Il le dit tout simplement, on a notre marchand sur terreau, même s'il n'aime pas que je l'appelle comme ça, on a des forces sur nos agents, où on peut jouer des agents différents, donc on peut clairement s'adapter très vite. And usually after a break, some players tend to look a little bit rusty, or maybe it takes time for them to get back on the track. It wasn't the case for you at all. You even seem to be even better than you were before. So how come?
I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. I don't have a definitive answer, but I just play low sense, and I never really played the game much anyway, so it's not that hard to get back into the server.
So is it low sense, calm aim, kinda?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, maybe I should try to lower my sense then to shoot as well as you. Donc deuxième question, c'est rare de voir les joueurs revenir aussi vite. Une fois qu'ils ont eu un break, il explique tout simplement, j'ai pas eu une solution miracle, mais ma sensi est très basse et je suis quand même assez calme dans la plupart de mes mouvements, donc c'est pas trop dur de shoot. And last but not least, we know that everyone wants to take you down, guys, G2, but who do you have your eyes on for the first round of playoffs? It can be either PaperX, Fnatic or NRG. Who are you going for?
I mean, the NRG domestic matchup would be boring, but I mean, I would want to play them in terms of we've beaten them so many times. But I mean, both of those seeds are good, Fnatic or
PaperX.
Yeah, both of those are rematches of Toronto, and I mean, maybe it's a comeback arc this whole tournament. Maybe we'll play one of them.
Would be nice to have some revenge also on your side, of course. Donc dernière question, qui as-tu envie de battre, en tout cas d'avoir au premier round des playoffs? Et forcément NRG, même si c'est pas super fun puisqu'on se joue beaucoup en America, j'ai envie de les battre. Et sinon PaperX et Fnatic, ça sera des rematchs de Toronto, donc j'ai aussi envie de prendre ma revanche. Thank you so much for joining me. Liv, congratulations again, and we'll see if you're gonna get PaperX or Fnatic later on during the day. Let's toss it back to our analyst desk before our next game, MIBR versus RRQ.
Main.
Bro, hey.
Sorry, bro. I didn't know where he came from, bro.
Yo, Meteor, can you even shoot back or no?
Bro, you got the bracelet and you were comfortable, eh?
No, you let him, guy.
Oh, God.
Oh, happy birthday to you!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
holding on to you till you let me go for good. I'm waiting on your move so I can finally know it's true. Always giving you one more shot, was no one mess it up. Every rose and grown your blades were caught it up. I never learned to get your love. I'm being up. Just set me free from all that ache. Your bitter words is all I take. Just set me free, don't break me more than you did before now.
I think for the fans, also for the viewers, they already know, like, basically RRQ is used to losing map 1. Like, we're used to starting slow, which is like something we need to improve on. But yeah, after map 1, we just had a small talk and we're like, just forget what happened before and just focus on like what's present, basically. In my opinion, the way DLG plays compared to EMEA teams, they played way slower because they really like going like with the pack, like together, and just looking for duels, like contact stuff. I think we can like analyze the situation while fighting like in a chaos environment, like everyone's screaming, comms and stuff like that. We can excel in those situations, I feel like.
Light going to be pointed towards the direction of most of these players, but just trying to vacate most of the area. Now fighting all the way back in. Jemkin! Jemkin!
They can't be stopped!
Can't be doing this to the man!
In my opinion, what RRQ needs to do, like what my team needs to do to survive is, I think we just need to focus on our own game and not get into our own heads, because that's just how a team crumbles, basically. And yeah, we need to just focus on our game and improve on what we're lacking, which is like starting slow in map 1. I want to say thank you for supporting, and in our elimination match, hopefully we show you guys a good game and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the Omen player moment there from Cushy. Now, in the first game, it is Americas that came out on top, so it's time to see if Pacific could hit back with RRQ versus MIBR. Now, a lot of storylines are at play, so I want to play a game of agree or disagree. I'm going to give you guys a statement. You two let me know if you agree or disagree. And you guys at home play along as well, especially you, Melange and Alexis. I know you guys are watch partying.
Hey, girls.
Hey, girls, my faves.
Hi.
Let's just start with a very strong statement right out the gate that MIBR have proved that they do indeed deserve to be a champs.
Nice. Simple agree? Yeah, I think agree. I think that it would be a strongly agree if there were a comment absolutely destroy. We still, of course, have a lot to see, but I think that when we saw the other day, I'd be very happy. I think that the way that we're seeing how they're conducting themselves on stage, they look way more comfortable.
And obviously the dawn of this narrative is that they're the only team who made it here without even playing playoffs for stage 2 in their own region after losing in the group stage. But this is a very different MIBR than the one who failed to qualify to playoffs. I think that they've come back in with, first off, a really good idea, like clear game plans. You watch every map of theirs and you see the intent behind the comp. Second, I think the team is playing very well together. They're trading, they're making less like little dumb mistakes that kind of look like it's just comms being off. All those things that just snowballed their stage 2. And finally, their players are back in really good form. So I think absolutely they proved to be a team the caliber of this tournament.
That leads me to the next statement, of course, which is Aspas is back. Have we seen enough? Is he back?
I think I'm just going to go with a mild agree as well. I think that this is a difficult statement because what kind of Aspas are we waiting to see? The one that is #1 in the world? Like, is that when we consider that he is back? I think that the performance that we are seeing for him is enough for us to trust that this is obviously not going to be a repeat of what we saw in the previous tournament. This kind of plays, this kind of set rounds that make him shine might lead to that moment where he's actually back in capital letters.
And I think that I'm really in the middle, and I'm like going between disagree and agree, like lightly either way. But I think I honestly lean disagree right now because I think that I agree. He's playing excellently. He's one of the big reasons why the team has started to turn around. But I still really believe that I need to see more from Aspas.
But do you think it's also because his ceiling is very high?
And that's exactly it, right? Like I think any other duelist player that showed up and was playing as well as him, you're immediately lauding that they're in like peak form. But for Aspas, you know that there's that extra 1% he can always unlock. And I'm waiting to see the match where he needs to use that for him to show it to us truly.
And speaking of Aspas, Jen caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Hey guys, Jen here with Aspas. Now, Aspas, when it comes to facing RRQ, it looks like there's a contrast in styles. You guys really love the contact plays, whereas RRQ, they like to play a more disciplined and more structured. So do you feel like this changes the way you guys will be approaching the game today?
Maybe it can change a little bit, but we're gonna focus on ourselves, but we're gonna keep in mind the fact that they are a very aggressive team.
Can't wait to see it. It's gonna be a bloodbath, right? A lot of aim duels.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very fun game.
Excited for that.
Now, Aspas is never wrong. I agree with him. I think it's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be fun. But he said that, you know, RRQ, they're aggressive. But I think our worry, and the next statement in agree to disagree, is RRQ, they are just too slow to adapt. Do you agree with that statement or disagree?
I'm a disagreeer.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit in the middle because do we mean like within the game or in the tournament itself? I think that we've seen so many different ideas. Like specific in the opponents? Like
I would take it to mean within these games, because you think about the game where they lost, right? Where they go up against a Fnatic who shows 2 brand new compositions.
Yes,
they struggle to deal with that when they lose that match. They then play BLG, who also showed a new comp in that game. And I think they did do a better job of figuring out how to counter that as time went on. But honestly, in my mind, it's a lot more just about being a team that doesn't have a huge amount of global experience and sometimes being slower to figure out into these games. But I don't feel like it's necessarily like any way bigger issue than with other teams of a similar caliber.
I may think it doesn't have to do with adaptation to the opponent. It's more to themselves, as in understanding their own winning conditions when the opponent is doing something.
So how would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree, because I think that it is not that they're not slow to adapt to their opponent. They're slow to understand their winning condition.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense. And I think one player on the side of RRQ, you know, that we were very excited to see back in Toronto, he is now back here at Champs. Here's the next statement. Jemkin has unleashed his full potential.
I'm going out hard with this, strongly agree right now. Not looking at the entire tournament, but looking at the most recent game, and especially that last map. Oh my god, Jemkin was outstanding, and I really believe he's failed to deliver in previous global appearances for RRQ, at least to the level that he shows back home in the Pacific region. But in this game, this was a takeover on Jet. He was getting opening kills, he was getting multi-kills. This was the Jemkin RRQ needed, Thea.
Yeah, for RRQ coming into this tournament, and coming into the previous tournament, everybody wanted to see Jemkin, and I think that might have been just two on his shoulders, two in the back of his head, that, oh my god, am I going to have the same performance? To me, and in my opinion, you only need that one game to actually see yourself doing and performing the way that you've done it regionally. Now that he has done it, now that he has seen himself and what he can do with the team, he just needs to repeat that. So I'm going to go with agree, but not with a strongly agree, because if he wins today, then very strongly agree.
I'm a very soft agree. I think he can actually do better. He's already done really well, but I think his ceiling is even higher.
That he needed to unleash was mental.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. We also wanted to hear from Cushy, of course. This is how he is feeling ahead of today's match.
Hey guys, Jen here with Cushy of RRQ. Cushy, we're expecting a lot of aggression from MIBR today, but you guys are used to playing teams like that, you know, back in Pacific, for example, Paper X. So how confident are you in matching up with the firepower of MIBR? Are you guys ready to shoot back?
Hello, yes, we are confident. We're gonna play our own game based on our preparation. And also, we'll be ready to shoot back. And let's hope MIBR is ready for us also.
Oh, can't wait to see it. Thank you.
Hello, Cushy. Hi. I like that answer, and I don't know about him wanting MIBR to be prepared, because like surely he wants them to be a little bit unprepared so he has an edge. But that does come down to the coaching staff and the IGL on the side of MIBR, which leads us to the next statement, which is Verno is MIBR's most important player.
Ooh! Strongly disagree.
Yeah, I'll go strongly
What's
disagree.
your
Why not? I don't think so. I think that he is important, but to me and what I've been seeing on the stage, it's not just him. I understand his importance, but to me, I could see MIBR win in other ways without him. Does that make sense? So that's why I strongly disagree. To me, seeing Cortesia up, screaming at all of them, seeing Aspas having those kind of rounds, like, Verno is important, do not get me wrong. I do not think that he breaks the team if you remove him.
Okay, I can see that, but I am agreeing here, not super strongly, but to an extent, because I think his addition was the catalyst in a lot of ways for MIBR's turnaround. You look at them at the beginning of the year versus when they picked him up for stage 1, it really looked like a different team. I think he adds a pretty consistent player who is going to consistently put up numbers, but I think more importantly, in the latter times of helping out with some of the IGLing and the ideas of the team, and also being kind of a guy to like bounce off ideas with Artsin and with Fraud. I think he's really important as kind of a balancing force in that regard, even if he's not putting up the same like crazy numbers as your Aspas or your Cortesia, but he does have his games. And in that way, I think because of the way the team changed after his addition, I do want to give a lot of credit to him for what he's brought to MIBR.
But I especially think that moving forward, like, it has to be a team. It has to be a five thing, and I think that's why I disagree.
I can't even imagine the kind of team that would want to remove Verno to start with.
Yeah.
But I have progressed from coming into this tournament thinking, am I a believer, to I am a believer. I really believe in MIBR. Apparently so do you guys.
Yeah, I went for them. Again, I'm going to mention it again. I think that Cortesia for me sold it. You just need a good salesman.
I love him so much.
You just need a good salesman, and for me, he has done it. Also, the confidence that we are seeing, the turnaround, to me is everything.
But also RRQ, I think that they did really impress in that last game. We finally saw Jemkin in the form we've been waiting to see at a global event. RRQ looks ready. This to me is just a 50-50, Sue.
Well, it's the last match of the group stage and the last chance to watch one of these two teams this year. MIBR have already already done the unthinkable, but RRQ are finding their form. Let's find out who will punch the final ticket to playoffs.
We realize that. We realize that. We realize that. We realize that. Come let me this. Justice. And my PR. We realize that. Come let me this.
7 teams have already made it out of groups, and they are waiting to see which one out of MIBR or RRQ will be joining them. Welcome to the final match before playoffs.
Yeah, and for RRQ, making it to playoffs will be a different kind of statement. They had to prove themselves globally. They did it the other day, but this would be the next step in their careers.
Yeah, looking at the map veto here, RRQ starts us off on the Corrode, then we go to the Abyss. I'm very interested about this Abyss, especially with MIBR being the team to pick it. I was quite impressed with how RRQ was playing on this one, so that feels like very even ground, and especially an incredibly exciting head-to-head between Jemkin and Aspas.
I think that we are seeing this a lot, which is like teams not choosing only to go somewhere strong for that, but somewhere where the other team has already played, even if it's just in groups, to just know where you're going up against, know where the weaknesses are. Love to see that from that side. And funny enough, do you guys remember that Lotus that we saw the last map the other day, where RRQ won? The double duelist, that gave them so much confidence, then probably that is one of the reasons why RRQ decided to go to Corrode. I'd be super down to some Whaley Neon action.
Yeah, they were playing that in the region, haven't shown it yet here at Champions, but we've seen just how good that comp is from some of their other Pacific colleagues like DRX running a similar composition there. It's going to be a pretty different style from MIBR, who also runs the Waylay, but has that agent solo, playing like the double initiator, double smokes instead. So they're going to have to play a much slower, more control-paced game, whereas with RRQ, they're going to have some really full-send, fast execs with the Waylay setting up that Neon.
I also love that you mentioned we haven't seen it yet, because I know Frost is watch partying. I bet he remembers that Corrode deeply in his soul.
I remember.
That was, again, RRQ having a slow start in a series, and then coming online when it mattered the most. And we were there, we remember watching it. But it was a very, very fantastic showing from RRQ on that Corrode.
And I think also the resilience, it was a very long series for them, but they managed to get the win in the end. I think that coming into this matchup with everything that is at stake, going somewhere comfortable, going somewhere like this, could actually work very well in favor of RRQ. The worry for me, for them, is those set plays that we've been showing. I am 100% sure that MIBR have way more where those come from.
It is interesting to me in a match where I think the big story for most people watching from home is Jemkin versus Aspas, one of Pacific's best duelists versus a player who a lot have described as the GOAT of that role. But this first map is going to put the focus more on Monyet, because he's playing the Neon, Jemkin's playing the Waylay, so Jemkin's job becomes a lot more double dashing in, getting info, and refracting.
Wow.
So I think a lot of pressure on Monyet.
I want to see, like, they're meditating, I think, during Agent Select. I mean, they got to lock in if they want to win here, because playoffs, of course, is on the line. We're going to get that Jemkin versus Aspas Waylay head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. To me, I don't know about you, Mimi, I do favor the Fade a little bit more. I think that the versatility that it offers in the map, especially with what you find here in Corrode, how you're going to control mid, how you're going to work in the mid round, to me, Fade is a little bit stronger than the Sova.
The biggest trade-off, I think, is only having the drone versus the two cats that are so good for re-clearing space, especially on a map with a lot of like weird angles and mains that people can walk into. But the trade-off is you get a power ult that I think is easier to build.
The powers are pretty good. There's so many corners.
No, I'm saying I think they're better.
Oh, okay, you're better. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
I think it's better than the drone to have that, but I think it's kind of a wash with Dart and Haunt, depending on how you play it. But I do like what Sova brings in terms of having that ultimate online and how you can combine that with some of the set plays MIBR run with it and that Waylay.
Yeah. One of the players that we haven't spoken about is Artsin, and with him being on the KO, playing against a double duelist, when we're speaking about the Fade, clearing those corners, killing those angles, his information is going to be way more important even than the Sova can get.
I'm also really excited to see a more relaxed, less pressured RRQ, because they spoke about getting their first win. They wanted that pressure off their shoulders, so maybe they're going to be having some fun today on stage.
Yeah, a lot of focus on the duelists. I'm also looking at those Viper players, ex-Pharaoh. He's been great on this map in the past.
I can't wait to jump into map and throw this over to your casters. It's Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you so much. And yeah, a lot to be looked at here. I think starting, let's keep it really close to the game we're about to see, right? Let's go to the comps. Where do you lean on this? Because it is a bit of a coin flip of a decision, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's key to come up against a team like MRBR, expect the aggression, to bring out the double duelist, to be able to say, actually, yes, we'll go toe-to-toe with you. Whatever you want to bring. I do actually agree with what Bay was talking about, though. In terms of the fade in the mid-round, I think there's way more possibilities.
But just kind of jump in. Verno on the Sova. I do like it. I really do like Verno.
Almost becoming almost like the trademark of
Yeah, I like what he does, man. Like, I've been a fan of Verno for some time as well, so getting to see him here, love to see that. And he was a big X factor for me in some of the earlier games. I mean, against Billy, he was nuts in that. So it's like he can be one of those. Now, I guess we have to see proofs in the pudding, right?
Absolutely. I think here, starting on Corrode, you'll see Crazy Guy going to catch the info early, but stacked up behind this for MIBR. Knife will come through, won't tag anybody here. Already bodies coming back through from mid as well. No contact found just yet.
No, quite deep into this already. Made good progress. RLQ's got to be careful not getting kind of caught wrapped on this. Obviously, they've got to know that there's a whole lot of presence towards this site, but feels like a ceasefire for only a second, and then finally Monyet the first to get things started, and the follow-up from Cushy. A bit of a glimpse towards what else is down there, and they spotted the rest of MIBR pretty much, so information known, and Monyet did some damage but fell. Aspas and Cortezia doing brilliantly.
Actually, the recall gets off just in time, but Xfero's found one.
Oh, that's one bullet. Does Aspas then close in? That's a dangerous man to be up against. Aspas, what a start! Magic to watch this man. 3 in the first round. That is the bar set already.
Absolutely, been so excited. And actually previously on Corrode as well. MIBR pulling out beautiful set pieces around the way late.
Yeah, he looked
an awkward ball though that she again spikes
didn't
down,
like it.
yeah, kind of far forwards. There's nobody really pressuring towards any other angle here. RRQ kind of just having it get caught off guard in a situation that they're almost the ones to commit to.
Yeah, weird start almost. It did feel a little bit out of sorts, but you know, kind of getting your footing here as well. MIBR keeping it simple, it looks like. Very direct approach. Smoke's already in towards connector. Little set piece.
MIBR tons of space. Says you're going to find one Monyet inside this smoke, but I was going to say respected for the time being. Punished on the walkthrough.
Yeah, okay. RRQ are going to need to lock in on this one. I'm going to be honest, 'cause it looks like MIBR are firing, right? Like, they look pretty sharp at this. Aspas already confidence aplenty, but not on his own. Obviously set into motion by the rest. And I think game by game, that confidence is growing for MIBR. There's the final 3 for RRQ.
Right here.
I mean, I don't think the round wins really the goal now.
No, just looking to deny progress.
Yeah.
Verno with the dart, though, will figure out that that's just the corner.
Oh.
She spotted there. 3 on a round for Cortezia.
And he's been doing so well. Like, as much as I hate the hype man discussions, he's actually coming into his own in that way too. Aspas, big farm there as well. Only 2 away from the ult at the very end. It's a great progress between the 2 of them. And I liked what he's kind of become, this kind of, I don't want to just say a hype man, but he is kind of giving it a bit. This team now has a bit more oomph to it. Because, like, look, Aspas has, like, insane presence in the server. Yeah. But this guy's kind of chill, right? He'll just, like, knock the chair back,
every
chilling.
time, every time out, horizontal.
Yeah, like, he's not up there giving it, but I kind of like you have that back and forth between the 2 of them now.
Go! No! I don't actually think they did recover the rifle that stopped in the corner, but not going to matter too much. I think it was a Guardian and 2 rifles invested into the previous. Obviously already there was a couple of Sheriffs on the board, but now a chance for RRQ to find a response here in round 3. With a slight advantage, but Aspas chomping at the bit.
Man, that's clean from Verno as well, but a really good response from Monyet. Controlling towards top middle, and they re-clear towards the connector. Look, Cortezia can't miss. This guy is dialed in today. It's a 3v3. All rifles now remaining with MIBR as well, and obviously RRQ with that precious first purchase. This guy's on 6-1. He's got a lot of space for them. Spotting out Crazy Guy over towards Con. And he's actually bullied him off that.
I was going to say, dare I say, that was a Sheriff. That was a kill.
Yeah, honestly.
Unable to pin it down with the rifle here, but RRQ with a Pretty proactive clearance here, ahead of the spike being planted all the way towards mid, so gonna have a double flank in play. Aspas gonna be called upon here.
Yeah, he's actually sat so much deeper than maybe they'd expect. He doesn't need help on the lineup. He still finds two. Crazy Guy was noted earlier towards connector, but that time has passed. So there should be awareness. He could be elsewhere. Still got a paranoia though, Mike, so could make something of it.
Certainly a chance for MIBR, just waiting for him to drift out, look for some information.
What a great call there.
Yeah, the freeze, absolutely perfect from MIBR. 3 survive, bonus converted.
Has Aspas died yet?
I don't think so, no, 7-0, right?
So I think he died to the spike though, didn't he?
Yeah, technically doesn't. Yeah.
We like
We call it 7-0.
We'll call it 7-0.
Ahead of Cortezio, obviously.
Enemy remains. It's scary, man. Like, are these two just like got a bet on us? Like, who's
I mean, I'll
like,
be here for it if we get another Aspas Farmville.
Oh, who doesn't enjoy it? Anyone, you know what I mean? You like Valorant, of course you're going to enjoy Aspas, but on the other side, they're no slouches. We got gunners on the other side, so to be able to already have this level of impact is a bit scary, and this is RRQ's choice. And I love the amount of set plays to set in Aspas, who's continuing to farm. Back away we go, drops the body, Monyet down, and we're down to 4 already. It's a good start here. He's gone back for seconds, hungry, but not outstaying his welcome.
No, yeah, fairly disciplined actually to peel away from this. And you can already see the early pressure that MIBR have created. It drew 4 towards the A side of the map at the start of round 4. Maybe a slight misread though with the posture out in mid.
It could be, but then also you've had that 1-2 punch, right? You've had Aspas now opening mid. Where's the response from Cortezia? I'm waiting for this now. You know, he's got to catch up. He's trailing a little. And it's a close pinch on the other side, and Aspas going to continue this build. He's already got his ult, mate. Don't need that one. Share the wealth.
Give somebody else a chance.
It's look, the Waylay buff kind of did unlock. It feels like kind of when it was being discussed, this like it's a better jet right now. It gives you a lot in the way of you taking that space, playing it in, a lot of burst potential. So in the hands of someone like Aspas, it looks damn good.
I mean, the other thing as well on Corrode as well, in terms of the layout, the ultimate, in terms of just shutting down the lane and allowing so much freedom. Crazy Guy had show his hand here, but again, I don't think Cushy's going to have much to do on the flank either. Shut down here, and it's a flawless round for MIBR.
This is dominance, man. Like, I need some spark here from RRQ.
They're looking very well drilled here. You see what Aspas peeling away at the right time. He's not overcommitting to something. Again, actually, a historic criticism of Aspas is that overheat factor, and
one enemy remaining.
You can already see on display here that towing the line. Trailing by 4 now, RRQ back on a purchase. No ultimates on the cards just yet. The top of the board being Monyet with just 2. You might just see, actually, Aspas' ultimate invested here.
Nothing on that knife. Oh, this is quite nice, though. Odson did... Wait, Verno just saved them. I thought Gemkin was going to be their downfall. How was Verno unaffected? Maybe, I guess, a little bit deeper, so didn't get caught by the paranoia, but still, a nice attempted start, but the spacing working out probably best for MIBR.
And even with the follow-up as well.
Oh, that's
Monyet unable to really path forwards there.
I'm probably right to back away.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you'd be throwing another player to the floor, basically, by committing to that. MIBR once more will pause. Snakebite will go in, drone to potentially clear the way.
I've spotted Monyet CT, I'm not sure. Well, seeing where that's been put towards, it feels like it's tailor-made to try and isolate him. Cushy can't really save him either. This line of sighted outed as Aspas goes on the hunt. 9-0. I don't know if this guy even bleeds at this point. And a little bit of a lean out from heaven, but an instantaneous trade.
30 seconds
Aspas still alive. Should strike terror into their hearts. Both ults utilized early, and I like that from MIBR. Good investment here.
What's key here, though, is the pit. It actually stretches back out into main, which means RRQ have to kind of commit towards the decay if they want to look towards these kills.
8 more seconds, about 5 now on that Haunt. One more Prowler to come in, but no real attempt on the spike just yet. They need to get a tap on this one. You can see Verno happy to spam the hit goes down. A mistake made, perhaps. And an opportunity for RRQ, who'll grab onto that with both hands.
completely given up the pit. I'm not sure if that was the plan all along to kind
Maybe,
of
so
let
they
it
could-
drop
yeah.
and then kind of have that grand reveal moment, but yeah, completely off timing there. RRQ pounced on the opportunity to find their first.
They were hungry for that as well.
Yeah,
Any chance? like
again,
that,
you
you'll
mentioned
take
the you mentioned the recon, but I'm not sure if it's another Uto cooldown they're waiting on here. But yeah, Verno's all the way
nice.
out of this. Yeah.
I mean, the others were all blind. That was all four. That Verno just saved them from being slaughtered.
I mean, you can see
essentially.
both of the stuns going, or obviously the hinder and the stun. Typically, you'd have a stun bouncing off, coming back into that corner. So anybody avoiding the paranoia is still obviously, I guess, in a way, affected by something.
Yeah. Okay, first step made for RRQ. These opening exchanges have been quite one-sided for MIBR, so this would be a lovely beginning if RRQ can deny some of that control in middle that has been cautiously fought for by MIBR. They haven't really overextended, they've just shown presence, really.
Yeah. Jemkin actually all the way over towards B, just solo anchoring with the operator. I don't think spotted anybody just yet. You can see how passive
Shadows traveling.
Denom is playing. Exchange of Uto in mid here, but again, MIBR not really pushing forwards. They're going to most likely drift back towards a setup outside A.
Looking at Aspas with that operator too on the attacking side, they're still holding a default, so you've
didn't-
still got...
yeah.
Yeah, I only just noticed on
Yeah,
the X-ray
yeah.
too. I was like, wait, hold on. Could do really well here. Ooh, a miss.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristic, normally sharp, but that is going to note where Monyet is. And I think they might have gone info on Cushy earlier as well, so this could start
30
being
seconds
red
left.
with the amount of presence here. And you can see that build-up. Still, they are unwilling to relent from it, and Cushy just gets beheaded. They still know there's another on this side of the site as well. Monyet tries to make some presence, noted himself, puff up the chest, look a little intimidating, but the rest of MIBR are coming his way. 1 HP. This man is desperate for some help, but he gets it. 11 seconds now. MIBR have to fight forward, and Verno bailing them out on the corner. Plot now in, but Jemkin alive. We wanted big stuff from this man, but he's far off still.
Yeah, basically played out of this round now. It's going to be heroics from Crazy Guy, if anything, for RRQ. And now Jemkin,
Prudent
the point,
time to
yeah,
save.
has to hold on to this. MIBR are looking just so in control of the timing of these rounds in terms of when the aggressions come in, when to push forwards.
I wanted to compliment that. You're bang on with what I saw. It's that kind of ability to scale up. They get a little info on maybe noting where Monyet was, and then you saw that crunch right through.
Yeah,
middle.
but it's not black and white. It's not as if they've got absolute definites
No,
in terms
it's
of
one
info. Yeah,
player.
exactly. And even there, you see Cushy tucked onto a pretty ratty off angle.
Yeah.
But
Bill.
still, he's wide swung by Artscene. And immediately then, everybody's kind of in a position to capitalize.
It feels like good fundamentals as well from MIBR. You know, they're just like good calling, good approach, good spacing.
And that's exactly
There
what
it
I'm
is.
talking about, yeah.
Oh. This again.
What?
10 seconds left.
I guess 1 HP.
Yeah, he saw the player go and, oh, right, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
like what am I going to do?
All right.
Alright, get them pumped up. And look, for RRQ, it's not been the start they've hoped for here.
No,
it was their map, their choice, coming in like this. You'll expect this to be a competitive look from MIBR. Obviously, I think MIBR so far, if I'm not wrong, is sitting at a 100% win record on this, but it's probably out, what, 2 games, 3 games? It's not.
Yeah,
it's
not many reps here.
No,
but,
I think it's only once, especially with the Waylay, so
Yes,
it's still
yeah.
like new. But to see a 5-1, you've got to be feeling that.
I mean, certainly building upon their previous performance here in Paris on Corrode.
And I've got to say, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it was kind of meant to be that Jemkin, Aspas, who's got it?
Getting diffed, I'll say it.
Yeah, what is it? 11-1
Yeah.
right now for Aspas. On the other side, 1-5.
No shame in that, getting diffed by Aspas.
No, it's a fair shout,
Yeah.
man. Like, there's very few players who command that sort of presence. It literally is like your favorite player's favorite player is always going to be Aspas,
Yeah.
right? It's that sort of level, but Jemkin, I want to see activated. I don't need him to go Aspas level of impact, but have some presence
Well,
on the server.
yeah, especially, and you think back to RRQ in their previous series on Abyss, he was just everywhere.
Oh, he was brilliant.
He was, I don't want to say single-handedly, but he was the deciding factor for RRQ. So unfortunately, when a player like that, 6 rounds in, sitting at 1 and 5. Again, previous gamble on the operator, you know, heavy anchor one side, but you certainly do want to see him a little more present here, especially then on the Waylay. It's not necessarily, I mean, of the duelists, it's not one you want to see tucked back on an operator.
Yeah, I agree. And And look, I'll chalk up one of the rounds to, again, do remember he was the one who got snapped in half by Verno when he tried to go out there and make some space on that B hit. That can happen. You're going to have those moments, but I would like to see a bit more presence. I'm worried that I don't see that timer moving.
Yeah.
No one's told me a thing, guys. So we're
still music
we're
going,
all
so
in this together.
We're all in
this together. I'm sorry. Look, we've been too well behaved so far. We haven't been pulling out cables.
We have been on our best behaviour, actually.
We've been trying.
They've kind of got us in a corner where we can't really mess anything up.
Yeah, they have put baby in the corner.
Yeah.
Maybe back just in our
It is
padded cell.
effectively a cage, actually. Think about it.
Despite all my rage. Still, there's a bunch of rats in a cage. We are just getting a couple of ready checks here. Not sure.
I'm not seeing anybody up and about. So
I don't see headsets off. It should be a quick one. Yeah, there we are. Time is moving. So thank you for being nervous with us. Fingers crossed we don't get it again. Odin's coming out. How do you feel about the Odin? I know Sliggy's been going on about it for years.
I mean, I remember back playing a game with Sliggy, just some of the most shameless Valorants ever.
It's foul.
But I mean, it
works on this.
Yeah, certain situations, it's extremely powerful. I don't see it the same as Lotus or anything like that.
Really?
Yeah, some of these early angles aren't as impactful. Again, towards B, post plant, clearing some of those ratty spots. Yeah, I'm all for it, but
pretty nasty on A2.
We're not seeing many people caught off guard on the site we would have seen.
Yeah.
When this map first came out, it's like, yeah, that site's made of paper.
Sure.
Recon through the window. We're going to see loads of. Well,
Cypher's
you don't
got
see
some
it
weird
much.
stuff everywhere. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it does make an impact here. Could be nice. We'll define Sliggy's value of opinion purely on this round on its own.
No pressure, crazy guy.
Oh, there it is. Couple shots. Hudson doesn't seem all that fussed by it yet. Looking to expect some counter pressure coming out through connector. Knife should reveal the intention. That is 2 noted. And that knife only hits really close on the corner, so you can expect them nearby. You better be diligent in this clear, though. A bit of chip. Send down. Dissuading that lean through con. And there it is. Tick in the box for the slug. As RRQ are actually having a brawl on this, but Aspas is a little bit bigger, but the shot misses on the site. That's a problem. Now they know about the operator. Now they're getting good information. Monyet tries to make a mad play. That's not a little too far, but desperation plays here, Mike.
MIBR almost baiting RRQ into these unfavorable situations.
For the amount of times we've seen what feels like a really chaotic situation, but MIBR pause, stabilize, and punish.
I mean, even him, Monyet, he's only on a bucket. Makes a desperation play towards the res, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Jemkin, unfortunately, as you noted, swing and a miss on the operator. So now forced to clutch onto the weapon for another round.
Oh, you just feel like you're not in the game. That's the frustrating part for Jemkin. It feels like you're just not in the right place. You're not able to get involved in these fights. That was probably the deepest exploration we've seen from MIBR up middle as well, with that much early work behind it, right? We haven't seen them fighting kind of, I guess, beyond that Viper wall, really, trying to dig a little deeper. This time they have, and Jemkin will just then gets the 1v1 that he misses.
Yeah. Seeing here whether or not the pings on the map are indicative of maybe RRQ trying to prevent something from happening here in the follow-up, but again, I'm not entirely sure how it's going to sit financially for them.
Just pause around this time where they're just waiting for this refight to come in.
I mean, okay, vulnerable, he's through the wall, he's got to try and make something from nothing in a round like that, but...
Here we go. Got to be the hero, Jemkin.
So yeah, the ping's actually over here to actually bring the operator across this direction. MIBR stacked up. Again, it's going to be target-rich environment on the other side, but...
And nice.
Gets slammed out.
Look who's coming. Aspas hungry for the kill. And he's got so much info on this one. There's no escaping your fate when Aspas is on your heels. There was no way out of that. Tailor-made poison, it felt like. Every step of the way, there was a reveal in mind. Jemkin is being given no play here.
I mean, it's just beautiful to, again, here, total pace change. The previous 2 rounds, they're almost conscious of an operator on the map. Here, they spot it, they get the tag with the Aldrome first, and then immediately pounce on him. This is the one threat for RRQ. From the outside looking in, you think, find the operator, go somewhere else. Nope.
Head first.
They send everything on top of him. I mean, it's brutal for RRQ. Yeah, absolutely brutal for RRQ.
You look at the layering, it was what? It was the Aldrone first, fair enough. Tries to fall back from that. Then you had the knife, so can't actually gap close or get out of danger. And then there was a follow-up as well. I guess the dart must have come in as well from Verno.
Yeah, because he got tagged again behind.
In that corner, yeah. So it's like, what are you meant to do? If he tried to get around the arch, he had probably been seen by that point because Aspas was in there. So, watch this from his side.
I was going to say, if we get a chance to see what else actually reveals him on the second ping, because, I mean, Aspas does fantastically well.
There's the first. Look at this timing, man.
By the way, thank you so much for catching out the other side.
I love our replay team. You're hot.
You can't ask for much more than that, man.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That is actually so pretty to watch.
But like I said, this is RRQ. The last few rounds have been heavily reliant on that MIBR. Have kind of been drifting around the map, looking for such a threat. And here, they're happy to pounce on the challenge.
Here comes the ult. Look at them trying to fall back towards his TP. Has to get taken towards connector. Leaves site open now. But Aspas goes hunting. He sees it as a challenge, not a threat. And when you're this good, you can tell as to why. He's not stopping either. Further forward, he can't control it. Cushy finally back in. But there's fights elsewhere. Monyet in the right place. Prowler connects, dealt with. Cushy doing damage. But a 2v2 now. All slowed down here. Verno caught drifting, thought it was safe.
10 HP here. And Cortezia.
Does he get one?
I mean, Xfero's not looking this way. Oh, you can't mess it up now. I was going to say, you can't be doing that.
Look at the HPs as well, right? We've got Monyet on 30, Cortezia on 10. And he wants to just path this way. He's going for it. Monyet around the world. I like that choice as well.
Yeah.
This is good. This should be probably in the back of Cortezia's mind, but not for a minute or two. What does Cortezia do? Does he go for a similar thing around the world, or does he just...
He's going to try and wrap it, yeah.
Yeah, around the world, baby. Let's get the timing right, Monyet. Brilliant repositioning. He could have stuck on site. That felt too much of a risk. Didn't quite know what was going on. Disconnected, went around.
I think you're right. Too many unknowns for him to just sit back and wait for something to happen. Unfortunately, I think Monyet, I'm not even sure if he's tagged just ahead of the smoke here, yeah. I mean, Crazy Guy, I don't even think realizes he's been tagged there with the way he stands behind the smoke, but yeah, I think, oh yeah, he did actually turn this way. I was wondering if Monyet was holding an angle to see both entrances, yeah.
Second round, okay. Here we go. They've got the full hand of ults as well, I think. Oh no, 2 away from Monyet, but possible this round if he gets the opportunity to build.
MIBR are so comfy in terms of the finances, though.
It's scary. It's scary.
It was round 10.
Make me proud.
Jemkin's got ult here. This could be a goer from the rip. Although the one who made it look infamous so far.
Yeah, they're desperate to try and basically stop the rot outside A or towards mid.
This could be huge, though.
Could be a very big connection.
Pop the ult, send in Monyet. But they're waiting a long time for this. Great catch. Let's see who's going to be the one to strike. Denied, slowed down by the nade coming in towards connector. That's really good. And actually, it's Cushy who tried to make the play through top middle, but maybe a miscomm. They weren't able to capitalize on this as well, but a late swing from Monyet. Still desperate to do the damage through Con. Monyet now on that corner, but checked on that little crouch peek in from Verno.
Oh my god, man.
Oh, what is that? Oh, and the knife gonna find him too. They now know he's maybe.
You see, they're all about to look away then. Everybody actually missed from Aspas, but traded out here.
Verno's having a round. Man, and I like that idea from MIBR, but sorry, RRQ, but MIBR, that one nade from Artisan coming in.
Well, this is the thing. At the time at which the ult is invested, Cushy's actually got a Prowler. He's not ready to capitalize towards mid.
Really?
Again, I'm not sure if he's spotted something ahead or behind the wall, or there's something else happening, but he's in it. The Prowler's being sent and he's controlling it. It's not as if it's just drifting down mid, yeah.
Oh man, because that could have been such a nice crunch.
Yeah, ever so slightly off. If that's the plan from the get-go, which it looks like it is from Jemkin's positioning, he's holding the ult for either A or mid.
Yep.
But again, maybe there's something I didn't catch, but I noticed there nobody's. I mean, certainly you want a couple of bodies there. You don't want the priority to come through from the choke point.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought Monyet was going to come flying out through connector. But again, that nade coming in just in time from Artisan.
Yeah, for sure.
Just denied it. So I'm like, well, but then I thought there'd be enough time potentially for Cushy to cancel if it was called. I don't know. Again, the comms looked a little bit off there. It looked a little disjointed. It could have been a nice call.
It's on the back, I think, of Verno's drone. They hear the drone come in, and that's when they're like, yeah, okay, let's go.
Because normally Aspas is right behind it, right? That's a pretty big tell. Let's see what it looks like on the replay here as well. Oh, it's so far ahead.
Yeah, well, Cushy, I think this is actually behind the...
Yeah, it's
that's after the
yeah.
ultimate, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I love that as well. Xfero's like, oh, I might get a timing here. The knife goes at everyone. Just yeah, swings back to top mid.
That's unlucky, really. I gotta say, for me, eye test, RRQ look a little flat so far. Not seen anyone have big impact. Monyet's been okay, but we know the capability of Monyet when he's having a big game as well.
And I think that's the way to characterize it. We've already seen these individuals perform here.
Yes,
we've seen the level they're capable of, but something feels a little off today.
And
not to take anything away from MIBR,
exactly,
like I said,
right?
they are firmly in control of the tempo, of RRQ's intentions, having the right answers ready at their disposal. It's not as if they're reacting to anything. They actually just seem really well prepared.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what we're seeing from MIBR. I really am. Can't really fault it. It looks like it's relatively simple. I don't say it's overly complicated, but by all rights, it's well crafted. It's set on the strengths of their side. We've got some lovely synergy between Verno, Zenom there, and Aspas as well. It's all working. If you've got a superstar like Aspas, play him in, cool, and they are. It feels like you can't
play
get
him
away
in,
from him.
let him do his thing.
Yeah, support him in that way, I guess.
Yeah, which again is why it's so refreshing to see Aspas really... I was going to say, hold that thought for a second, yeah.
He hunt further. Oh my God, that is a terrifying
He actually caught
line.
himself. There's not much of a gap to play in.
Look at the TP, look who's coming through on Heaven as well. This is not an individual effort. There's already moves being made here. It has been revealed at some point though. Don't know when that came through. This round's been topsy-turvy, but they have sight. Oh, great shot. There he is, Jemkin. Couple more of those, and I'm paying attention, but that's been his second kill here in round 11. Bring it to a 4v4, but the buy is weak. Sheriff's pistols. It's Jemkin, who has to be an instigator. Crazy guy going to take that title if he has to. Cushy doing work as well. Verno and Aspas, a deadly combo. Last two alive, make it just one. Verno, you got something for us here. Dart still ready. Prowler, sent in, handled. Position. Seen. He's waiting. Doesn't know about the spike. That's the fear. Hindered. Oh, and caught Jemkin. Look, big round from him. 2 kills there, doing exactly what they needed. Thrifty.
Really awkward engagement towards the spawn here. Yeah, again, love the idea that flash out of the smoke there and trying to make something happen. But first real example we've seen of RRQ, you know, to overcome a couple of stacked up bodies of MIBR. Again, it's the second here from Cushy that incends the ult. Again, you can see, the time to get the better of Aspas in that sort of situation. All credit to him.
Well, that's a mechanical capability we're waiting to see from RRQ, right? It's like you could do that every now and then. Cool, let's see a couple more of those. And they've gone, run it back to me one time. KO off rip as well. This is going to be very hard to hold. This might be a passive play. At least at the restart from RRQ. Having to respect this site take.
TP gets cancelled as well. Xfero though, really good for the one.
Well, they're so willing.
Look at this pit. The pit cuts off. So many possibilities. But we've got the flank coming in here. Look at Monyet and Jemkin.
I love this exchange of space. 2 hunting through CT. Pit over towards connector. But you're right, it's the flank that could be the difference maker. Jemkin's position will be seen. Do they expect the follow-up body of Monyet as well? Looking like it could be Verno's duty to handle this. He decides against it for now, checking back in possibly towards connector. Leaving this somewhat open. This is now going to get messy. The calls have to be made. Monyet's been found. Jemkin was noted here earlier. Verno's now on red alert. Could have slipped into the ult. Jemkin could have find Potensia, but Artisan with an absolute round. Quietly building the whole way through.
What a way to close out the first half. 9-3, I love the switch up here, the plant towards backside, and then the pit to cut off so many possibilities. RRQ actually have a double flank coming through, so they had what they needed to try and counteract this, but MIBR able to stick the landing.
Yeah, I really like that, mechanically sharp on that end of there. Brilliant. And I gotta say, MIBR coming in with plans, it feels like. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit messy here and there, but tightening it up 3 rounds for RRQ. That's what they're going to be bringing into the second half, which we'll be back to in just a second after this interview.
Et Leito m'a rejoint à Paris pour pouvoir faire une petite interview. Mandatory content creator, Sova player, just like me. Thank you for joining me, Leito. It's a pleasure to have you here. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, we know that you've been rooting for Mandatory throughout, the year with Zerator and stuff, but why does make this year different? Why are the boys going to qualify through Ascension? Du coup, qu'est-ce qui fait que cette année, avec Mandatory, ça va être différent? Qu'est-ce qui fait que vous allez réussir à vous qualifier en VCT?
Bon, je pense que cette année, l'équipe a été très constante. Peut-être un split 2 un petit peu en dents de scie, mais finalement, à la fin, quand c'était les EMEA, on a eu un parcours du lower bracket jusqu'à la fin qui a été exceptionnel. Ensuite, on a 2 joueurs d'expérience qui ont déjà gagné les ascensions. Je pense à Enzo et Takas. Donc voilà, Enzo nous a promis qu'il essaierait de faire remonter l'équipe en VCT. J'espère qu'il tiendra sa promesse comme il peut.
On espère aussi qu'il y parviendra effectivement. So yeah, we have 2 very experienced players who already won Ascension, Enzo and Takas, and the team has been consistent this year. So I have pretty good faith in the fact that we can qualify. And second question, we have the best teams in the world gathered here. And without betraying Mandatory, if you had to pick one team to join and play with them, who would you dream playing with? Donc avec qui est-ce que tu rêverais de jouer ici aux Champions sans trahir Mandatory évidemment?
J'aimerais bien jouer avec l'équipe de G2, notamment parce que j'aime l'équipe de G2 féminine qui m'inspire beaucoup dans la compétition et dans le jeu. Donc pourquoi pas l'équipe de G2 qui est impressionnante aujourd'hui et particulièrement Jugebo.
Okay, so yeah, I would like to join G2. I love their G2 Gozen team, the female team, and also Jogimo is an insane player. Thank you so much for joining me, Leto, merci. And we're gonna see who takes the win on Corrode just now.
Always lovely to hear from Lou there.
Always.
Jumping back into this, though, let's refocus our attention on that score, Mike. 9-3. A mega result for MIBR here. Coinbase Econ report, just throw it up on the screen. Guess who it is?
Self-explanatory. If you were asleep for the last 12 rounds.
Wakey, wakey.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's always such a joy to watch. And there's a small collection of players, you ever say this about, but actually enjoyable to watch time and time again when they find this form. And Aspas just in total control of this first half.
Yeah, he makes Valorant look pretty. That's all I can put to it, really. Just stunning at the game. And yeah, had what he needed here. Set into motion brilliantly by his teammates and kind of dictating the pace. It's put the bar pretty high for RRQ. You kind of always have to hope that he's on a quiet day or an off day. Today he's not. He's very much on. So, are we in on this? We are.
Hang on.
Monya's
down already.
Whoa.
All the way at bottom mid.
How's that happened? All right, look, I'm catching up, Chief.
Or RRQ aren't.
Is this the cubby to play in? Oh, it is. Cortesia's going to set him up. If they dared walk through that, it is only their death waiting.
I mean, losing one on the pistol, you'd hope they wouldn't commit behind that on the fact that...
Is that just a spam, do you think, now?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Didn't catch
no one's taking damage,
I was going to say, I didn't catch the timing on the wall, or...
I don't think anyone did.
Well, Monya certainly didn't.
So Venom now going to be put back into the limelight a little for a couple of seconds, as we did hear that haunt go up, so you're kind of expecting some pressure. But didn't check Con, and he's just ahead of this wall. Did he see a pixel there? I think he might.
Now he
yeah,
has.
He does.
Now he has.
Nice shock dart too. Don't know if it did too much. Oh, it certainly did. And yeah, that's threatening to say the least. Verno just perfectly in control here. Trying to be shut down on, but this guy is calm under pressure. That's the Verno you want to see. Step by step, it is methodical work from him. And leaving just 2 alive, the bare minimum remainders. Still a Sheriff and a Ghost, but not much else.
Nobody from MIBR has taken a single point of damage yet.
God damn.
It's a full 5v2 here. In the retake, the drone's going to come through, spot out at least one member. Still plenty of util to work with.
Just one left alive, and it's simple stuff here. MIBR, they mean business today, Mike. This is a clear-cut affair.
I mean, dare I say it, coasting through this first map.
Yeah. And for such a young player, I think 19, Verno, one of the rookies who've come up, I don't even say rookie anymore, but kind of that era of player, right? A little fair, yeah, reasonable.
Right.
Oh, he's seen him. Hello.
Hello.
the composure.
Yeah, I mean, Verno plays this so well, by the way. Again, just backing up, forcing RRQ to dig deeper and deeper to try and pin down one kill to equalize the round.
It's really impressive to see. Again, I've been waiting to see the kind of coming of form of Verno. Kind of in that same conversation as, you know, Marder and people like that.
No.
Oh, not again.
No.
What noises are we making?
Deja vu from round one, man.
They've given us a replay there, I think. That's what it was,
Oh, right.
right?
Which,
Yeah.
yes,
Thanks,
just
guys.
chucked another clip in.
Aspas on the off angle up top. Cornered by Cortezia. Expecting the crunch to come in. They're actually on the site here. It is only classics, but against Baser. What is that shot from Aspas? Artisan is the firing squad of MIBR. Making it look all too easy. Artisan wants some attention himself, and he's certainly getting it. Flawless again. This is a team to be proud of right now. 11 rounds, and they don't look phased.
Nah. Look ice cold down on the stage. Again, need I remind you, this is RRQ's pick.
What's it like to be talented?
Yeah. It's just, what do you do against when somebody's moving around the map like this? Like, well, they've got effectively one buy round to make a go of this.
Sick.
Please don't be. Well, I was going to say, over zealous in mid here,
Is he
considering.
waiting for a goer? No, no one's got anything to set him up. I thought he was going to dive in then. Calm. Sorry, I got a little nervous. Aspas is doing things. And look at the off angles here. Overconfident on the corner. Did stay around too long. Verno now going to be caught off, but tries to keep that composure key again. Having to relinquish the site though.
Again, plays his life really, really well. It's only now the one rifle for Aspas and 3 stingers alongside are going to be healthy in the purchase here, but certainly they concede this round. You want to see some damage. Really drive that advantage home.
Still scared when it's Aspas. Still scared. Flash in. Pop flash through. Sets himself up. Gonna get one. Any trade there? No. Aspas a little late on the corner and Cushy. Gonna find some value here. Big round. There we go. A little bit of pride for here for RRQ. They really needed that.
Absolutely do. 4 left standing. So a chance to maybe string something together here in the second half. Pace change again. Verno basically. That was definitely from the previous round. They are messing with us now, yeah. Again, Verno plays his life here as best he can, but it's a stinger. He can't really go back in and re-challenge here. So RRQ making that advantage.
Can they string it together though? Let's see. Let's get some more going. Give me another one here. Got none yet. Still very much towards the top end for RRQ. See what he can achieve straight away on that Odin spam though. Mid looking inaccessible.
Say, that should be the deterrent, even if the previous blind kills weren't. But it is forcing them towards Aspas. They go forwards.
Jennifer as well. Sets him up. Gonna get one but falls away. Let's see how they scale up here. Gonna send Jemkin forward. Still a fight on the site here. Aspas waiting. Angle. Controlled. Delivered the kill. Gets outdone. Cushy doing really well on these trades. Earner with the spam. Not gonna get it. Cushy again. Lovely little sidestep there. This is better from RRQ, finding some stability.
And do have the null command here, but Cortezia a little bit disconnected. Still got some util to work with, 2 flashes, a snake bite, and the fragment.
And Anderson's been the quiet little backline assassin so far as well. Catching up pretty comfortably towards the top end. Sphero gonna slowly creep away from the side, doesn't want to outstay. Play on that sort of deeper angle on that connector side. Uh-oh, that's a problem though. You're now banking on Crazy Guy to maybe make his appearance known. Cushy taking all the attention. Crazy Guy gotta be there, gotta be the one to do this. Holds on control, but a 1v1 now. Honestly, we said it before, this guy is good! He's having an absolute tear of a performance. Let him know, as MIBR punching up to 12 rounds.
Almost feels like this is the first round that RRQ are kind of winning out on some of these individual rifle battles.
Cushy was nice and
yeah. But again, the slow, disciplined clearance back in. A major disadvantage on this site as well. Little bit of a fumble at the end for RRQ, but credit where it's due to clutch that one out.
Yep. You can see on the board what we were saying about us in there. He's caught up with Aspas.
Yeah, he's better. Aspas barely had a look in the second half just yet. It's all on the back of Artsine.
Ooh. Tezia gets his head taken off. Hold on, that could open up a really nice split here. They're already looking to try and get through Con, which they're doing now off the back of the Prowler that's going to take and clear the space. They do also have that Fade ult as well. Uh-oh. You're still going to think someone might be here, right? You're going to pre-clear. I guess they did find Cortezia in a similar position, so maybe they forget
Yeah, they're
about
spamming onto the box as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's
now
nice. Should be good, should be good. There we are, Monyet. Took a couple of seconds, but he gets there. Takes about half HP off of him, but that's okay. Now these three players, they might cancel on this.
Yeah, definitely. This situation, hold on to these weapons. Again, Cortezia 250, Artsine at 1300, so maybe a chance to spread the wealth. It'll be a big round for RRQ because 5 are left standing here.
This becomes those conversations, though, of if you're MIBR, where are you going to put your pieces, right? Because it feels like this repetition towards A, this now like, okay, they want to split the connector, build up. Lovely first pick. I'd love to see how Cortezia got caught there, because if, again, you're anchoring this, you want to play a little safe on it, maybe just a blind shot, maybe a little pre-fire, whatever it was, worked really well for them. Opened up that almost encouragement then to close down towards A, but I guess the follow-up question is, where do they want to go on this now? Where do they want to approach? Okay, just caught out.
A little strange to see. That sort of commitment again. I mean, I've seen there's a ton of pressure coming his way. Unfortunately, not able to slow things down enough to net a kill. At least well played by Monyet in that regard. Again, Finance is still going to be there or thereabouts. Have to see what the purchase looks like here. Still got the null command. Nothing else for MIBR to throw into this round.
And probably a good time for a timeout as well. Just kind of let it simmer for a second.
Have a nap.
Lean back. Yeah.
As soon as he starts talking,
Yes,
Squad
yeah.
gets on the mic. Yeah, back to go.
That's not for me.
Guys, listen up.
Guys,
Fill me
focus.
in afterwards, it's fine.
TLD on me. But this is an opportunity for RRQ to recover a little bit of confidence. Again, having to go up against 12 is a really rotten scoreline. Again, if they get that full hand of ults, you're starting to doubt the validity in a turnaround. I'm happy to be wrong. Happy to see some rounds strung together. Timeout coming out of this one. RRQ still need to be on the money. It feels that repetition towards A, though, has been the, I guess, answer for RRQ. Do they go for it again?
And almost, actually, heaven sent, actually, to get a chance. They have no timeouts left, so at least a chance for them to catch a breath and maybe collect that. Yeah, exactly. Get back on the same page in that regard.
Change up in who's got the Odin as well, because last
Yeah,
time it was Verno
yeah,
top middle,
yeah.
leaving that connector a little bit more open. I assume they want him back there, right? So he's gone for the Judge. Good position to play from. In a very standardized default. Good catch on Aspas. Diligent clear from Cushy.
Yeah, the recall's expired as well. Looks like they might want to put a few bodies towards this in terms of curiosity.
But it's Aspas. He's calm about backing away. Doesn't want to completely relinquish the space without them having to fight for it, but don't want overexerting that control they may have had.
MIBR have drifted into a 3-stack setup here on B, but Verno's still trying to act as a deterrent in mid. We're going to hear at least 2 rifles on the back of that. So still further information playing into his hands.
Got to be on red alert though. You've got to know he's back here now. So it does, I guess,
Walking
apply.
towards the stack.
It is open, but then is this really the site you want to go towards? Let's see, Monyet fights forward. It's a poor choice to be had. Desperation play is MIBR strangle holding RRQ in this choke. Verno getting interested, sends down the shock dart. It is near on bullying at that point. MIBR making it look all too easy at a 13-5.
Absolutely. Again, I come back to the same thing. Felt like they were coasting in some of these rounds. RRQ barely getting a look in.
Lovely performance, so got to say, MIBR looking strong here, and that was RRQ's choice. After this, though, we'll be back with Abyss. Let's see see how this one closes out potentially.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
How about you behind one? There's the shorty. And Albion goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation.
Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Let's go.
squad of MIBR. Now, Coach, the entire team is in an incredible form. I mean, you talked about how important that first win against Bilibili was for you guys in terms of the confidence. But confidence aside, what are you doing as a coach to kind of unleash every single one of them on the team?
Just a little bit about what you said. I mean, everyone on our team is very talented. Everyone's working really hard. So I think it's really just giving them confidence to know that they could be the best amongst the world if we keep playing at this level. We beat one of the best teams from China. We put a really good fight against Fnatic, one of the best teams from Europe. So we're just out here trying to prove ourselves, and Snow really gives us credit for being a good team.
Thank you so much for that insight, and good luck on the next map.
I mean, well said. I think it's about time people put some respect on their name. MIBR, they are looking really, really good, and they're looking like they're going to secure playoffs.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, that was a really great first map there, playing this solo Waylay comp. Ospas looked great on that role. I think they had a great approach to their macro, the way they were dominating mid-control throughout. This is really a statement win to start the series.
It is indeed. And speaking of statement, let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. An ace, Kakuka, for Artin.
Do you remember before this game, I said, oh, with the duelist and this and whatnot, like Artin has to have a game. Not only did he ace in this amazing round, we're going to see like the last kills are very, very impressive. Every single time that there was an ult, every single time that RRQ tried to make a move, he was there using his utility, the molly, the flashes. He was on point this game.
Yeah.
Guaranteed the win.
We're talking about the protocols too. Look what they're doing in this round. They get the Viper's Spit down to block off one avenue of retake into the site, and then realizing that there's pressure on the other side, they're immediately fighting into spawn with the KO flashes going on through. I think the KO is really good for those kind of proactive forward fights, and on your execs as well, when you're combining that with a dart, it's also so potent.
We were speaking about Cortezia before going into the game, seeing Artin also having that moment, being like, look at what I can do on this stage.
I'm not gonna lie, he was up on his feet way more.
Yeah.
It felt like he was up on his feet every single round.
And he's the guy who got so much criticism after the rough performance at Toronto, after the rough performance in Stage 2, because to be honest, he had some pretty diabolical maps, but here he is in what is arguably the most important match right now for MIBR this year to make it to Champs playoffs, and he's popping off.
And if we take a look at the other side, we see an RRQ that was defeated. Jemkin, that first half, it was not the time for him. Let's see if he can bounce back.
Yeah, let's see indeed, because if they don't, this is going to be very, very bad news for RRQ and also for the side of our Pacific region as well, because they came in here as the strongest region at the tournament. So let's see what Coach Ewok has to say ahead of map 2.
Jen here with Ewok of RRQ. Now, Ewok, we saw RRQ coming online towards the end of the first map, now heading into Abyss. If the comps do not change from the both teams, it's likely that you guys will both run the KO Sova. That means it's going to be Jemkin and Ospas on the Jet. And Ospas back in his championship form, it'll be important for Jemkin to really perform. Do you feel like Jemkin is ready for the Battle of Jets?
I don't think it's necessarily just the Jemkin thing. I think all of us need to step up. We were really flat the first map. So again, some frustration after the first map, but now we just need to turn it around.
All right, glad you got the frustration out of the way. All right, let's pop off. Thank you.
They don't really have a choice, but the good news is MIBR are starting on the defense. And as we remember the last time we saw their Abyss defense, wasn't the best.
But do you put that on them or do you put that on Fnatic? They've
I
been
think a little bit of
completely
both.
flawless.
Or
on the
option
attack so
3,
far.
do you put it on Abyss?
Oh, I like that. I
Which is
actually
just
really
the
like
most
that.
attack-sided map in the pool right now.
Yeah.
I think all three. A combination of all three.
Okay, you know what I think? I think it was where Ewok was both right and wrong. I do think it has to come down to Jemkin in terms of confidence. We need to see that Jemkin that we saw the other day. We need to see him actually going head-to-head into those duels, because when they played this map against Bilibili, he was dunking on them.
Yeah, he really was. For MIBR, though, I mean, if they could 2-0 here, it's an Abyss where they've already played it, they've already looked good on this map, and Oswas is already in peak form. It feels like an amazing opportunity for them to make something out of this year where they did not even make Stage 2 playoffs, but you're absolutely right. A lot of pressure on RQ, and especially on Jemkin playing this Jet.
Yeah, no surprises in the Agent Select here. I really like the fact that, as we're saying, Artin and Verno are playing amazingly today. Like the way that they're setting Aspas up for success is going to be also very important here from the defense. RQ, the ball's on your court. Seriously, you're starting on the attack. You have everything in your power to snowball this game and start very, very strong on a map that you have already shown and are already comfortable.
This could be the most important pistol round for them this entire tournament. If they can get the ball rolling a little bit earlier, Pansy and Hypoke, they could send us to a map 3.
And I want to echo what Bea said there, Mike. This is the best opportunity for RRQ to right their wrongs. Starting on this side, they've seen that MIBR, on the side they're starting on, had their woes.
Yeah.
So, can they be the ones to apply that again?
Yeah, and actually it's one of those few instances where we have actually a recent example of, obviously, with RRQ rolling over Billy as well. Again, not dropping around in the second half, but starting out confidently with an 8-4. And I mean, Jemkin was pivotal to their success. Rough map 1 for him, he's got to bounce back fast. So I think he was at, what, 8-0 in opening engagements versus Billy. He was just rolling through rounds.
Now Verno here, once again shouldering this start. Sticks around for the shock dart.
The timing is beautiful.
Does dip into the smoke, might get caught on this owl drone, needs to keep his head down and actually bounds away. So will relinquish sight, exchange that. Jemkin!
Caught sleeping.
Whoa, Aspas. Big punish and just ringing the bell. Jemkin now obviously dead and has to spectate the rest of the round. Big info there too.
Yeah, a lot of info.
See the RRQ are tucked on sight.
MIBR waiting out for this flank to come to fruition. Crazy guy actually turns his attention here. Cortezia will punish.
This is brilliantly staged so far. Xferro has to be monumental for this. It's a little bit laboured on the first, unleashing MIBR to sweep the site. This was meant to be a redemption. A moment to help RRQ back on their feet, but they've been swept.
Did everything right on the way in as well. Like I said, Aspas catching this kill here. I mean, Jemkin barely reacted to this, you can see. Frustrating way to fall after so much, I mean, guaranteed control if they can just keep 5 alive there. MIBR had to wait out for the flank. They could have really run away with side control.
Bro, we need to coordinate better, bro.
Wow.
I don't know, man. You're doing
okay,
it.
all right.
Doing it, damn. Bono wants perfection or nothing. Okay, RRQ. Second bite of things, but this round not going to look likely as Aspas begins the farming again. We've seen this one before. Oh, he's going to
Is he going for it?
Yeah, I think he is. Observers, thank you. Come on, Prius. Let's lock in today.
Somebody's got his back, so we can see it anyway. Yeah. Teamwork from the observers.
Prius is going to go for a miss quickly. Get the free cam. Free cam. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you, guys. Now, while this happens, RRQ tested the other side of the map, and the setup holds strong for MIBR. Not feeling much threat as RRQ somewhat dwindling out here. Maybe trying to close down on Cortezia, but
yeah,
that's the best you're hoping for here.
I mean,
being watched.
yeah, Crossfire's being held here. But
nice.
Actually catching him off guard still.
Really nice.
Jemkin's a lick of HP.
God.
Where did that go?
Don't know. Don't know where they're going. They looked on.
Yeah.
All 3 on site currently. All 3 locked on site currently. They fight their way out of this one. RRQ, it doesn't feel nice to be here, but the timing's got to be right for MIBR, and it's looking good. Arden's in with the first found. Start building up through this. Verno does get his man. I mean, they are so in control.
Yeah, suffocated towards the spike.
Very disciplined at the end then as well. I like that.
Same sort of thing we saw on Corrode as well. Just waiting, making absolutely sure people are in the right position to swing at the same time, take control of these sight lines. I was going to say, I was desperate to see where, certainly the second one.
That looked like it was good, right? But again, I do want to kind of roll it back as well here. The fact that MIBR are playing so, I don't want to say like respectful, but they're being very, very diligent in everything they're doing, very, very controlled. It does give you a note of that they respect RRQ enough that they're not going to take any liberties yet.
Definitely, yeah.
But into a bonus round, it's a quite a well-invested bonus round, they could.
Certainly is. Again, no light shields on the other side, so going to be difficult for Aspas to find freebies. Yeah, Verno and Shannon both picking up rifles as well.
God, that deep trip is lovely as well. It's just kind of that final warning signal if they need it. Allows Verno more attention towards creating this 3-play stack on B. And it's the right read. At the 1:10 mark. Good to see that Al drone come in, smokes up. Aspas will happily dip his toe ahead of that though. And yeah, you can see why. He does get surely a tag. He does get cushy. Down low, Cortezia now going to be rewarded. Couldn't quite pick up the gun in time. A second glance through the smoke. But it is a 3v3. A Vandal with Verno. Hudson on the Bulldog. And still that Guardian in play. Not a comfortable post plant yet by any means. Oh, God!
That was the wrong spam.
How's he gone away with that? Xferro still going to at least try and answer one back by taking down Artisan. But Verno, oh no, they've just slipped past each other. No idea about it. Xferro, magical. But no, not like that. RRQ, an opportunity there to set the record straight. But it gets ripped away.
Another bonus conversion here.
Oh, man.
MIBR. I mean, Cortezia goes huge.
Yeah, he does.
To catch the second one as well.
He was almost good for that third, it felt like.
I mean, yeah, what, on the second attempt, I think he couldn't pick up the rifle the first time, but Genom closing this out with the Guardian. Twisting the knife.
Let's go!
Applying further pressure to RRQ, who are left trailing once more.
And it's starting to feel like a drought of rounds, Mike. You know, you take into account that first map. Obviously, yes, they were able to take a second or two, a bit of a breather, but you're going to be feeling it now. We haven't even really seen that stability kick in fully yet. Aspas is up on the operator too.
One away from the knives. Drone will note presence.
A little high-low ready? Yeah. Nice stall. Going to cancel the high-low. Ignore the first, try and slip into the smoke for the second. Artisan going to get cleared on that. Good work from RRQ. Diligent to sweep correctly. Obviously not a perfect purchase, but try and do what they can. Verno gets closer and gets handled. Better from RRQ. There's the explosive side you want to see. A couple of upgrades now available. See Monyet grabbing one of those. I think Xferro also on the Bulldog too.
Heavy consideration here with the operator in hand for Aspas. In a 2v5, once those rifles do cycle across to RRQ. Which is why we're seeing MIBR wisely backing away, but again, I've seen the choice to go forwards here and challenge in the choke. I'm sure maybe just a little bit of a chaos in the comms, but again, there were stars down.
They're going hunting. Love to take some of these away. Don't think they've heard that operator yet, though.
No.
Might be able to consider it in purchase. That's as far as RRQ wants to go here.
A beautiful conversion on this round, though.
That's really, it's so
light
nice to have a side
investment,
like
yeah,
that,
exactly,
yeah.
He actually gets pinged out as well. I didn't spot that.
See, I thought he was in the smoke ahead of it, but no. Just a little late on clearing that dart. I mean, better play, right? It can happen in seconds. Stiff. Bloody hell. Where was that?
Crispy one tap. But again, they're up the ropes so quickly as well.
Aspas is going for a walk. Does again get revealed. That's lovely. This is good work, actually. Coming out from Crazy Guy, making sure they are crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
I think that's going to serve as enough of an off-put here for RRQ to reconsider their approach here in round 5.
But the information game fairly even with Verno managing to spot the cross there too.
Aspas is already making his way towards A as well.
They're not going to get the same entry though on this at all. Going to get a good tag though, man. The Sobers are doing work here. Aspas still waiting, spotting a pixel, playing through the smoke, but the reveal is good. Verno denying Jemkin control on the site, and the TP gets taken. It's a fast play towards B, bringing in the 2 players who are disconnected as the main pack now. Plant is in.
It's still some util down here, but Cortezia had actually given up. Crucial engagement towards mid here. Crazy Guy looks the other way, still gets the kill. Verno will fall.
You respect the second though. He's very much looking this way. Crazy Guy keeping Aspas very focused on this mid fight. The site challenge not looking like it's going too well either. Aspas, oh hold on, whoa, hold on. Howie down on 1. Monyet was the one to take that TP over here, the first to get onto this side, dives into the smoke, and MIBR! I didn't think that retake was theirs at all.
No, it was looking like the time was almost going to slip through their fingers, but I think actually the moment they realized, yes, somebody's still committed to mid. It's where they catch them off guard. Oh yeah, again, the cloudburst there, allowing the kill from Verno to get maximum value. Quick pivot, and again, get themselves a clean plant, but unfortunately this time can't progress deeper into this site, can't take away much of MIBR's options in terms of the retake.
Cortezia, man, also having a nice game so far. 1-3-1 beginning. I don't know, have they cleared that trip yet? I'm not too sure. I think now it's part of the protocol list.
Well, did he just...
I think he just shock darted that potentially.
Okay.
Not sure. I see that Crazy Guy's down to, what, 1?
Yeah.
So maybe...
I didn't know if he'd pulled it back just before backing up.
Could have been. I think for now, I'll give it to Crazy Guy. Might be wrong. But Aspas, happy to sit on this. Up top. Now drone dealt with before tag. Not backing away just yet either. Look to consider trying to get across towards that pop-up spot, but Aspas just trying to get away and play his life, and he has done. Mid-control is going to be for RRQ. Now the site feels small. It feels like you're going to get wrapped on, and it's not just one player. So these three have to try and steady their nerves. So that spike is getting closer for that plant. In the hands of Cushy so far, and Cushy going down. That spike is now in a really tough position.
This is awkward timing. Verno might catch something here. He's jumped across.
Oh, he's got one. Couldn't get the second, though. Xfero controls, but Jemkin's one of that spike is being denied on every aspect towards it. Devastating way for this one to probably wrap up here unless Xfero can go absolutely nuclear. But with 20 seconds, I don't think it's happening.
No, especially knowing that Aspas is probably going to have repositioned here. MIBR will get themselves a comfortable lead to start map 2.
This scoreline's already scaring me.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say it, call another timeout. RRQ burnt both in the first half of Corrode, but it was much needed to try and diagnose some of the issues that they were seeing.
You're not even on the map, brother.
Let's go. I got things to do.
Where's he off to?
Do you know what I was going to say as well? Aspas almost after map 1 now that he's on the jet. He's a little happier to stay on the front line and commit to some of these second and third kills.
Oh, that's
the jump
horrible
scare.
Noise, yeah.
Almost lined up for the second as well. Verno, I guess, just a little scrambled with the reset.
Frustration, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're seeing a timeout here because you're starting to see the players looking a bit annoyed by it.
Yeah.
And you get why, right? This has been a hard start to things. It's not probably what they wanted after map 1. So why not slow it down, have a chat, check in, try and get a grip on this game because you're looking at kind of Jemkin again, Cushy here. Cushy was great on map 1, started to really build up on that fade, started looking much better off. But again, a quiet beginning from Jemkin. Need some more really.
I think the difference being a map 1, yeah, it was notable RRQ was struggling to find openers, create advantages in terms of their head count, but here they are. MIBR are kind of winning out in some of the later rounds here where they are at a disadvantage. Aspas still sitting 6-1. You've already noted Cortezia as well. And what will be the adjustment here? It's a broken bite. Gaps in utility, light shields, a Guardian and a Bulldog to round things out. They're desperate to get another round on the board. That's what I mean. Way more aggressive here.
Yeah, happy to take a deeper line. You can see that just confidence in the way he's playing. It's nice. Should free up rotations if needed. It is going to be a full play approach towards the B site.
Well, there's your info as well.
They got them all. Looking like they got a little trip set up just to catch that dash in. Artisan, shoulder in the corner, going to see one. They are in that smoke though. They are close to this. Good flash. Actually a good chance to close this down. Gets caught. Cortezia has been the backbone of the site. Artisan now has to kick it again. Oh, he's just surrounded and still going to find one. Verno from afar. Saving them somewhat in this 2v2 now. Crazy Guy and Monyet need this.
be able to reset, get themselves a comfortable position, but Bono!
There he is! Mechanically filthy with it. And that's devastating for RRQ.
Again, the timing looks... I said they were going to be able to reset comfortably here, but again, caught completely off guard by the possibility. Verno's wrapped the way he has.
Lovely little control there from Verno.
I mean, at first there, a little bit of hesitation. Crazy Guy's like, yeah, you're dead. I'm leaving you.
Yeah.
Out to dry almost. That's what I mean. RRQ are finding the early wins to get themselves into a post plant. You can see here on the timeline, it's not making it across the finishing line.
It's a collective effort. We haven't even seen Artisan being the one towards the top end of the board yet. It's Verno, it's Aspas, it's everyone else. And again, a deep line found. You can't go anti-flash when you're going to have Aspas going deeper on these lines. I get it, but man.
Starting to take liberties now with this early round aggression.
Maybe looking for that dart coming in, whatever it is. It's just, you're going to be put on notice. Nothing on this map feels secure now. Oh, Q slow and steady on the rotation. There's that flash coming in from Artisan. Does have a deeper look down. Spots nothing on the follow-up, but they did call in for rotation from Xenon, but so it's going to start being put to work. Verno on this side. Man who closed the previous. Happy to give it up. Anti-KO set up as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, certainly give it up now that Cortezia is playing deep enough to make sure the trip stop. But when the first is removed, Verno's not exactly got anything to pin hopes to, but all 5 members of RRQ committed to site and looking to push forwards.
There goes the knife. That should reveal potentially 2, maybe 3. Caught suppressed. Slowed for the retake. Pop the ult, though. That's going to catch what? All 5 pretty much there. Flash on the corner. They were already tucked. Good from Jemkin. Spacing a little off too. Jemkin on the corner. Dealt with by Verno, but now getting played in on this position. It's crazy.
One by one.
It feels like there's no synergy between them. I thought they had crossfires there, little push and pull swings. Where were they?
Everybody stacked up so deep, you'd think that they were going to swing off each other. But they get absolutely dismantled by MIBR. And even then, actually, MIBR almost give them the first.
Yeah.
The tradable KO ult. There's no counter swing on the back of it, but then...
Individuals. Look at these. None of these were traded. Man. I want to give credit to MIBR a lot of times, but that one I felt like RRQ had a really good shot at. You're going to go back to the Stinger by burst on A, or what's the game plan now? I feel like RRQ are running on fumes, Mike.
Yeah, getting a little desperate now.
Get out of my way.
Aspas switching things up once more. And might even be rewarded here. Monyet will fall. And did spot the second as well.
That's enough to say, nah, mid's
Yeah,
not for us.
mid's, yeah.
Mid's
Hit a sight, hit a sight.
God, they're just getting chipped away wherever they go. Information had. It is Xferro gets caught, so maybe not as telling, but you're still going to put a body behind it. They've still got a setup on the other side.
Well, certainly now.
Jemkin going to try and play off map here. And it's not good enough. Aspas is everywhere. The Shadow Monarch himself out to the shorty, but it's all too simple, really. Crazy Guy denied on the smoke. Nice shot. Gonna need 4 more of those. Oh.
Verno playing with his dinner.
Verno, stop it! Oh, it's selfless in approach. And it's brutal to witness, Mike. It's 8-1. I'm thinking this might be wrapped. This was meant to be the better side for them to start on.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Wouldn't surprise me to see another timeout coming out of this replay, honestly, because something has to change here. I mean, it's Xferro leading.
Let's go!
The side of RRQ now. A couple of other members of the team barely on the board, and you can see the frustration starting to play out on stage as well.
It's not a good feeling to be so down like this, to feel like nothing is working. Hell, Cushy's on 0 to 8.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jemkin, the more concerning me being Jemkin at 2 to 8.
Is
that 2 to 8? Yeah, it is, yeah.
God, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. Because it's not just your strats, it's not just this, you're not hitting in the server either, right? You need someone to give you a round or two, get that confidence back, be on the same page. That post plant got me worried enough, let alone what we're seeing now. Really, really tough game.
Yeah, I come back to the same thing. RRQ are making the right decisions in some of these rounds to get themselves into ultimately a position to convert. And then it's falling so short.
Hey, they've had plants, they've had side control, they've tried bits and pieces, but it ain't there.
Yeah, it's 6 post plants they've lost out on. Yeah, very, very bleak outlook here on map 2. 7-round deficit here. Ultimates online, you got Hunter's Fury, you got the TP and the Neural Theft available.
Couple of pieces to play with, but there's still one man around.
Yeah, who's just everywhere right now.
It feels like they can't get away from him. Needs to call in some help on this. I think
did he get spotted?
I feel like he might be. Oh, great from Jemkin. That's the spark you want to see. More of that, please.
Camera taken out.
On the site, though, the problems haven't been getting to the site themselves. It's been beyond that point. Jemkin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's Artisan. A shot in the dark works well. A barrel scene as well. Verno slowly creeping closer. He is the backline hero right now for them. Gonna give away position to an extent with the owl drone. Can they hold this time? RRQ Cortezia already gets one. The crossfire's not looking good. Cushy caught in between a rock and a hard place. And now just down at Jemkin, who's desperately trying to hold on. Time on his side and a 1v1. That's better. That's the Jemkin we know can exist in this server.
Finally able to close one out here. It comes down to a Red Bull clutch and a 4K from Jemkin, the hero of their previous showing here on Abyss.
Oh,
but
lovely.
My God, was it laboured.
Yeah, it had to work for that.
And it's only, yeah, a sigh of relief to get the second on the board. Unfortunately, right back into the thick of it. Operator still in hand for Aspas, Hunter's Fury, and a divide here for MIBR. Certainly not out of the woods just yet.
He's gone much deeper this time. That should free up Verno to try and shift potentially towards the other side. On the other side of that, you will have Xfero, who has been present in the server, to be fair. You know, we were talking about Jemkin having a round then. We wait patiently on this. Close corner for Artisan. He's, this time, not revealed. And the punish on the first for the quick trade. Great from Monyet. Next up, Zenom. Punish. This is better. RRQ starting to look on the same page. Verno.
Big damage, though.
Yeah, it's still possible. Hard with an operator, though. He's got a dart and a shock dart and owl drone. But he could wait for the cavalry, wait for support. There's a late lurk coming in.
Take flight.
He's got to deal with this trip in mid, though. He's going to reveal his intentions. That should spur things on towards sight.
Wait and see when that dart comes in from Verno. That's a big intent. Shock dart through, yes. Speed now starting to... He turns up here. Waiting now for the first swing. It felt like they didn't have a plan on this. Jemkin just comes striding in through the smoke. First time in a minute that MIBR look lost without a plan. Jemkin, another 4.
Back-to-back 4Ks for him.
There he is.
Now cements himself towards the top of the leaderboard for RRQ. And they impede him most in these last few rounds. Again, I'm a little bit worried when they smoke themselves off in main here. Just in case something goes terribly wrong for them.
I think we're nervous for a reason,
yeah.
But hey, we take that. We absolutely take that. 2 of their 3 rounds RRQ currently hold were given by Jemkin. It's why we've been holding him to a high standard, because this is the skill ceiling he can start hitting towards. And MIBR don't like that. They've sent Aspas in hunting. Sent through with a deep dart, but finds nothing initially on middle. So a rotation and a gamble rotation towards A.
Yeah.
Incorrectly so.
Maybe just trying to get away from any early contact elsewhere. Cortez's still got the cam. Again, Cushy will have the null command on the back of 1 orb, so maybe looking to keep that utility online. And drone sent out on the other side, but again, very telling nobody's behind that.
Aspas knives. still out here. Jemkin, same situation. Does get pinged though. Falls away. Sights going to be under the RRQ banner.
No command off the plant as well to slow things down.
Let's put a chip there. This is good stall. MIBR going to be working for this one. Paranoid about that mid presence, but it's not there this time. Good paranoia too. Nice on top of this. There's multiple targets to try and aim towards. How is that only hit? There we go. Starting to see that damage coming in. Divide now on top. Pop flash to force them away, and it's time to go for this. RRQ standing tall, desperate to hold on. Jemkin again. Name up in lights. Going almost for a 4K again. Held on 3 this time, but a sudden appearance of that brilliance gets them back.
11 kills in 3 rounds for him. Absolutely phenomenal from Jemkin to close out this first half. But it's an 8-4. We'll have to see how they do in the second.
Back in here, the Coinbase Econ report. We can have a little check through. I'm sure there'll be one of those names I can probably guess quite quickly. It's probably going to be Aspas potentially, but you can see it there. Jemkin in the end, pumping the numbers up. But yeah, starting things off strong. I mean, Aspas having a fantastic start.
Yeah, had the operator online for a number of these rounds, and again, it acts as so much pressure in terms of figuring out well, first of all, the setup, where these players are playing, but then also navigating ahead of Aspas's rotations. You see how much he's switching things up and how willing he is on this map after Corrode to go further forwards.
Yeah, and obviously on the switch there, Jemkin as well. To that later stage of the first half, he did very much come online. Those last 3, gonna have to give it to him on that one.
Yeah.
See a team effort, yes, but 4Ks, what, back to back, then a 3? Come on.
After all that, then you see the scoreline still.
Yeah, yeah.
It's still not a comfort. They've not really given themselves much more of a buffer, to be honest with you.
No, not really. This pistol is quite important, to
Yeah,
say the least.
yeah. Very, very important.
And again, if you want to roll your minds back to the start and what the desk was saying, this was a really good chance in that first half, starting on the sides they did for RRQ to get a good scoreline going. This was not the problematic half for MIBR. Their attack looked solid in previous. A 1-3-1 to begin with, and a belting shot from Arzin. And he isn't alone in this fight either. It's a brawl in middle.
Monya is a 2 HP after that engagement. Aspas also forced to retreat here, but actually going forwards. How's she going to shut that down?
I don't know what he was expecting them to forget about the presence in the middle or what.
I thought Aspas was going to go backwards, but
a little bold.
Given a second chance at life and squandered at the hands of Cushy.
Here we go. Sheriff there. Oh, the timing. Oh, does he get punished on timing? Going to spot 1 towards window. Ledezia going to spot out 2 in middle, but does lose his life. But fight for the sites 1. That spike now going to be planted, but a 3v2. But Monya apparently not a problem. 2 HP. still doing some serious work here. Still got that shock dart though from Verno.
Yeah,
that
I'm
scares
scared,
me.
yes.
He's been solid with these.
Especially with Monyet being so low.
Oh, simple in the end. It felt pretty safe with the setup. Yeah, it got down to a 1v1, but the pistol that they really needed, Mike, has fallen away from RRQ.
Yeah. Great for a response here in round 2, but this early mid-take from MIBR, I think drawing enough blood and doing enough chip damage to set them up for success. Nearly awkward viewing.
Yeah, nearly. That's a big round. God. It's uphill now, isn't it? Because that's got to be 10, right? You're looking at it. Unless something goes crazy, because they're not even buying behind this. It is purely classic, so...
Not even a Sheriff to pin your hopes to. Early walk here from RRQ out. Wow.
How's he doing that?
Sight's clear, guys.
Get the bump.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is rough. These were the two players who are willing to go down. Okay.
Jumps in the camera. And Kushi will punish, but only a pistol lost here, so...
Again, they're happy to lose Artisan.
Remaining.
And yeah, all good. I think RRQ trying to cut their losses in this one and accept fate here, but being against double digits at this point, I mean, you got to call it how it is. It's not going to be a fun game for them unless they can really get on the same page. It feels quiet on the stage from their side too.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, what, map 1 was 9-3 half, right?
I think so, yeah.
Talk about them basically having one buy round, and
you're not far off that here, yeah.
Pressure.
I mean, Shenlong's pretty close, 2 away.
Unfortunately, not the side that you want to see somebody 2 away from an ult in the 3rd round of the 2nd half here. Big knife, though, to reveal early intention here for MIBR. It might actually spur Crazy Guy on to go exploring, but you'd hope with a little caution.
This is the almost got a little sketchy then. All good. Can fall away from that. Should try and right the ship, get some support over here. Good setup though. MIBR not going to be
tripped.
And there's the punish. It took a second or two, and Verno's got one back. Speaking of Verno, does he get to live? Cortezia right up middle though, denying those rotations. Support is not coming. Crazy Guy just a second away from that dart coming back up, but he's fallen. Oh, it's just methodical again from MIBR. Knowing exactly what they want as Monyet. I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty slick. He's at least got an escape route, but what, to give up 11?
Cortez has been so good at playing in the cut as well, in terms of just limiting options for RRQ, catching a player off guard here and there, slowing things down, creating more chaos across the map. But unfortunately, Monyet forced to try and hold on to this rifle here, and I believe a 3rd bonus converted.
I think so. This is tough witnessing, really. Happy to see MIBR at this sort of form, but I wanted more of a fight back from RRQ.
Yeah, certainly.
They're a great team,
especially seeing this veto as well. You know, RRQ certainly had a chance to, well, I mean, I'll go as far as saying, cause an upset here and take a series away. You see Aspas just get a he actually hit the back wall again.
But yeah, I think you're right about Cortezia too, right? As much as he's not doing a million, you know, kills in this, the presence alone is such a nuisance to deal with.
What the heck? No, sério, ele tá falando. How you kill me like this? How?
Happens to the best of us.
11-4 though. This is it. The hero rifle given over to Jemkin. Make something of this. Try and deny what feels set in stone. Sphero going to be trying to play in that smoke potentially, but it's we can see that they are very aware of it. Aspas checking all the corners here. Plant is, it's in. Okay, it takes a lot for it. Artisan down on 27, but Plant on their side. Exactly. And Cortezia with the swing through at the same time as Aspas, the one to claim the kill. Jemkin again is the one you are looking for here. Oh, but the executioner of Aspas again! Just brilliance from this man. 6 bullets more than enough for him, probably. Yeah, it absolutely is. Aspas, one of a kind here. Flawless round. And it's just simply lovely.
This is exactly the sort of form I'm talking about. Once he hits that 5th gear, it just looks as if he's walking on water.
God. One enemy. It's pretty. I told you about it. I warned you. Pretty Valorant when he's playing. You can't help but enjoy it. But at 12-4, this game has been labored from RRQ. They've not had a say in this.
Yeah, MIBR almost about to flip RRQ's previous scoreline here in the second half and maybe close out with 5 unanswered. A purchase here, though, for RRQ. Cushy one away from the null command, but that's about it. Maybe the TP.
God, Jemkin, that's pretty clean, though. Another would be brilliant. Aspas, though, looking slippery. Checking back in on Jemkin. Spam from the Odin. Not going to get too much, but it does allow Aspas to get a little closer. The head-to-head that a lot of us wanted. Going to be kept apart by just that singular smoke on the site.
Maybe waiting for the paranoia there, but a cancel called.
Surprised he didn't go for this. He's putting Jemkin on a bit of an island. He doesn't have the utility to play him, but they... Is it a pre-take? They're very close to this. They're chomping at the bit near on. Smoke on towards that close cross. Paranoia, there it is. Going to catch 1 out of the 3. That may not be enough. Aspas going to back away. Jemkin looking like he wants to hunt it, but he clears the site instead. Brilliant from RRQ. All from the same hymn sheet this time. Genom, this would be miraculous.
Thanks.
Not going to happen. RRQ, a lifeline here.
I was going to say, MIBR are almost screwed once these smokes drop. They're so paranoid about somebody walking a smoke. A little bit of utility being capitalized on, but Jemkin's opener.
One enemy remaining.
Making things a little easier in terms of playing the numbers. RRQ will find 1 in response, but again, Aspas right back in it with the operator. 2 away from the Blade Storm as well.
Okay.
Now,
had some company up here for a second. Aspas, yeah, looking at that operator here. Something's been tough to navigate around. Feels like it's always good for one, but as I said, RRQ starting to find a late rhythm back. It's a long road, though. 1-3-1 for MIBR to start with. Letting them sweat a little. Feel that pressure. Still a minute here. And I'm a bit worried that Ardson's got to this spot. This burst could be lethal on this one. The Aldrone comes in, a vulnerable target found. Crazy guy on a platter.
Now, actually Cortezia winning out. Jemkin will fall. Xfero's still here, but so committed.
Oh, and look at the wrap. The spike is coming through this way. Xfero tries to take a stand, but he falls eventually. A 4v2, Cushy and Monyet. It's time to dig deep as you can. It's so desperate, and it looks so easy for MIBR. Sophisticated dominance to wrap up the group stage here, Mike. MIBR looking dangerous.
Yeah, looking as if they've made a statement here. 13-5, 13-5. Again, Jemkin starting to hit some sort of form,
Yeah.
At the same time, MIBR just looking at a cut above, honestly.
Yeah, they looked sharp today. The plans look good, the maps look good, the individuals absolutely on point. Scary little side here. We question maybe the depth down the line, but for now they absolutely look like they're in the right place here. And for RRQ, bad timing to have a bad day, it felt like, because we've seen the best of them. I don't think we saw it today, but Lord only knows what they can achieve if they can activate at the right time.
For sure, yeah. No free rides here in Paris, obviously.
Oh, no.
And again, a tough opponent to play when they're in the form they were today. And we'll bow out of Paris here, but MIBR take the opportunity with both hands and will progress. I'm excited to see how far this goes, honestly. It's a very exciting team to get behind.
Yeah, there's something about this team that you can't help but enjoy as well. Brilliant Val on display. Loved how they looked on Corrode too. Really, really liked that. And it hasn't just been the one-man show. I know Aspas, yeah, he will often be in the headlines, but the team around him looked sharp.
I mean, Verno and Cortezia really, really impressed me today, to be honest.
Artisan, same for me. He was really up there on map 1, a little quiet in map 2, but very, very impressive stuff. I do wonder how far they go now. Oh, can't wait. Anyway, let's send it down to Lou, down at the stage. She is standing by with Artisan for the Verizon post-match interview.
MIBR are the last team to make it to playoffs, and I'm now joined by Artzin to speak about that performance. First of all, congratulations, Artzin. You guys did amazing today, and I know you've been in MIBR for 2 years now. It's the first time you make it to playoff at Champs, first time for them too as an organization. So how does it feel, you know, living that adventure together, let's say?
I mean, the feeling is great, of course. I never imagined that I would be possibly here one day. So yeah, I'm just enjoying the moment now with my guys. I love my team and we're not done yet.
You guys do look like a family for sure. Donc première question, ça fait 2 ans qu'il joue pour MIBR, première fois en playoffs pour Atin, première fois en playoffs pour MIBR. Donc qu'est-ce que ça fait déjà cette aventure ensemble? Et bah ouais, je suis très fière, forcément de rendre fier mon club. Je m'entends trop bien avec mes coéquipiers, on est vraiment des frères. Donc voilà, chanceux et heureux d'avoir cette opportunité. And you showed us a battle KO on Corrode right before, and we know that Verno took the IG a little bit earlier. So I wanted to know how that transition went for you. And do you feel like you can focus more on carrying right now because you were on Corrode?
Yeah, I think the transition was fine because me and Verno, we are the kind of 2 more proactive guys that cause. It wasn't a problem for me to go out the IGL. Actually, it was really good to me because I needed some break of the IGL. But still, I mean, me and him, we just talk about stuff, we just talk about strats. We don't like give too much work to each one. We try to share that, you know.
So share work between you and Verno, and I think we can see that definitely on the server. Donc deuxième question, Verno a pris l'IGL, est-ce que ça a impacté, comment est-ce que ça a impacté Artin? Il a fait une énorme performance sur Corrode, donc est-ce qu'il a l'impression d'être un petit peu plus libéré? Bah oui, il a eu aucun problème à laisser ce rôle-là à Verno, ils sont tous les deux très proactifs, donc ils travaillent encore beaucoup ensemble et c'est un binôme qui fonctionne effectivement très bien. And we're going to have the draw show in a few minutes to see the playoffs bracket. So who do you want to take down first between PRX, NRG and Team Heretics? Who do you want to take down?
Heretics.
Heretics?
Yes, because they think that we forgot what they said about us. We didn't forget.
Oh, ok. Donc j'aimerais bien affronter Team Heretics sur le premier show, histoire de me venger un petit peu. On le sait, Heretics sont aussi très forts. That's a nice confidence from you, Artsin. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining me for this interview, and congratulations for playoffs. And in a few minutes, we're gonna discover with Victoria our playoff bracket. See you soon.
And while we take a kind of look back through this, right, the final wrap-up, really, of the group stage, we can kind of look ahead a bit here, Mike. Only for a second or two until the draw show is ready, but give me a team. Who are you looking for?
Dude,
who are you looking for? Who are you backing here?
I gotta back Giant X, man.
Really?
Yeah, the EVA bias is coming all out for the playoff stage, man. I'm so excited to see how far they can carry this through.
Can I go for NRG then, if we're just going
of course,
choices?
yeah, we're just going.
Okay,
yeah,
I like that, I like that. And we are going to hand it over towards Lou, and I do believe Victoria actually will be standing by for the draw show. So you don't want to miss this to find out how those playoffs are going to be looking.
Et on va pouvoir découvrir le tirage de ces playoffs avec Victoria. Victoria, I'm joining you to figure out what our playoffs bracket is going to look like, and who better than our competition global manager to explain us the rules.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I'm going to draw all of the 1 seeds top to bottom, and then I'll draw the number 2 seeds. The one rule here, so regional matchups are fair game, but the one rule is that a team from the same group cannot be on the same side of the bracket. So not just the same match, but the same side. So they'll be moved around. Each side of the bracket will end up with a team from A, B, C, and D. That's how that'll work out.
Yeah. Donc ouais, effectivement, pour le tirage, on aura les équipes de Seed 1 qui seront dispatchées dans le bracket avec une seule règle, ne pas avoir de match-up du même groupe. Ça veut dire que les match-up régionaux seront autorisés. Donc on aura une équipe du groupe A, du B, du C et du D dans chaque bracket.
Perfect. We'll start with our number 1 seeds. The first one we have is Fnatic.
Fnatic on top of the bracket. Tout en haut, on aura donc Fnatic en ouverture.
Next one, VALORANT.
We're gonna have PaperX and Fnatic on the same side of the bracket. That's already looking spicy, to be honest.
Third is Heretics.
Heretics going in the third place. Heretics en troisième place ici. Et logiquement, on a déjà notre quatrième équipe, forcément.
NRG.
NRG en quatrième position ici. So Team Heretics and NRG are gonna be standing on the same side of the bracket. And now, let's kick off with number 2 seeds.
Right. So, we have MIBR.
Oh.
But MIBR is from Group B, so they're gonna move down here.
Team Heretics, MIBR en ouverture pour ce premier match, puisque MIBR étant dans le même groupe que Fnatic, ils ne peuvent pas les affronter sur le premier tour.
And we have DRX.
Les adversaires donc de Fnatic
And we are good.
seront
They will
donc
go here.
DRX, Fnatic, DRX pour ce premier match aussi des groupes.
This one is GX.
PaperX, GiantX.
So they cannot play here, so they will move down.
On aura donc le match NRG face à GiantX, puisque PaperX et GX étaient dans le même groupe et ne peuvent donc pas s'affronter. And last but not least, G2.
So on each side of the bracket, we have one from each group, and we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're already seeing, you know, some pretty spicy matches, especially on top of the bracket. You guys let us know what you think about our playoffs group. Thank you so much for joining us, for following us on the group stage. Thank you, Victoria.
Yes. And just
yeah.
one final note. This is not the final schedule, so keep a lookout over the next 12 or so hours. We'll release the final schedule in which order they'll be playing.
Donc l'emploi du temps et l'ordre des matchs n'est pas définitif. Restez connectés pour savoir quel match se jouera en premier. Thank you so much for joining me, Victoria. Thank you guys for following us during this group stage. And after a break, we'll meet down for playoffs in a few days. Thank you. Take care.
Well, our playoff picture is set, but we're joined by a special guest, Osfus from MIBR, after getting your win and qualifying to playoffs. I want to ask you, first impressions, you're playing Heretics in playoffs. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a cool game. It's going to be a rematch for me. We played 2 times in last year, so it's 1-1 and it's going to be a rematch.
Yeah. I want to start now and pull back a little bit because you're into the playoffs. It was a pretty clean run, especially in this game. But this is the first time that you've come into a Champions not as a regional champion. Every other time you've won your region dominantly, showed up, made it into playoffs, and done well at Champs. But this time was different, right? You missed playoffs, you called off points. So what was different about that process of qualification to get you where you are now?
I think the biggest difference was the fact that I qualified not playing on stage, but from my home watching the teams playing, so that was very different. Here in Champions, talking about Champions, I'm basically following a script here because I never qualified to playoffs from first seed. I always lost at least 1 game in group stage and made playing 3 games.
Yeah, but you've always also made it to the top 3 every single time that you're a champ. So now that you're in playoffs, you know you're in a very good state. What do you think about the rest of the matches? Because imagine that you win against Team Heretics, NRG, GX. What do you think?
I'm excited to play against anyone. I think every team that is in Champions is really good, and now it's only the top 8 in playoffs, so anyone that we face, I'm excited.
What teams have impressed you the most that you've been watching throughout the Champs thus far? Is there any squad that you'd really like to play in the playoffs?
Honestly, I don't watch tournaments, so I don't really know, but based on prex, there are some teams looking really good, and they are here in playoffs.
Can you give us like one cheeky name of one team? Can you point someone out for us? There are Scream Demons.
Not Scream Demons. They practice like normally. They play well. They play like in tournament, so it's really good practice quality. but
You
I
wanna
can
give
say
them-
names.
Oh, you don't want to give us. Okay,
Gonna
okay.
be super
I respect that. I
secretive.
respect that.
All right, I respect that. Your team obviously now qualified into the playoffs, but I wanted to ask, because there were a lot of changes, you know, switching up the IGLing, you're coming out with some new comps, some new ideas into champs. Do you feel like that MIBR is in a place where you are set, you are confident that you're on the right path to try and lift in trophy?
I think we are playing really well right now. We had some mistakes that we did in the match against Fnatic, but we had like 4 days, I think, 4 or 3 days, so we took this time to practice more and to fix those mistakes. And I think we came here looking better than we did last match.
I love to see the energy that you guys have on stage, especially today. You guys were given it, especially your teammates. So I wanted to ask you about them. Who do you think is the unsung hero in your team for you, especially when it comes to like keeping you in the game in a good mood?
I don't really know, because this is something that doesn't affect me much. So it's really hard for me to tell. Like I always focus really much on my game and on my team, but about those mood stuff, I don't focus much on it.
You're just so locked in on playing. Just all about the game?
Yeah, just all about the game.
Okay, then about the game then. I think there's been a lot of talk about like how good your current form is. Think about your career as a whole. Think about the Ospas that won champions. Do you think the Ospas in Paris right now is the best Ospas we've ever had, or do you have more room to grow?
I think I have more room to grow. From every year, I've been playing better than last year, so I think for now, my peak was on 24, but just the peak from like a tournament, I think I can still grow much better, so I can keep like grinding and be better.
Do you like this meta? Because we're seeing many teams with different approaches to the game, a lot of double duelists. Do you think this favors you? Do you think that you can outshine people in this meta?
I think that's a very different meta, because now teams are playing super aggressive, especially on this side. They have a Waylay flying, they have a Neon jumping
Sometimes
around.
you are the Waylay flying.
Yeah, and it's really fun. The agent is really cool to play, and I like to play a lot. I think the meta now, it's good, but it's not only double duelist. There's teams playing double controller, teams playing double sentinel, so it's very open.
Yeah, it's more diverse than previous metas we've had. But I'm excited to see what form you have for the rest of us here. Of course, there's going to be 2 days off before we resume the tournaments with the playoffs here at Champions Paris. Ospas, I want to thank you so much for joining us and congratulate you again on the win and your qualification to playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, folks, make sure you stay tuned. As I mentioned, a couple days off. We're going to be taking a break here in Paris, but you will not want to miss the playoff action. Our final 8 teams take the stage in just 2 days. So make sure you stick around for that, and we'll see you in Paris.
T1 and G2 blessed us with one of the greatest finals we have ever seen back in Bangkok. But today in Paris, they're fighting for survival, and only one of them will get the chance to compete at playoffs.
Trent, ready and available, at least with the salvo, trying to slow this one down, and Valorant straight from behind as well. The disrespect is palpable, and the kills are still flowing in! It's just unbelievable!
Bring that shit on!
Nightfall's going to be committed nice and early here. T1 trying to take this one forward. Again, Meteor survives, lays claim to the site and complete domination.
It's taking so much time off the clock for G2.
This is T1 back into it.
Let's go!
Adversary down, and the slightest of angles to work with. Joel already expecting for that repeat. Stacks finished. Still that ult held, but Meteor is back to everyone. Jorgamo's going for the death blow. He's trying to finish this up and wrap up map number 1 in style.
Press to get out of there, I think, quickly with the light speed.
Wow, come
on! Come on, man!
Yo, Meteor, can you even shoot back or no?
Bro, you got the bracelet and you were comfortable, eh?
Angle being held. Stacks has got this one surely on lock, but it's left to just him. In a spot like this, in a 1v2, time taken away. He needs to find it. Needs to find it now. He will. T1, stay alive. He was going to be cut away from him here. All comes down to the trades and the shots. G2, the ones on top. Flash, dodged and avoided. Stacks really stepping up, and now he's the last one left. To Nightfall committed, hard forwards, and right from the side, the flank. It's a bitter one, and it's going to hurt for T1. They put them in the grave, and they send them home. G2, they qualify for playoffs.
7 teams have already made it out of groups, and they are waiting to see which one out of MIBR or RRQ will be joining them. Welcome to the final match before playoffs.
TP gets cancelled as well. Oh, Xero though, only good for the one.
This is now going to get messy. The call's have to be made. Monyet's been found. Jemkin going to find Cortezia, but Artisan with an absolute round. Is this really the side you want to go towards? Let's see Monyet fights forward. It's a poor choice to be had. Desperation play is MIBR. Strangle holding RRQ in this choke. Sends down the shock dart. It is near off bullying at that point. MIBR making it look all too easy.
Aspas switching things up once more and might even be rewarded here. Monyet will fall.
Jemkin gonna try and play off map here, and it's not good enough. Aspas is everywhere.
Berno playing with his skin.
Stop it! Not revealed, and the punish on the first, but a quick trade. Great from Monyet. Next up, Zenom. Punish. This is better, RRQ. Waiting now for the first swing. It felt like they didn't have a plan on this. Jemkin just comes striding in through the smoke. First time in a minute that MIBR look lost without a plan. Jemkin, another 4. Jemkin again is the one you are looking for here. Oh, but the executioner of Aspas again. 6 bullets more than enough for him, probably. Yeah, it absolutely is. Aspas, one of a kind here. And it looks so easy for MIBR. Sophisticated dominance to wrap up the group stage here, Mike. MIBR looking dangerous.
Yeah.
I can make your dreams come true. I can make it rain on you.